What's up, YouTube? Welcome to this course on Active Directory hacking for beginners. My name is Heath Adams, and I'm going to be your instructor for the entirety of this course. Now, this course was in addition to our Practical Ethical Hacking course. And our Practical Ethical Hacking course is a 25-hour course that includes a lot of material. And we just ended up revamping the entire Active Directory section of this course. So as always, when we do a revamp, we release the older material for free. So you can come in here and look at what this course has to offer. This is part of our all access plan. So if you want to check out this course or any of the other material, you're welcome to see a lot of it on our YouTube channel, but we have all the up-to-date and everything else material here on our all access pass and within this course. So if you came and checked out the all access pass, just as an example, you do get access to all the courses that we have here. So we have our Practical Ethical Hacking course, among all kinds of other hacking courses. We've got Python courses, Rust coding courses, got malware analysis, mobile pen testing and hacking, Windows forensics, all different kinds of stuff. We just even added IoT hacking and detection engineering very recently. With that being said, everything taught to you in this course is still relevant. Just because we revamped the material does not mean that this material is not good. Otherwise, I would not put it on my YouTube channel, nor would I risk that reputation. So I do want you to enjoy this. If you are somebody that is interested in hacking, you can set up a Linux machine, which we'll give you instructions for, and you have some basic knowledge about computers and computer networks. This will be a very, very fun course for you. Now, I do want to pitch you on a few things, and that's going to be it for the entirety of the video. You're going to get 5 hours of material all for free, but I do want to say a couple things before we do get started here. If you find that you fall in love with Active Directory hacking and you want to learn more, we do have certifications revolving around Active Directory penetration testing and other penetration testing. We've got our PJPT certification, which is our junior penetration tester certification, and then we have our PNPT certification, which is our advanced penetration testing certification. Both of them revolve around Active Directory, and they both require you to actually hack a domain as part of the process. The PJPT is the baby course, and it does come with training, including that 25 hours of materials that we just talked about. The PNPT also comes with that 25 hours materials plus another 25 hours material, and it's a little bit more advanced, but both of them do come with free retakes. They are your own individual lab and exam environment. They're very stable, and they have great feedback. Don't trust me, go look on Google, go search the internet, search for these exams, and you'll find the reviews out there. The other thing I want to point out is, hey, if you're interested in this, we are running a class on September 16th of 2023. That's our next class for hacking and defending Active Directory. This is entirely up to date and is great for you if you are interested in hacking, if you're a system administrator and you just want to learn how to defend your network or anything like that. Very affordable training here. You have the option to also do our PNPT accelerated program, which is also live. We're running these every month or two, so if you miss out on this one, not a big deal. There will be more opportunities, and hopefully we'll see you in one of these awesome live trainings. I'll put all this in the description below. Now, if you're a YouTuber in today's society, you're probably like, get on with it, let's go, let's get into the material. I don't got time. Understand. Last thing, if you like this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. We do put out a lot of free content, a lot of course material like this, and a lot of content related to hacking and other cybersecurity related items. So please do consider subscribing, hit the like button, tell a friend, share it with everybody else. Leave a comment down below, let us know what you think. And with that out of the way, please enjoy this 5-hour course on Active Directory hacking. All right, so in order to be successful in this course, we are going to be utilizing what is called a virtual machine. Now, virtual machines are known as VMs for short, and a VM is just a machine on top of a machine. And to give you an example, I'm actually running this Windows 10 instance that you see here on top of my Windows 10 instance. So here you can see, if I scroll up, that I have a Windows 10 machine. I also have a Linux machine sitting here. If I were to demaximize this, you can see that I'm actually running here a Windows machine in the back. This is my wife and I, and you come through here, we just blow it back up, and we're back inside of our machine. So a virtual machine is just a machine inside of a machine. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be utilizing this to build out labs. That way we don't have to actually have a bunch of hardware. We can just use this for our course and run what we need to on top of our own machine already. Now, this can get resource intensive. So if you are only utilizing something like 8 gigabytes of RAM, then you might have some issues with this, but you can still follow along. When we get into the Active Directory portion, you might run into issues if you do not have at least 16 gigabytes of RAM to utilize. But we'll worry about that when we get there. There are still plenty of ways to follow along throughout this whole course. So another thing to note is that I use VMs every single day. This machine that you see here is actually my day-to-day pen testing machine. So I run a Kali Linux instance on top of my Windows machine and utilize that to do penetration testing. So I'm going to demonstrate that to you and how we're going to build out our labs with that. And a lot of us in the industry run through VMs as opposed to running it directly on Metal or on a machine. So in order to utilize virtual machines, we first need some sort of virtual machine software to play these. So there are two different ways that we can do this. If you are on a Windows machine or a Linux machine, you can utilize VMware Workstation Player. Now, if you type in VMware Workstation Player in Google, the first one here that says download VMware Workstation Player, you just click on that. And if you are in a Mac environment, you're going to be utilizing Oracle VirtualBox. So if you type in Oracle VirtualBox, you come here and you go to Downloads. You have your option there as well. So in this course, I will be using VMware Workstation Player. I'm going to be running it on top of Windows. If you are using Mac, that is absolutely fine. You're going to be following along just the same. All you need to be able to do is follow the same instructions that I give you and you will be A-OK. So if you scroll down here, you can see try Workstation Player for Windows or try Workstation Player for Linux. Go ahead and just select download now. That should bring up a download and go ahead and save it. If you're doing VirtualBox, go ahead and download for OS X. I will download the Windows version just so that we can see what that looks like as well. So I'll save both of these. So let's view our downloads, and we've got VMware Workstation Player here. I'm going to go ahead and open this one, and we're going to install this. And this will be very point and click. So next, accept the agreement, possibly give away our first child. Yeah, we should go ahead and install the enhanced keyboard driver while we have this. And then we don't need to join any improvement programs or check for product update. That's okay. We will install desktop, start menu. You check your preferences as you like it. I'm just going to install this, and this should just finish here in just a second. Okay, then you'll be brought to this screen once everything's done. It should take about a minute or two, and we're going to go ahead and hit finish. And it's going to want a restart to take effect. You can go ahead and restart your system. I'm going to say no right now. Let's go ahead and install VirtualBox if you are a Mac user. We'll hit next. Next here. Next, and yes, and install. Accept. And again, very point and click with the installation. Select install and any options that do pop up. And then we can start Oracle VM if we want. Let's go ahead and just start that. This is what Oracle VM looks like. And let's see if we can start the VMware player here, even though we need a restart. And this is what VMware Workstation Player looks like. So here you can see that we have virtual machines. We can create new virtual machines, open ones, etc. We'll get into that in the next video. So again, if you are using Windows or Linux, this is probably what your view is going to look like for the rest of the time. If you are using Oracle on a Mac, this is what your view is going to look like. Another side pro tip here is that I am using Workstation Pro, and I might utilize this in some instances throughout the course. Other instances, I'll be utilizing the Workstation Player. They are not much of a difference, especially in the beginning. When we get into the Active Directory portion, it might actually be worth it for you all to download the VMware Pro trial, because the trial is 30 days and you can utilize that to get through some sections and actually have nice little windows here to be clean and just have a pro edition. You can do everything that I'm going to show you in the course on the player. It just is that you have to open, if you want to run more than one machine, you'll just have to reopen the VMware Workstation Player several times to run multiple machines, but that's okay. It just won't look like this nice clean layout where you can transfer between machines like I can do just here. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move on to the next video. We're going to be installing Kali Linux onto our VMware Workstation Player. Now that we've installed VMware or VirtualBox, we need to install Linux. We're going to be using a version of Linux called Kali Linux throughout this course. This version of Linux is a Debian-based distribution which is geared towards ethical hacking and penetration testing. So it's a special version of Linux that allows us to have all the tools in one place that will allow us to hack without having to download these tools and install them on our own custom Linux distribution. So it's all kind of nicely built into one package. So if you go out to Google and you type in Kali Linux download, you should see this link. I'll put the link in the description below as well, but you should just be able to go to Get Kali right here. And you're going to be presented with a couple of options here. We're going to be using a virtual machine in this course, so we're just going to go ahead and click on this virtual machine option. And that's going to take us down just a little bit here. What you're going to do is you're going to download the respective version that you need. So if you need VMware, you download VMware. If you're using VirtualBox, go ahead and download the VirtualBox one. Now they have a direct download, which is a 7-zip, and they also have a torrent if you know how to torrent. What you're going to do is go ahead and download the file that you need. And while you're doing that, if you do choose to download directly, you're also going to need a tool called 7-zip or a way to unzip this file. So go ahead and start your download. While it's downloading, let's also go ahead and navigate to 7-zip. So if you go to Google and you look at 7-zip, you'll see this page here comes up. You just go to download. In here, you're going to download the file that is for your respective system. So here, I'm using Windows on 64-bit. I would download this executable right here. Now, if you're running on Linux, here's where you download Linux. If you're running on Mac OS, here's where you download for Mac OS. Very straightforward. I've already got this installed, but what you need to do is just download this and literally click next through it. Make sure you get it installed. Go ahead and pause the video. Once that is installed, 7-zip that is, and once you have the actual Kali image downloaded, go ahead and unpause the video. I'll be here waiting for you. Okay, so your next step should look something like this. You have your 7-zip file open. You should see a folder located in there. And the easiest thing is to just drag and drop this. You can also right-click and extract if you know where you want to extract it. I created a folder called Kali. I'm just going to grab this and I'm going to drag it over. And it's going to take a minute here, just a few seconds honestly, to unzip. The file size of this one, at least for the VMware version, is around 11 gigabytes or 11 gigabytes exactly unzipped. So make sure you have the space on your hard drive in order to do this. Now, once you have it unzipped, you can go ahead and just double click in here. You'll see a bunch of files. If you have VMware installed, you can actually just double click on this VMX file and that should open things up for you. I'm just going to show you the other way around doing this as well. So with VMware Workstation Player open, what you're going to want to do is go to Open a Virtual Machine. And in the folder that you have, you should see this VMX file as well. Again, you could double click it or you could just open it through this. What's going to happen is it's going to open that file here and you're going to want to edit this virtual machine settings. Once you have it loaded, click on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. And in here, we're going to want to first change the amount of RAM that we have. Now, this is dependent on your system. If you have like 8 gigs of RAM or maybe even 16 gigs of RAM, you might want to try leaving it at 2 at first. I'm going to bump mine up to 4 gigs, which is 4096. And I have 128 gigs of RAM, so I have more than enough space to allocate for this. But if you're on like 8 gigs of RAM, probably not the best idea to jack this up beyond 2. Honestly, I would try it at 1, maybe 2, see how it works. The other thing you're going to want to make sure of is that you're running on NAT network. So if you click on network adapter, make sure that it says NAT and that's selected. Once that's selected, go ahead and hit OK. And then you're just going to hit play virtual machine. When it asks you what to do, just say I copied it. Now from here, it's going to take a minute for this to load. You can just let this run through. It'll boot on its own. Once you are presented with the login screen, go ahead and unpause the video, but until then, pause, and I'll meet you back when you're at the login screen. Okay, I'm at the login screen. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger just so we can see. And from here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type in the username of Kali, K-A-L-I, and the password of Kali, K-A-L-I. Hit enter. And if you see this screen, congratulations, you have successfully installed Kali Linux and you now have it up and running. In later videos, we're going to cover what we're going to be doing and how to use this and how to use Linux and all this. But for now, pat yourself on the back. You've got Linux installed, and we're going to pause here and move on to the next video. Okay, so this video pertains to some updates we need to make to VirtualBox for quality of life. So if you're not using VirtualBox, you can go ahead and skip this video. If you are, buckle in. We just need to do a couple of quick updates, and then we should be good for the rest of the course. So go ahead and go out to Google and Google VirtualBox Extension Pack. What it's going to bring up is just the downloads page of VirtualBox. So we're going to want to go here. And on this page, if you look kind of towards the middle, you'll see that there is a VirtualBox Extension Pack here. We're going to just click all supported platforms, and that will automatically download the file that we need. So once that is downloaded, and pause if you need to, go ahead and open VirtualBox. And you can come in here, and up at the top, we're going to go ahead and click on Preferences. And from here, we are interested in extensions. See extensions right here. Go ahead and click on that. There's a little plus sign. We're going to go ahead and click on that. And then you should have your downloads right here. So we're going to take the downloads and just go ahead and install that. Hit install. Read this. Give away your firstborn. Accept all the terms. And you should be good. Very quick install. Okay. The second thing we need to do is we need to come to the one tab up here above, which is Network. We're going to go ahead and hit the Network button, or this Add button, and we're going to add what is called a NAT network. Okay, and we're going to come in here and we're going to double click. And you can go ahead and keep these defaults. I'm going to actually change them to 192.168.57.0 because that's what's going to be used through the rest of the course. And that is what the CIDR notation of my Kali machine and my Keyoptrix, which you'll see later, etc., all fell into this 57.0. So we're going to go ahead and keep it on this NAT network. Make sure you support DHCP. Go ahead and just hit OK. Hit OK. And then for a machine, and make sure any machine that you use, again, any machine that you use in this course, make sure you set it to NAT network if you're using VirtualBox. So you can come in here, click on a machine like this mail machine I have here. You can just click on that, settings, go to network, and then you can go ahead and just go to NAT network. All right. And that name right here, you see name NAT network. That's all we're going to use. That'll automatically set it up. So when you have a Kali machine running later and you have Keyoptrix or another box running, or even when we build out an Active Directory lab, you need to make sure that you're running that NAT network so that all of the machines are on the same subnet. If you don't, you might run into a situation where the same IP comes up for the same machine and then they're conflicting with each other, or you get on different networks and some weird stuff happens. So make sure, again, that it's imperative that you're setting that NAT network for every single machine that you're setting up. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next video in this section. Okay, there's one last thing we need to do in order to get our lab build set up here. We're going to go ahead and open a terminal here in our Kali Linux. For this recording, I am on 2023.2. So what we're going to do is install a tool called Pimp My Kali. This is going to allow us to install all the tools necessary for this course. So when we come in here, we're just going to go out to Firefox, and you can just go out to Google. And from within Google, all we need to do is just come in here and search Pimp My Kali, just like that. You should be brought to this page here where it says Pimp My Kali, DeWalt Arch. Just click on that. And we're going to go ahead and just go to this code here and copy the github.com link that you see here. So just click copy. And so what we want to do, I like to put this in the opt folder. So if we cd over to opt here, and we just come in here and let me check if I've already got it installed. I don't here, which is good. Okay, so we can come here and we can say something like sudo git clone, and then we'll just paste this pimp my Kali here. Hit enter, type in your password, which should just be Kali, and it will clone this. Once you have it cloned, go ahead and cd into pimp my Kali. And from here, you will have this script, pimpmykali.sh. All you need to do is run sudo /pimpmykali.sh, just like that. Okay, from here, we're going to hit enter, and it's going to ask you, what do you want to run? Here, what you're going to run is a new VM setup right here. Okay, new VM setup. So you can just hit N on that. I'm not going to run it because I already have this installed. I'm going to hit X to exit here. All you need to do is run that new VM setup. There will be a few prompts that come up that you have to click through. Don't worry about that. Just click defaults for everything, accept, and you should be good to go. Now you have the option from within this tool to have a root user or not a root user. I am not using a root user here. I would recommend not using that as well. So somewhere within here, it will ask you, hey, do you want to add a root user? You don't have to worry about that, all right? Everything we're going to do is from within our Kali user in this course. So just make sure you get all the tools set up. If you don't do that, then you will have problems when it comes to actually going through all the Active Directory material. So that is it. We're going to go ahead and go from here and jump into our Active Directory hacking stuff. So I'll see you over in the next video. Welcome to the Active Directory portion of our course. Now I'm super excited to cover this part of the course because I think it's the most overlooked part of any course that's out there right now. Now, some courses are starting to touch on it, but a lot of them are failing to do so. And two, it's, as you're going to find out, one of the most important items to learn when it comes to ethical hacking. And three, a little bit biased, but internal/Active Directory pen testing is by far my favorite. It goes so deep. There's so many possibilities. And these questions that are going to come up, or this building a lab, everything that we're going to do in this section of the course is going to come up in an interview, and you're going to be ready to nail those sections because you're going to have a lot of these answers down. So I'm very, very excited to start covering this. So before we can do that, I do have a little bit of death by PowerPoint. We're probably going to do 2 to 3 videos. We'll keep them short as possible, but you have to understand what Active Directory is before we can go out and build Active Directory and then attack Active Directory. So let's get started. So what is Active Directory? Well, you could think of Active Directory as like a phone book, okay? And this phone book stores all kinds of information. These information, you can think of them as objects, and that's something like a computer or a user or a printer. All these objects are stored in this phone book, and we call these directory services, and Active Directory is used by Windows. Now, chances are, if you've ever worked in a work environment, you've probably used Active Directory, and we'll cover that a little bit on the next slide as well. Think about logging in at your computer. You get to work, you log in at your computer, you probably have, a username and a password. And you log in with that username and password. But say maybe there's another computer, either in a different building or just in a different location, or maybe you have a laptop, and you go to use that computer and you use the same username and password. And then when you sign into your email, use the same username and password. And it's because you're using something called Active Directory. So you can have just this one username and password, and you can authenticate around the network using these credentials. And now this authentication is going to be using something called Kerberos. And we'll talk about that a little bit later in the course, and specifically how we can attack it. But for now, just know that authentication on Windows-based devices using Active Directory uses something called Kerberos, and they use tickets. So why Active Directory? Why is this so important? Well, Active Directory is the most commonly used identity management service in the world. Now, 95% of the Fortune 1000 companies use it in their networks. 95%. So let me break this down for you. Like, when we do internal assessments, we do internal pen tests, Never have I ever had an environment that I pen tested against that was not Active Directory. This is so important when it comes to interviewing, when it comes to real life experience. This is the bread and butter. Everything, as I said before, all these courses out there, they teach external, not a lot teach internal. This is really where the money is made. So being able to exploit an environment from the inside, super, super important. So again, with Active Directory, the nice thing too is we can exploit it without ever being an exploit available to us. So there doesn't have to be a patchable exploit in the environment. We could take advantage of what Active Directory does by default, what it's considered in some cases a feature, and exploit that. So we can abuse features, trusts, components. There's so many different things of Active Directory that we can abuse because they're features. That's a really nice thing as well. So it comes down, as you're going to see when we talk about defenses, it comes a lot down to policy. And a lot of policies are just not in place in environments, and internal assessments can be bloodbaths. When I talked a few videos ago about these external networks and them being fortified and that you're really not going to find your way in that easily, and then the internal network being like the inside of a house, you fortify the external, you fortify your outside of your house, but you really don't think about the locks on the inside. And that's what happens a lot of times with Active Directory. It can get messy very fast. So it's important to have this knowledge. It's important to understand how to attack it and what some of the common attacks are. And it's important to know what Active Directory is as a big overview. So we're going to cover what Active Directory is as an overview, and then we're going to dive into building our lab, and we'll dive into attacking our lab. And it's going to be super, super fun. This is my favorite part of the course. So let's go ahead and move into the next video. We're going to start talking about physical Active Directory components. So for this video and the next video, we're going to talk about physical components of Active Directory, and then we're going to talk about the logical components of Active Directory. So I'm only going to introduce concepts and ideas that pertain to this course. On the logical side, I am going to introduce some concepts and ideas that are out of scope for the course, but I think are still important. But for the physical side, I'm going to limit it to what's in scope as to not confuse you or make things any more complicated, because Active Directory can run really deep, really fast. So we're going to give a high-level overview, and then it'll make a lot more sense once we start building things out. So let's talk about two very important physical Active Directory components. So the very, very most important Active Directory component is what is called a domain controller. So if you've never heard of a domain controller, that is the head honcho of all the servers, right? When you set up Active Directory, you have what is called a domain controller. Now, the domain controller has a lot of features that it provides and does for the environment. It hosts what is called the Active Directory Domain Services Directory Store, meaning it hosts your phone book. Remember, we talked about it being a phone book? It has all the information on the users, the computers, what printers are in the network, etc. It knows everything. On top of this, it's providing authentication and authorization. So going back to the last video when we talked about Kerberos, it's doing that at the domain controller level. And if we're in what's called a forest, or in a domain where we have a parent-child situation, which we're going to talk about in the logical side of things, it does replication. So that way the other forests or other domains, when you make an update to one item in one domain controller, it updates across the board. Now we'll talk about that here in just a second. But also we have administrative access with the domain controller. So that is to manage user accounts and network resources. As you're going to see when we build our domain controller, what we do is we go in there, and this is where we can add users. This is where we can add our computers, where we can add policies, where we can do all different sorts of things. We do it at the domain controller level. So when we talk about domain controller, again, it's the head honcho, it's the top dog. When we attack an internal network, it's very, very bad if we can compromise your domain controller, because that means we can compromise the whole network potentially. So depending on how big the network is, if it's just one domain and we compromise the domain controller, we've compromised everything, okay? So this is one of the top targets when you're doing an internal assessment, though it's not the only target. And I should note, do not get your eyes set on just doing domain controller compromise and that being it when it comes to Active Directory pen testing or internal pen testing. There's other information that clients might want as well. Think about potentially PII or personally identifiable information, especially if it's related to like social security numbers or sensitive information about people. Think about any kind of credit card information that might be obtained. Think about any kind of proprietary information that you might be able to obtain as well. So don't just go for domain admin or compromising the domain controller. Think beyond that. Think what could you do as an attacker that would be really damaging to a client. Now, from here, let's also talk about Active Directory data stores. So the big takeaway from the Active Directory data store is that it holds this file called the ntds.dit, D-I-T. Okay, and this file is very, very sensitive. Now, typically, when you compromise a domain controller, you want to grab this file. Why do we want to grab this file? Well, it contains everything that is stored in Active Directory data. That means all the users, the objects, the groups, etc. More importantly, it contains password hashes for all users in that domain. So when you compromise that domain controller and then you go get the ntds.dit file, guess what? You've got all the password hashes. Doesn't mean you have all the passwords, but you have the hashes. You can take them offline, try to crack them. You can attempt pass the hash attacks. You can attempt golden ticket attacks with the hash. And I know you might not know what all these are right now, but we're going to see why compromising this NTDS file will lead to amazing things as an attacker for us when we get into the attacking side of things. So that's all I want you to take away from this. I want you to take away these two components, a domain controller and the data store, because the domain controller is one of our primary targets as an attacker. That is the big cheese, right? We want to attack it. We want to compromise it because that's where all the data is stored. That's what's doing our authentication. That is where everything about anything is there. And we're going to live inside of the domain controller for a while. When we're doing our lab build, we set everything up. We set up our policies. You're going to get a good feel for what exactly you can do on a domain controller. And then know the data store. The data store has this NTDS file, and that file includes all information from Active Directory data, including password hashes. Big, big, big thing to remember. So that's it. From here, we're going to talk quickly about logical items, and then we're going to move on to building our lab, which is going to be super exciting. All right, let's talk through the logical components of Active Directory, and you're going to hear these terms over and over again. So I'm going to walk you through them briefly, and then you'll hear them as we go through the course, and it's just good to have that familiarity with the names and kind of what they mean behind it. So up first is what is called the Active Directory schema. And you can think of a schema as a rule book or a blueprint. Basically what it does is it contains definitions of every object that can be created in Active Directory. So you see here, it just says it enforces rules regarding object creation and configuration. That's it. When you hear the schema, all you got to think about is the rule book. You don't have to think too much more complex about that. It just enforces rules about object creation. More importantly is what are called domains. So domains are what is used to group things together. So we can group our objects together in a single organization. And you can see here that we've got a single domain, this contoso.com, which is all these sources are provided by Microsoft Virtual Academy. And it's just one domain. And if you have like a small business, think of a small business, you might just have one domain that you're on. And this one domain has all the users, computers, every object inside of it, because all you need is one domain. So we have this one domain and it functions like a domain controller. And we could see down here in the descriptions that there are administrative boundaries for applying policies, and they are authentication, authorization. And this looks very familiar to what a domain controller was, except now we're just managing it all in what is called a domain. So when you see like a .com or a .org, you think of that as a domain. Not very different when we are building it out in our network. We also have what are called trees. Now, trees are a group of domains, and they're kind of in this hierarchy. So you see, again, we have this example of this
contoso.com. Well, what if contoso.com is the big namesake, and then we have two child domains? So we've got a parent domain, and then we have a child domain, or two child domains. And we have a division in North America, so we've got na.contoso.com, and then we have a European, so we have emea.contoso.com. So when we have trees, we have this parent, and then we've got these children when it comes to domain. And they have what is called a trust with them that is two-way transitive. And we'll talk about trust here in just a little bit. But just know that you have the parent and then you have the children, and they share namespace and they share some trust between them. And then we have what is called a forest. Now, forests are just a collection of these trees. So if we have one tree and it's maybe Contoso, and then you have another tree and maybe it's a different business name, but they link together one way or another. And you can have different sort of trusts between these forests. So we'll take a look at that again in just a second, but just know that these build up and they stack as they get bigger. And logically, we start with the domain, and then we have a tree, and then we have a forest, okay? And for the sake of this class, or for the sake of this course, we're only gonna be working with a domain. And a lot of times when you see even more advanced Active Directory courses, mostly you're going to be working with trees where you have these children domains, and you might try to escalate into a parent domain. Hardly ever do you see forests, but it's still important to know about them. Now, inside of Active Directory, there are what is called organizational units, and you'll hear me refer to them as OUs. That's the common terminology is an OU for these. And these are just containers, and they are containers for your users, your computers, your groups. And you're going to see this once we start building out our Active Directory components. You're going to see me go in, and we're going to set up some different OUs and have our users in one OU. We'll have our groups in their own OU, etc. So you'll see what they are, but as of right now, just think of OUs as organizational units. Okay, and then we have trusts. Now, trusts are how we have access between resources. Now, you can see that there is directional trust and transitive trust. So if we have directional trust, we have to have trust from one domain to the other domain. Okay, so it flows from a trusting domain to a trusting domain. Now, if we have transitive trust, then we have a trusting domain and a trusting domain, but it also trusts everything that that domain trusts. So if there's other trees or if it's in a forest, then it trusts everything that trickles down. And you can see in the image here where we have two trusts, but then it's trusting everything that other domains are trusting as well. So a trust is just a way for users to have access to certain resources that might exist in another domain. And lastly, we have objects. So objects are what's going to be inside of our OUs, our organizational units. We're going to have these different objects. So a user can be an object, a group can be an object, a computer, printer, shared folders. You see all these things in this list, they can be objects. So let's break this all down one more time. So we have domains, and domains are used to group and manage objects in an organization. That's primarily what we're going to be working with in this course. If you have multiple domains, we have what's called the tree. You might have a parent domain, and then you might have the children domain. And then when you have multiple sets of trees, you're starting to build out a forest. Okay? Now, inside of these domains or these trees, these forests, are what's called these OUs, these organizational units. And these organizational units consist of these objects. All right? And then the last thing to remember is across forests or across domains, we have what are called trusts. And these trusts can be directional, meaning that one domain trusts another domain, or they can be transitive, meaning one domain trusts another domain and then trusts everything else that that domain also trusts. Okay, so high-level overview. Take good notes on this if you need to go back and watch it one more time, but you're going to see this over and over and over, especially domains and organizational units and objects. We'll talk about trusts again throughout the course, and we'll give some ideas about trees later on in the course as well, though we won't actually be exploiting them. So for this course, big takeaways are domains, organizational units, and objects. and remember what trusts are as well, but it does not hurt to know all these things just to boost your Active Directory knowledge, especially for an interview if it comes up. So that is it. Now we're going to be moving on into our lab building, and this is where the fun really begins. We're done with the death by PowerPoint. So I'll catch you over in the next video where we start to build out our Active Directory lab. Welcome to the lab overview. So before we build our lab, there are a few things that I wanted to cover. And that is what the lab is going to look like. So our lab is going to consist of one Windows Server 2019 and then 2 Windows 10 Enterprise machines. If we think about this, and we think about this in a virtualized environment, we have some minimum requirements we're going to have to use. For one, when we run ISOs or we run machines, we need disk space. On top of that, we need RAM. And to build this lab effectively, we need about 60 gigabytes of disk space and 16 gigabytes of RAM. I am utilizing much more than that in this course. I'm using 32 gigabytes of RAM when I do this. So here's how it should work. We're going to have a Kali machine, our attack machine, and then we're going to have these 3 other machines. Now, you might utilize 2 gigabytes of RAM for each. So 2 gigs on Kali, 2 gigs on the Windows Server, and then 2 gigs on each Windows 10 Enterprise machine. That will give you about 8 gigs of RAM usage, not including anything else that you're running, meaning your base OS or any of that. So please keep in mind that you need at least 16 gigabytes of RAM for this course to be effective. If you have more than that, that's great. You can start assigning maybe like 4 gigs if you want to each machine. I'm only going to assign 2 just to keep it to the bare minimum on speed requirements. And if you do not meet the requirements, which I completely understand, not everybody has a 16 gigabytes RAM in their computer, right? That's okay. Please follow along, take notes, take screenshots, download the tools, play around with them, and understand them. There's still going to be examples with some Hack the Box machines that we encounter later on in the course that's going to allow us to utilize some of these attacks. And you can play around with those, and you still can understand what's going on, even if you can't do it hands-on fully. I understand this is a limitation, but this is also a good time if you've never built a lab and you do have these requirements to build out this lab to fully understand it. If you need something, you can go out and purchase a cheap server. They have a bunch of those on eBay and build out ISOs to these requirements as well. But for me, I'm just running with enough disk space and enough RAM to actually be functional. And again, if you don't have the requirements, do not stress out about it. There are plenty of people who have done similar builds with me before, and they didn't have the requirements and they still learned a lot. So please just consume the information that is about to be presented to you and understand what we're building, why we're building it, what we're attacking, and why we're attacking it. And you're going to kill it in your job interview, I promise you. So from here, let's go ahead and start downloading our files that we need, and let's start building out this lab. Before we start building our lab, I wanted to add an alternative. And this is going to be building the lab in the cloud using Azure. Now, this article from Cameron Bilgrami is fantastic. I'm going to link it in the resources, and I'm going to direct you to it. This should be an alternative if and only if you do not have the computational resources to build the lab out in your own home environment. Now, things to be said is, first and foremost, this will require a credit card. Using Azure requires resources out in the cloud. That costs money. Make sure that you have a credit card and you're willing to spend some money to build out this lab. This could be an alternative if you do not have a computer or you can't afford the resources, say extra RAM or CPU, etc. Building out an Azure lab like this is going to be relatively cheap comparatively, and you get, I believe at the time of this recording, $200 when you first sign up for Azure in credits. The second thing to point out is we will not support this lab if you build it. So we have technical support. We are not going to support this lab. This is just an alternative if you want to go ahead and look into another option and you want to follow along with building a lab and you do not have the resources. Otherwise, I think this is a great lesson on how to build an attack lab in Azure, how to build out Active Directory,
etc. There is a lot of detail here. I can scroll for quite a while, and it is the exact lab build that we use in the course. He just took it and he went and made it in Azure in the cloud. I think this is fantastic. I think it's awesome. And I think it should be pointed out as an alternate resource. But again, it costs money, and we will not support any sort of technical troubleshooting for this. So take your own risk if you're going to go down this route, but it is a great alternative if you so choose.
All right, let's get started with building our Active Directory lab. So go ahead and go out to Google and search for Microsoft Evaluation Center. So we're going to search for that. And the very first link that comes up, this Microsoft Evaluation Center, that's what I want you to go ahead and open when you're there. And if we scroll down just a bit, we have check out the latest products. So what we are after here is we're after Windows. Let's go ahead and click Windows. And we're going to right click on Windows 10 Enterprise and just open that in a new tab. And we also want Windows Server. So we're going to click on Windows Server, and we're going to grab Windows Server 2019. So we're going to right click, open a new tab. And now we should have access to both Windows 10 and Windows Server. Now Windows 10 license is good for 90 days. Do not worry about it if you go over the 90 days. It's just going to give you a little warning in the bottom saying your license is expired. I have a lab right now that's built off an expired license that I use just for practicing attacks, and it has been probably over a year since I have used the lab with the evaluation licenses, and it's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to download both of these, and we're going to download the Enterprise ISO. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit continue. And then I'm going to hit continue here on ISO. So we're going to download the ISO for Windows Server 2019. And it's going to ask you for your information. Go ahead and fill this information out and get your file downloaded. So once you enter in your information, it does not have to be true information, I should add. You will get to this section here for Windows 10 Enterprise that says, do you want 32-bit or 64-bit? Go ahead and select 64-bit. And then select your language. Let's go ahead and choose English. And then download. And it's going to download a file. This file is 4.6 gigabytes for me, so make sure you have space wherever you're installing it. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save and let that download. With the Windows Server evaluation, all it's going to ask for is your language. We're just going to go ahead and select English and select download as well. And this is also 4.9 gigabytes, same range here. So I'm gonna go ahead and save that. And now these are going to download. So these are big file sizes. It's taken a little bit of time here, and I'm on gig fiber. So go ahead and let your files download, and then go ahead and meet me in the next video where we start installing Windows Server 2019. So let's first install Windows Server 2019, which is going to be our domain controller. So let's go ahead and click on create a new virtual machine. And yes, you are reading this correctly. Hannah Montana does have a version of Linux that we were playing around with on a stream. So that's the last thing that I installed on this computer. Go ahead and go to browse. And then here, go ahead and select your ISO. So I'm selecting my server eval ISO right here. Go ahead and double click that. And it says Windows Server 2016 is detected. Not exactly accurate, but that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and hit next. And it says, what do you want to install? 2016 Data Center or Standard? We're gonna go ahead and just say Standard. And now the rest of this, you can go ahead and leave blank. We don't need a product key because this is eval, and you won't need a password either. Go ahead and select next. It's going to prompt you and say you didn't enter a product key. We're gonna say yes, we want to continue. And then go ahead and choose where you want this virtual machine to store. I'm going to go ahead and just let this store on my actual C drive here, and I'm going to hit next. And then it's going to ask you how much file size you want for this. So I'm going to go ahead and just say 60 gigabytes and split the disk into multiple files. This is not going to take up 60 gigs. It's probably going to take up somewhere around 10 to 20. Once we have all three machines, we'll probably take up 60 gigs in total. So we're just going to go ahead and hit next on this. And then at this last step here, go ahead and select power on this virtual machine after creation. Make sure that's unchecked and then hit finish. And now we have our Windows Server 2016. We're going to go ahead and select Edit Virtual Machine Settings. And in here, we have this floppy drive. We want to make sure this floppy drive is removed. You see this using auto install. If we don't remove this, it's going to try to install this weird file. It's going to ask for a key. It's just not going to work for us. So let's go ahead and just remove that completely. Now, we're going to use a NATed network for this. So go ahead and just say use to share the host IP. We'll select NAT. On the memory side, go ahead and select 2 gigs of memory. If you have it, you could select a little bit more. Say you're running 32 gigs, for example, you could select more, but go ahead and just use your 2 gigs.
So let's actually pause here with a small update. Now I said 2 gigs was fine, and it probably is, but we've noticed with our student lab builds that 2 gigabytes can tend to slow things down just a bit when we're installing and doing the setup. So we highly recommend that you set this to 4 gigs here. And then if you need to revert because you don't have as much RAM, revert back to 2 gigs once you have the domain controller installed. And the same goes for setting up the user machines in the next video. Use 4 gigs, then you can turn it off, set it to 2 gigs, and then reboot the machine.
And we're going to go ahead and just say OK here. Now from here, go ahead and select Play Virtual Machine and have your fingers ready. Click in it, and it's going to say press any key, press any key. So make sure you do it really quick and get it to boot. Otherwise, it's going to go into this funky thing and it's not going to work for you. So make sure you press any key. This is going to spin up really quick. And then we're going to go ahead and enter some information here. So your install should look like this. It should say Windows Server 2019. And then go ahead and select your languages. I'm going to be using English United States for all of this. And I'm going to hit next. And then I'm going to select Install Now. And it's going to start bringing up the setup. So for the magic of video, I'm going to pause in between on these recordings, and then I'm going to let them finish, and then we're going to go ahead and move on to the next one. So from here, let's go ahead and select Windows Server 2019 Standard Evaluation, this desktop experience. And we're going to select Next. And then once this starts installing, I'll go ahead and pause. I accept the license terms. Hit next. We're going to select custom install down here. And we have drive 0 unallocated space. Go ahead and select new. And then we're going to hit apply and say OK. And you're going to see that it creates a bunch of different partitions for us. And really, we only have a little bit here that we need for actually installing. And then the rest is going to be free space when we need it. So let's go ahead and hit next. And now this is going to take a little bit of time to install. So go ahead and let yours install, and then meet me back when you're ready for the rest of the steps. Okay, your computer should have restarted and brought you to a screen that looks like this, where it says Customize Settings. So here we have an administrator user, and we're going to need to enter a password in. So I'm going to be entering in a password of password, but it's going to be a capital P. And then it's going to be the @ symbol, $2, a lowercase w, a 0, RD exclamation. And let me show you what that looks like in a notepad. It looks just like that. You can put any password you want here, but this is what I'm going to be using for this course. So I'm going to go ahead and type that in one more time. And go ahead and hit finish. And now it's finalizing our settings. We have this Control-Alt-Delete to unlock. So to do that, go ahead and just come up here, send Control-Alt-Delete, and then log in with your new password. And now it's going to load up your profile, and this may take just a second to get ready. Okay, so from here, we're going to click this full screen. You're going to see that we're not full screening. So we're going to have an issue with full screen. What we're going to need to do is to install our tools here. So we have a tools that we can install. If we go to Manage, and say install VMware tools. Click on that and select install. This is going to allow us to actually have a full screen on this machine. So now it has popped up and said DVD drive, VMware tools, select what happens. Let's go ahead and just click on it and say run setup64.exe. This is going to run the installation, and then we're going to need to reboot afterwards. So from here, hit next. We'll do a complete install. Next, and install. Okay, and you can see that it's already made it full screen for you. And it says you can restart your system, and we'll just go ahead and say no, we plan to manually restart. There's a few more things I want to take care of, or at least one. So let's go to the start menu, and we're going to type in computer. And it says view your PC name right here. Go ahead and select view your PC name. And we select rename this PC right here. And now name this what you want to name your PC. So this is the domain controller. I'm going to name it something that is significant, that, resembles a domain controller. So for this, I'm just going to name this Hydra-DC. Now my theme is going to be a Marvel theme. I kind of like Marvel comics type stuff, so I'm going to make this a Marvel themed domain controller. You can make this whatever you want. So you can just make this my domain controller if you want. But I'm just putting in here Hydra-DC, and then I'm going to say next. And it's going to prompt you to restart your computer now or restart it later. Go ahead and hit restart now. And we'll just say other unplanned is fine, hit continue. Let this restart. Okay, so you should be taken to a login screen now. So go ahead and hit Control-Delete again. Go ahead and put in your password up here. And you should sign in. Now, every time that you load on a server like this, you're going to get this server manager that pops up. And we're going to go ahead and work on installing a domain controller here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up to Manage, and we're going to say Add Roles and Features up here. And we're going to go ahead and just select Next here. Role-based or feature-based installation. We're going to select Next again. And then the server role that we want to add, we're going to go ahead and say Active Directory Domain Services right here. So remember, ADDS, you saw that a bunch of times. This is exactly what it is. Go ahead and say Add Features. Select Next. Select Next. Next. And then we're going to say Install. And go ahead and let this install. Once this is completely installed, go ahead and unpause your video and meet me back here, and we'll focus on the rest. All right, now your feature installation should be complete. Go ahead and hit close. You can see we've got this little alert up here. Let's go ahead and click on this flag. And you see it says promote the server to a domain controller. So we haven't done that yet. Let's go ahead and do that. And now it's going to ask us for some information. So it's going to say, how do we want to deploy this? And we're going to say, let's go ahead and just add a new forest. And what do we want to call this root domain name? So I'm going to call this marvel.local. So go ahead and give it something to that effect. Whatever you're going to call your domain, give it that and then a .local. So we're just saying .local instead of .com or .org, whatever you want your domain name to be. So for me, again, marvel.local. Go ahead and select next. And this might just take a minute. Okay, from here, we're going to go ahead and give this a password. Whatever password we want for this directory services restore mode. You can make it the same thing like password. I'm just going to do that. and then go ahead and hit next. And we're going to select next for this. This will take a second, and then once it loads, it should populate your marvel.local name here. Okay, go ahead and select next. Okay, now you're brought to this path screen. And remember, again, the NTDS comes up here and it says, hey, where do you want to select your database, log files, etc. Remember, we saw the NTDS in the beginning. Just remember this again. Here you go for your database folder, your log folders, and then we'll talk about what the sysvol is a little bit later. Let's go ahead and hit next. We'll hit next here again. And this section may take another second or two to load. Go ahead and pause if you need to. Okay, now you will be brought to this screen that says install. Once you click install, it's going to go ahead and install everything, and then it's going to automatically reboot the machine when it's done. So be prepared for that. So go ahead and hit install and let your machine reboot if needed. So now your machine should have rebooted, and we can come in here and say Control-Delete one more time. Now you see it says Marvel/administrator. Before it just said administrator, now it says Marvel/administrator. That means we're logging into a domain of Marvel as the administrator. So now your password that you've been using should still work. Go ahead and set that up, log in, and now you're logged in as the Marvel administrator of this domain. There's a lot of fun stuff we could start doing with this, but we're going to hold off until we actually get the other two machines set up that we need to. So in the next video, we're going to work on setting up those machines, and then we're going to tie it all together and start building out our lab and all of our features that we need to actually start attacking it. So I will catch you over in the next video. All right, now we have a domain controller. We've got to have a couple of user machines. So we're going to be setting up the same machine twice. We're going to walk through one setup, and then I'm going to have you do this all over again and set it up a second time. So we're going to need two machines for a couple of the different attacks that we're going to pull off in this lab. However, if you're running low on space and you just want to utilize one machine, or you're running low on RAM, that's perfectly acceptable. You can just pay attention to the two machine attacks and just kind of take notes on those and know about them, but you don't have to necessarily pull them off unless you want to. So let's go ahead and do the same steps over. We're going to go ahead and say create a new machine, very similar to the last time. And we're going to say browse. And I'm just going to select this client enterprise here, the other ISO that we downloaded. It says Windows 10 x64 detected. Good job. Go ahead and select next. And then again with this, you can just go ahead and say Windows 10 product key. We're going to do Pro on this, or Enterprise actually, Windows 10 Enterprise. And the rest can stay blank and say next. And yes. Same thing here before, select your location. If you need a different one, I'm going to roll with the default and select next. Again, 60 gigs, split it up. It won't take up that much space. Go ahead and select next. And same as before, do not power on this machine. Let's go ahead and hit finish. This is going to create it, and then we're going to go in there and we're going to edit and remove that floppy just like we did before. That way we don't have any kind of weird boot issues. Now, the Windows 10 is going to take a little bit longer to install than the actual domain controller or the server did. So let's go ahead now and select edit this virtual machine settings down here. Remove this floppy drive like before. Leave your connection as NAT just like we did before. And 2 gigs of memory should be fine. Go ahead and hit OK. And then we're going to go ahead and play this virtual machine. Same thing as before, get your trigger fingers ready, press any key, and there you go. It should start booting up into our Windows menu. And this will just take a second for it to load up. Okay, so we're brought to this screen. Let's go ahead and just select next with all defaults, and then install now. Now this should just take a few seconds. Again, if you need to pause and continue, that's absolutely fine. Let's go ahead and say I accept the terms. Next. Custom install just like before. And we're going to say new just like before. Apply. Okay. And we'll set up just like it did previously. Hit next. And then just like before here, let's go ahead and let this do its install thing. Go ahead, hit pause, and then come back once you're completely installed with all of your features. This will take just a little bit. All right, once everything has installed, you should be brought to this region screen. Let's go ahead and just select next. I'm in the United States. I'm going to say yes on United States. And it's going to say just a moment. And which keyboard layout do you want? Go ahead and select your keyboard layout. Mine's the US based. Do you want to add a second keyboard? I'm going to say skip. And now it's going to do more setups. So go ahead and pause the video and come back when these setups are complete. Now you're brought to this screen to sign in with Microsoft account. You don't have to do that. Go ahead and select domain join instead down here. And then it says who's going to be using this PC. Let's go ahead and just give it a name. So for this one, I'm going to say Frank Castle. So we'll do something like that and hit next. And what's Frank's password going to be? My password is going to be password1 with a capital P. Terrible password, but Frank, he doesn't use the best passwords. And again, let's go ahead and just say password1, next. And it's going to ask for security questions. So go ahead, what's your pet's name? I'm just going to say Bob. And we'll go ahead and have different ones in here. What city were you born in? Bob. And security question 3, childhood nickname. You guessed it, it's Bob. Go ahead and hit next. And then do you want to access more devices? Say no. Decline. And then in here, I like to turn everything off. So turn all this stuff off, and then let's go ahead and just hit accept. And now you're going to get this wonderful screen, which you may have seen before. It's going to say we're getting everything ready for you. So go ahead and pause one more time and then come back once your screen's all ready to go. Okay, now your screen should load to something similar to this. Again, we've got this funky small screen. So let's go up to Player, Manage, and Install VMware Tools. And it's going to be the same process as before. We should get a little pop-up here in the corner in just a second. We're going to install that. Should bring things to full screen. Let's go ahead and click on this, run this setup, and select yes. And what we're going to do is we're going to install this, get this full screen. And once we've got this on complete here, next, install, I'm going to let this run through and I'm going to talk about kind of what the next steps are. And then we're going to repeat all of this process one more time. I'm actually going to have you do it on your own. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to let this install. We're going to do a name change of the computer, and then we're going to reboot. After that, what we're going to do is we're going to hit the pause button, get our second machine installed, set up our Active Directory in another video, and then come back and join both of these machines to the domain, and then we should be good to start attacking them. So let's go ahead and hit finish. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say no again here. Let's see if it actually made it full screen. It did. And then we're going to come here and we're just going to go in and we're going to say computer name, just as before, view your PC name. And scroll down, rename this PC. So for me, I am a Marvel fan and this computer belongs to Frank Castle, who is the Punisher. So I'm going to name this the Punisher. Something like that. You can name it whatever you want. I'm going to go ahead and hit next. And then this should say, okay, good to go. And then it's going to ask us to reboot. We'll reboot, have the new machine name, and should be good to go. So let your machine reboot with your new name. Then go ahead and repeat this process all over again. Have a second machine running. Pick whatever machine name you want for it and get both of those machines to the same state. From here, we're going to go ahead and set up our settings. Then we'll join all of our machines to the domain and be ready to attack. So I will see you in the next video. Okay, now let's configure our domain controller, and we're going to configure some policies, create some users, and just take a general look at Active Directory. So on your domain controller, go ahead and log in. Remember here that this is the funky password that we set up with the capital P at $, lowercase w, 0rd exclamation. This should be your administrator password. So from here, we are brought again to this server manager dashboard. Now let's go ahead and click on tools up here, and we're going to select Active Directory users and computers. So go ahead and select that. And if we click into this marvel.local here, you can see we have a few different OUs. These are organizational units. Now we've got a bunch of built-in security groups here. We have computers. If any computers are joined to the domain, they will show up here. We've got our domain controllers, which is Hydra-DC. And we've got other things here. We've got manage accounts, which don't have any. Foreign security principals don't have any of those. And then users. So we've got security groups in here. I like to just create a new group, and we can just like right click in here and say new, and then say group or organizational unit actually. And then we can just say groups, something like this, say okay. And then I like to take all these groups out of the users accounts and then kind of just drag them over and say, yes, that's fine. Copy these, drag these over, say, yes, that's fine. And now we've got it nice and cleaned out for our users area. Now note this little down arrow next to guest. If you see a down arrow on account, that means that the account has been disabled. So from here, we have our administrator user. We could double click on that. We can provide all kinds of little properties, descriptions, etc. We can pick what groups this person is a member of. So you could see that the administrator is a member of domain admins, which means that they are an administrator, enterprise admins as well, schema admins, and domain users. So if you're a domain user, that means you are able to log into the domain. So we're going to create a couple of domain users, and we'll create another domain admin as well, or two, and just give an idea for what these accounts are going to look like. So first, let's go ahead and just right click, and we're going to say new, and then we're going to say user. And I'm going to go ahead first and create Frank Castle. So I'm just going to say Frank Castle, and then you're going to want to pick your naming convention here. So I'm just going to say F Castle like this. First initial, last name, go ahead and hit next. And then here you're going to pick a password. I'm going to give him password 1 again, just like I did before. And then I'm going to say the password never expires. This is bad. I'm not going to have them change the next login. I'm not going to say the user can't change the password. Should just be like that. Finish, and there you go. Okay, so let's create another user. I'm going to right click on administrator, and I'm just going to say copy. And here I'm copying a domain admin. And so what's going to happen, let's create another user. We'll say Tony Stark. Tony Stark is going to be our domain admin. We'll say T Stark, hit enter for next. And we can give him a more complex password if you want. So I'm going to give him something like password 2019 exclamation @#. It's not great by any means, but it's a little bit better. And then we'll just say password never expires. Next, finish. Okay, let's create 2 more users. So let's create this user here, and we're going to right click on Frank Castle. We'll say copy. And on this one, we're going to we'll say Spider-Man. We'll say Peter Parker and P Parker here. Okay. And then we can have a different password for Peter. We can just say something like password 2. And then password 2 again. Okay, password never expires. Good. Next, finish. And just to show you what's going on, so let's click into Peter Parker. You can see Peter Parker is just a member of domain users because we copied that property from Frank Castle. Now, if we looked at Tony Stark, you could see that Tony Stark is a member of all the same groups as this administrator because we copied that from the administrator. So Tony Stark is a domain administrator, which is exactly what we want right now. So we're going to create one more user. Let's go ahead and create a fake SQL account. So we're going to right click and we're going to copy Tony Stark and we're going to do a no. We're going to make this SQL service account a domain administrator. Now your service accounts should not be domain administrator accounts, but I would say probably 70% of the time that I'm doing a pen test, the service accounts are domain administrators. And I'll show you why here in just a few videos, why it's bad and what we can do to attack those service accounts that are domain administrators. So from here, let's just call this SQL service, something like this. And we'll just call this SQL service, just like that. Okay. And we'll hit next. And then on this, we're going to give it a password. I'm going to give it a password of something like my password. And we'll just call it 123 pound. My password. Actually, I'm messing this up. So I'm going to give you the syntax. Capital M, capital Y, lowercase password, 123 pound. Capital M, Y, lowercase password, 123 pound. Go ahead, hit next, and finish that. So if you needed that one more time, I'll open up a notepad, and that is my password 123 pound. All right. Now, I'm going to open up the SQL Service user, and in the description, let's say that I forgot the password, or I'm just going to say password is, and then we'll just say something like my password 123 pound. Now you'll see why this is bad later on, but a lot of domain administrators like to put passwords of their service accounts in the description because they think that they are the only ones that can read them. Not true. We'll see how we can read this later on, but for now we'll just say password is my password 123 pound, and we've got a few users in here and we've kind of got this set up. So this is good to go. Let's go ahead and do a couple more things. So let's go ahead and set up a file share. So click on this down here, and if I clicked on that too fast, file and storage services under server manager. And then we're going to click on shares right here. And then there's a task up here at the top. Go ahead and just say new share. And we'll just select SMB share quick. Share location is Hydra DC, that's fine, C drive. And we'll just say the share name is going to be HackMe, something like that. Okay, hit next, next, next. We're just gonna use all defaults, create, and close. So now we have this C shares HackMe share. Why did I just do that? Because most domain controllers have file shares, and we talked about this before, but we wanted to open up 139 and 445 so that we have SMB enabled on this domain controller. So if we were to scan against it, we would see that there is 139, 445, and we can leverage some attacks against this. And we're gonna enable that on our machines as well when we're searching or having file shares on our personal user computers as well. So for now, this is good. And we're going to do a couple more things. So let's go ahead and let's open up a command prompt. So go ahead and just type in command and run that as an administrator. And we're going to create what is called an SPN, a service principal name. And don't worry too much about what we're doing right now. We're going to talk about this way more when it comes time, and we're going to talk about the attack related to this. We're setting up an attack for Kerber roasting, and that is an attack that attacks services. Okay, so we set up the SQL service, we're going to attack the SQL service, but we have to set up a service principal name, which we'll cover a bit later on in the course. So first, let's go ahead and get that set up. So we're going to say set SPN, and then we're going to do a -A, and we're going to say Hydra DC, or whatever you named your domain controller. And then we're going to say SQL service. whatever you named your SQL service should be the same as mine. .marvel.local like this. And then we'll pick a port. I'm picking 60111. And then we're going to say Marvel like this. And then we'll say SQL service. So again, set SPN-A, Hydra-GC, which is the computer name, SQL service.marvel.local, port of 60111, and then Marvel SQL service, hit enter. And then it's going to say checking it, registering it, and updated that object. Perfect. Now let's make sure that it is set. So we're going to say set SPN capital T, and we're going to say marvel.local like this, -q, and then a wildcard /wildcard. Hit enter. And down at the bottom, you could see that the SQL service has been set, Hydra DC, SQL service.marvel.local 60111. Perfect. Okay, so now we have set up our users, we have set up our Kerberoasting attack, we have set up our SMB shares. There's one last thing we need to do. So let's close that. Let's come into here and let's start typing in group policy. So we got group policy management here. Right click and run as administrator. And you can see that we've got the forest here of marvel.local. Go ahead and drill down into domains and you see marvel.local here. I'm going to go ahead and right click and say create a GPO in this domain and link it here. And this GPO is going to be called Disable Windows Defender. All right, now hit enter. And I realize that some of you are going to be wondering why we're disabling Windows Defender. So let's talk about this. There are many courses out there that show you antivirus evasion and bypassing, and I think it's great. And it is important to know those topics. The reason why we're not going into that in this course is because it changes so significantly, so quickly. A lot of these attacks are still going to work regardless of the antivirus that you have. Most of these attacks are going to work. So what is important is to know the fundamentals of the attacks. If I show you AV evasion today, within 2 to 3 months, it's going to be obsolete. And I hate to have that in a course and then have people get upset or frustrated that it's getting detected because it's always changing. So I'd rather show you the foundations and the fundamentals and then let you learn the AV bypassing as the techniques come up, as the time changes. Remember, being a good penetration tester is about sticking with the times and staying up to date. As long as you're staying up to date, you're going to be fine. Knowing the foundations and the basics are way more important at this stage than any AV evasion or crazy fun technique like that. So please bear with me. We're going to get through this and we're going to disable Defender. We're going to work on all these attacks, learn the basics, and then you can improve upon that from there. So go ahead and right click on this Disable Windows Defender here and select Edit. And then we're going to navigate in this computer configuration right here. We're going to click on computer configuration and we're going to go into policies and we're going to go into administrative templates. And we're going to select Windows components down here. And then if you scroll all the way down, there's going to be a Windows Defender. And we've got Windows Defender right here on antivirus. And we're going to click on that. And then we're going to turn off Windows Defender Antivirus. Double click. And we're just going to select enabled here. Okay. And then we are going to apply and select OK. Now, let's also go into Windows Defender Exploit Guard and see if there's any protections that we need. There's not. Defender Smart Screen, no detections that we need either. So, as of right now, we are good. We've got Defender turned off. We have the policy enabled. So once we actually join our domain PCs to the domain, we will have no Windows Defender enabled on them, which is perfect. That's how we want to attack this. So now let's go ahead and close this.
Okay, let's pause the video real quick because there's one more thing I need to tell you, is that if you see here where it says enforced, it says no, we need to make sure that it says yes. So go ahead and right click and then click on enforced, and then it should say yes, and then you are now good to go.
And we have successfully configured this part of our course. What we're going to do next is we're going to finish setting up our PCs, our user PCs. We're going to join them to the domain, and we're going to enable some file shares on those, and then we'll be ready to start attacking those. So I'm very, very excited. Once this lab's built, we're going to be ready to roll. So I'll see you over in the next video when we join our PCs to the domain. All right, so I'm going to run a setup for one machine. I want you to do it for the one machine, and then I want you to go ahead and do your second machine the exact same way if you're running the 2-machine configuration. So I'm on the Windows 10 Enterprise. This is Frank Castle's machine, the Punisher, and we're going to go ahead and join this to the domain. So before we do that, I do want to go ahead and go to our PC. So go to this PC, go to your C drive, and then go ahead and just right click, new folder, and we're just going to call this share. And we're going to make a fake share here. Well, it's going to be a real share, but we're not going to really use it. And we're just going to right click on it. We're going to select properties. And then we're going to go to sharing. We're going to say share right here. And then we're going to share everything. And then say yes, turn on network discovery and file sharing for all public networks. And done. And now we are sharing on this machine. So we can go ahead and close that out. Now on top of this, we're going to go ahead and join this to the domain. So let's go ahead and first go to our domain controller. And let's grab our IP address. Let's go do a command prompt here. And we're just going to say ipconfig. And our IP address is 192.168.57.140. So 57.140. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to this machine. And now let's right click on this access down here on the internet access and say open network and internet settings. Down here you should see change adapter options. Go ahead and select that. And then we have Ethernet 0 right here. Go ahead and right click this and select properties. And then we're going to go ahead and double click on this IPv4. And it should bring up a screen that looks like this. We're going to leave obtain an IP address automatically. This is DHCP. That's absolutely okay. Here on the DNS, we're going to do something like this. We're going to say 192, if I can type, 192.168.57.140. So we want the IP address of the domain controller here because we need to get DNS from that. Go ahead and say okay. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to say domain. And it should say access, work, or school. Go ahead and select that. And we're going to say connect. And then it's going to bring this up, set up a work or school account. Down here, say join this device to a local Active Directory domain. And now it's going to say domain name. What are we going to join? Well, we're joining marvel.local. Okay. Now it's going to say, who do you want to join as? Well, let's go ahead and just say administrator. And then we're going to go ahead and say our password, which we set way back in the beginning. And now we are good to go. We're going to skip this feature here. And then we need to restart. So let's go ahead and restart now. And so this is going to reboot. When it reboots, you're going to need to log in as your user. So how I've set up this domain is this user is going to be Frank Castle. So F Castle is going to log into the Punisher. The other user you saw me create was Peter Parker or P Parker. And I am making a machine called Spider-Man. So we're going to be able to have Spider-Man and we're going to have the Punisher as two machines. So I'm going to go ahead and log into this now. Instead of being Frank Castle, this is a local account. We're going to go ahead and do F Castle like this. And we're going to say password 1, which is what we used before. Log in here. and it should log us in as this user. Now, it might take a second to get everything ready, and there's going to be one other setting that we're going to do on this computer specifically, and then there's going to be one setting on the other machine that we're going to want to do as well. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the brakes here, and we're going to let this finish, and once it finishes, we're going to go ahead, actually, here it is. So let's go ahead and make these setting changes real quick. Now you can see that we are actually logged in as fcastle. We've successfully done that. Great. So let's go ahead now and let's sign out. And let's sign in as the administrator because I do want to make a couple changes here. So let's go ahead and say administrator. And let's go ahead and we got to do Marvel/administrator like that. And we'll do password as we set it, log into this computer, and it might take a second again. What we're going to do is we're going to enable Frank Castle to be a local administrator on this machine. So we want to set that up. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to navigate over to Spider-Man's machine, and we're going to set Frank Castle to be a local administrator there. There is a special attack that we want to do, actually 2 special attacks that we want to do that involve the usage of local administrators on multiple machines. So let's go ahead and come into here, and we're going to go into right click, or actually we could do right click in computer management. And this should bring up our settings for local administrators. Okay, and then we come local users and groups in here. We've got groups. Go ahead and double click administrators. And then we're going to go ahead and add a couple users. So we're going to add, we'll just add fcastle on this. So check names, fcastle is good, and then we're going to apply and say okay. And we're good here. So let's go ahead and stop here. We'll go ahead and get your other machine set up completely as you need to. Log in as the administrator on your other machine and meet me over there. We're going to set up Frank Castle and Peter Parker as administrators there as well. Okay, now on to Peter Parker's machine. Same deal here. So if we go into administrators, I've made Peter Parker an administrator of his own machine, and I've also made Frank Castle an administrator of Peter Parker's machine. So however you set this up, make sure that you have a user that is on domain admin, or an admin, I should say, on 2 machines, local administrator on 2 machines. And you have a user who is an administrator on their machine on both. So Frank's an administrator on his own machine, Peter's an administrator on his own machine, and then Frank has administrator access on both machines. All right, and also make sure you set up everything the same. This also has a share in it. It has the share here, and we're domain joined. Last thing I want to point out. So let's go over to Windows Server, and I'm going to log back in. And then let's take a look at what our Active Directory looks like now. So we come into here, and let's go ahead and go into our users and groups. And let's look at our computers here. We might have to refresh up top. And then you can see now Spider-Man and the Punisher have been joined to this domain. They showed up in our OU here, and we know that we have successfully joined these to the domain. Everything is set up the way we want it to be. Now we can move on to the attacking phase where we start attacking all these things. And notice we only made a few changes, right? We did turn off Windows Defender, but for the most part, we've got normal default settings for pretty much everything. We added some file shares to just emulate a network, and we set up a service. That's pretty common as well. So far, besides turning off Defender, everything is pretty common across the board for how you would see an Active Directory network set up. So from here, we're going to exploit these settings, these almost default configurations, and really just own this network all over the place. So let's see how we can do that, and I'll catch you over in the attack vectors video. We are finally here. This is my favorite section of the course, and now we're going to start actually attacking. We've got our lab built out, and we're ready to roll. So this first section I'm calling the initial attack vectors, and what I mean by that is this is the way we're going to initially attempt to attack Active Directory. there are a lot of post-compromise attacks, which you're going to see a little bit later, that require having some sort of credential or some sort of lateral movement already occurring. So first, we have to find a way into the network. When we start a penetration test, especially an internal, we just have a machine. We have our machine and we drop it into the network. Typically, you're remote, you just RDP into this machine, or maybe you're on site and you're working in front of this computer, but you're just dropped into a network. You are given no credentials, you're given nothing, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to go through how we can abuse features of Windows. Features, again, these are not misconfigurations, just features of Windows, and utilize those to get access to user accounts, credentials, and get access to machines as well. So it's going to be a really, really fun ride. Now, when I first started getting into Active Directory pen testing, my very first pen test, I had no idea what was going on. And I was just kind of thrown into it. They said, here you go figure it out. So I was on site and I had my laptop and Google, and that's it, right? And I found this wonderful article, and I'm going to show it to you as well. And this is kind of what started me out. Now, it doesn't really have the how to do it, but it just kind of has the here's what I do. And this is the 2018 edition, so it's a little dated, but most of these attacks are still very, very common. And what we're going to be covering in a lot of these we're going to be covering all these attacks, first of all. And a lot of these are those initial attack vectors. So this is the top 5 ways I got domain admin on your internal network before lunch. I'm going to post this link down below in the references. And so this Adam gentleman here, he talks about NetBIOS and LLMNR poisoning. This is going to be our first topic that we're going to cover. We come through here, relay attacks. That's going to be the second topic that we cover. And we keep going through. Let's see what else he's got. MS17010, that is Eternal Blue, right? And we covered that in the mid-course capstone. This, you saw how easy it was in the mid-course capstone? This is truly that easy. It is literally just discover the host running the vulnerable SMB, right? And then you exploit it. Very, very simple, just like we did it before. You get that shell pretty easy. You would not believe, it's been almost 3 years now, how often we still see MS17010 in a network. It's all the time. Okay, and then we're going to cover Kerberos roasting later on when we get into post-compromise attacks. And man in the middle 6, we're actually going to be covering as well in this first part of the initial attack vectors. These are all very, very good ones. They still hold up to date very well. Some of these are starting to be defended against, and we'll talk about that as we go. But when it comes to having a good reference point and a good starting point to learn attacks, if you knew these 5 going into an interview, you would have a leg up over just a general candidate. So that's what we're after here, is the practicality of this course and being practical with our attacks, understanding the attacks and the defenses, and getting you ready for that pen test interview. So let's go ahead and move on from here. We're going to get into our first attack, which is going to be LLMNR poisoning. So I'll catch you in the next video. Okay, let's talk about our first attack. So this is called LLMNR poisoning. Now, what is LLMNR? So LLMNR is what is known as link local multicast name resolution. And when you say that, all we have to do to think about it is it's basically DNS. So it's used to identify hosts when DNS fails to do so. And this was previously known as NBTNS, which was NetBIOS name service. And the key flaw here is that when we respond to this service, it actually responds back to us with a username and a password hash. And it's really bad, okay? So we're going to take a quick overview and look at what it looks like. We're going to see how the attack is ran and talk through some of the strategies. And then we're going to go ahead and actually do a live demo in the next video so you can follow along. So let's take a look first at an overview. So let's say we have a victim up here in the corner. You see the victim machine, and it reaches out to the server and it says, hey, I want to connect to this HackM server. Well, really the server name was HackMe, but the user just happened to type in something wrong, which is causing a DNS issue. And that DNS issue goes out, we can't resolve with DNS, and the server says, hey, I have no idea really what you're talking about here. And so we go out and we say, hey, broadcast message. I'm going to send this out to everybody. Does anybody know what this HackM is or where I can go to connect to it? And us listening in the middle, this is man in the middle attack. We're going to say, hey, I know exactly where that computer is. We're lying. And we're going to say, just send me over your hash and I'm going to get you connected. And the victim's just going to say, here you go. Here's my hash. So that's really what LLM poisoning is. We're sitting in the middle, listening for these requests. And when the request happens, we're just waiting to get a response to us. So we're going to run a tool called Responder. And we'll talk about that here in a second. So Responder is part of the Impacket toolkit. Now, we ran Impacket with several things in this course already. We installed it way earlier, and we even used it in some of the box walkthroughs when we used the SMB client and the PS exec and the WMI exec. That's all part of Impacket, and we're going to be using Impacket for some other attacks as well as we go through some of these common Active Directory attacks. So we're going to run a tool called Responder. It does exactly what we just described. It responds to these requests, and we just run this tool and we load it up, and we're just sitting there and we're listening. Now, my strategy is that I run this tool first thing in the morning. So if my assessment starts at 8 o'clock, I'm running this first thing. The best time to run this is first thing in the morning or right after lunch, because people are coming back from lunch and you need a lot of traffic. So I will actually start this up before I start up any Nmap scans, any Nessus scans, anything at all. This is one of the first things that goes up. Why do I do that? Because the Nmap scan or the Nessus scan is going to generate some traffic as well, and then it might actually get some traffic talking back to you from other machines. So we're just waiting for those responses and trying to capture hashes. So let's say here that we run Responder, and then with running Responder, an event occurs. Now here, all I'm doing is I am pointing this at our attacker machine IP address. You don't have to worry about that too much, but just think of this as somebody typed in the wrong network drive. And this is just one example, by the way. A wrong network drive is just something failing to do DNS, right? So we're trying to access this network drive, can't access, we're just sitting here listening in the middle. For the ease of the demo, we're gonna point this out ourselves, but that does not always have to be true. Once that happens, an event occurs, okay? The event occurs and it says listening for events. Look what comes through. We get here a NTLM v2 hash right here, and we get the IP address of who we captured and the user who we captured. So you see here, Marvel/FCastle. This is our Frank Castle user, and this is their password hash. Now there's a lot of things that we can do with this hash, and we're gonna run a couple different attacks with it. But the first attack we're gonna talk about is just taking this hash and trying to crack it. So we're gonna take this hash, and we're gonna run it through a tool called Hashcat. And you can see here that we actually crack the password to be password1, which is what we set it when we first set up the lab. So that's really it. All we're doing here is we're listening in a man-in-the-middle situation, and this is very, very common. So what happens here is if passwords are weak and guessable, then we're going to be able to crack these passwords with any sort of decent password cracking rig. And for example, I'm using a 2080 Ti, which is pretty latest and greatest, pretty powerful right now. There are some rigs out there that will stack like 4 to 6 of these 2080 Ti's or even better, but you don't necessarily need that. When I was first starting out, I was using a 970 graphics card, and it was doing just fine for cracking. The better the graphics card, the better your cracking speed will be, but you don't have to have the latest and greatest to perform a lot of these tasks right now. And chances are when you go work for somebody, they're going to have a cracking rig anyway. So not something you have to worry about too much. But to understand this attack, the less complex the password, the better off we are, because we're going to be able to crack these passwords. And then once we have a cracked password account, there's a lot of cool things that we can do to leverage that to actually get onto a machine. So we're going to cover that as well as we get into this and get deeper as to what can we do to get access once we have a password and how can we leverage that. So from here, just your big takeaway is we're doing man-in-the-middle listening. We're listening for any sort of event where we can take over in place of DNS, and we're going to respond to these with a tool called Responder. We're going to pull down these hashes, take them offline, and try to crack them. if the passwords are weak, and when I say weak, I mean like less than 14 characters. The longest password that I've ever cracked is 19 characters, and that was a Bible verse. So I always tell clients that just because your password is long does not mean that it is good. Your password should be non-common words or long sentences or something greater than 14 characters, but also complex. So the longer and the more complex, the better. But honestly, I will take a 40-character sentence without any complexity at all over a 14-character password that has some complexity, capital letter, exclamation point, etc. Because we can still crack these, and you're going to see that later on, us cracking a pretty lengthy password, but still a guessable password. So that's the takeaways from this. Let's go ahead and move on to the next video when we're going to actually talk about performing this. We're going to perform this live and see how to do it, and then we'll talk about defenses as well. So let's go ahead and jump over there. All right, so now we're going to utilize Responder, and we're going to pull down this hash. So you should already have the Impact Toolkit installed. If you don't, there are multiple videos here, so please be watching the videos all the way through. Don't skip ahead, or go out and Google Impact GitHub and install it that way. So from here, let's go ahead and type in Responder, and you should be able to autocomplete. All we're going to type in now is a -I, and this is our interface. So our interface here is going to be Ethernet 0, and I will go ahead and just open up a new tab because we're going to need that. And let's go ahead and just type in ifconfig or IPA, and you can see here that we have our IP address and it's on Ethernet 0. So that's what we're going to be listening on, the Ethernet 0 interface. And then the rest that we're going to need is just a -RDW. So you don't have to worry too much about what this is. This is just saying these are the different types of what we're going to be listening on. One of them is WPAD. You can look at the -- help for this, but this is the most common settings. And if you want to see a hash again more than once, go ahead and just do a -V. So since we're not saving this output right now, I just do a -V for verbose. This is an optional setting once you're actually working in the field. But just for now, just in case you capture the hash and you want to see it again, this is a good way. Otherwise, it stores in a pot file for later on. Let's go ahead and just do a -RDW like this. You can see, okay, it says, hey, you're listening on Ethernet 0. Here's your IP address. And when you scroll up, here are your poisoners, okay, LLM and R. And then when LLM and R fails, it actually goes down and works on MBTNS. So it goes DNS, LLM and R, MBTNS. It's also listening on DNS, and it's doing a few different things here. It's running a few different servers, and all we're doing is running those servers in the middle just to see if we can get a connection from any of these and try to intercept and respond back. So you see here now it says it's listening for events. So go ahead and go over to your Windows machine, and you can see that I've actually put my Windows machines just as a lab setting. This is kind of what's nice about having the actual Pro version, is you can just keep all of your Windows machines in one area. So I've got my Windows machine spun up. I've got Windows Server 2016, and I've got the Windows 10 Frank Castle machine spun up. So the Punisher and the Windows Server. And what we're going to do is we're just going to open up a file share like this, or a folder. And I'm just going to point this right at our attacker machine. So mine was 192.168.57.139, I do believe. Let's go ahead and double check that. 57.139, okay. And then all I'm going to do here is hit enter. And it shouldn't resolve, right? This should wig out. Nothing should happen here. And you see it's trying to enter your network credentials. Access is denied. We actually do have a server up and running, an SMB server. And look what's happened here. But like we do have the SMB server up and running, so it's trying to connect to that. But you can see that it has pulled down the hash, and it pulled it down twice, which is fine. But it's pulled down the IP address of the machine we're attacking, the user, and the user domain, and then hash right here. So everything that we talked about in the last one, this is exactly what happens. So let's go ahead and recap this, and I'm going to blow this up. So you're on your first assessment, you're sitting on an internal, and first thing you want to do, at least in my playbook, one of the first things I'm doing, I'm running Responder. Now, it just depends how loud we're going to be. I'm going to show you some other things, but this is, especially if the client has never had a pen test before, this is always a good go-to. Now, clients are getting smarter about this attack and technique, and we'll talk about that in the actual defense video for this, but clients are getting smarter about this and they're starting to turn this off. But for now, I would say 70% of the clients that I test against are still running LLM&R on their networks. And this is allowing for easy wins, especially if they have a poor password policy, which a lot of clients will. So this is a great initial attack vector to capture some hashes. And we'll capture these hashes, take it offline, try to crack it. It's amazing. We can do a lot with this. So from here, we're going to go ahead and install Hashcat or use Hashcat on our machine. I'll show you a couple different methods of how we do it. Then we'll talk about defenses and move on to the next attack. So let's go ahead and move on to the next video. I'll see you over there when we work on cracking this hash. All right, picking up where we left off, we're going to utilize a tool called Hashcat. Now, Hashcat is built into your Kali Linux machine, though we're going to talk pros and cons of that here in just a second. Hashcat is a tool utilized to crack hashes. And we're going to run it first on our Linux machine in our VM, and then we're going to try running it elsewhere and just take a look at speed differences. So what I want you to do is actually capture this whole hash here. We're going to copy it, and we'll just do something like gedit ntlm hash.text. It's fine. And we'll paste that bad boy into here and just hit save. Now we're going to need to set up our Hashcat. So our Hashcat is going to look something like this. So it's going to say Hashcat, and then we're going to have to do a module of 5600. Just type this in with me. I'm going to go ahead and show you what it means in just a second. Then we need our file that we're going to attempt to crack, which is going to be ntlm hash.text, and then we're going to need a word list. So we don't have the word list yet. I'm going to show you where you can find that. So first things first, what the heck is this M5600? So if we go to a new tab and we just say hashcat -- help. Well, it tells us a bunch of different ways that we can attack hashes here. And there's all different kinds of settings when it comes to Hashcat. But what we're after is a module, right? And look at all these different hashes we can crack. Now, some of these might sound familiar, like MD5, SHA-1, etc. But, you know, this is a long list of modules, and here are all the different numbers that we have to go through. And we have to look through these to find what we're after. So here's net NTLM v2, which is 5600. Now, we could do a little bit of Linux foo here and just, you know, narrow this down. So we can say, let's tab up, hashcat -- help. And then what if we just say grep, and we know the hash is NTLM, like that? Guess what? We just pull down 4 NTLMs, and we can just pull the 5600 right out of here in case you ever forget. I have it memorized because I do it so often. You probably will as well. Also, you can put this into your notebook, and this will be a good place to have it and just say, hey, how do I crack NTLM v2 hashes? Here you go. Or have a Hashcat cheat sheet. There you go as well. Make your notes your own, but of course, as I've said this whole course, please have notes. So we've got our module, we've got our hash. Now we need to crack that hash. So we need a word list to do it. Let's go up to files. I'm going to show you a little area in our computer here. So go ahead and go to other locations, and we're going to do a computer, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to user, and then share right here, and start typing in word list, and that will bring you right to word list here. Now, there is this rocku.txt.gzip. Go ahead and open that. And once you open that, just go ahead and say extract. And we could put this into word list, that's fine. Or we could put this, let's put this in our home folder. That'll work because we might use it again. So let's go ahead and just extract this. And it might take a second here. Now, we're not going to open this up, but Rocku is 140 megabytes, and I can't tell you how many passwords are in here. Millions. There's millions and millions of passwords in the rocku.txt file. This is just the default word list that comes with this. There are lots of word lists out there that you can choose from. For example, we could go out to we can go out to Firefox, just go to Google, and there are several different sites. We could say google.com, and we could say Hashcat wordless, and we can look for them. And there's different ones. Passphrase wordless here. There's another one called seclist. So we say password seclist like that. And there's this great GitHub here for seclist. And you can come through here and they have all different kinds. So we can go through them, usernames, discovery, passwords right here. And they've got the top 100, top 10,000, all the way through 10 million passwords, right? So the word list that I use is like 70 trillion or something insane. And it takes about 15 minutes to go through. So that's how fast a processor can work. But you just kind of have to find your own, look through them out there. And it's probable that your company will have their own word list as well. But when you're doing stuff like Hack the Box or you're just doing Capture the Flags, usually something like RockYou is plenty sufficient. You don't need to go above and beyond that. Once you start getting into cracking user passwords, then you should start looking for a better word list. But for now, we're going to go ahead and just say rockyou.txt since we put it into our home folder. And now we have to also add in this -- force. Now for me, this is probably not going to work. It's been a little bit since I've actually checked this. I have a pretty new processor. I'm running either a late i7 to an i9. And what this is doing here is it's going to try to run it, but even still, we're in a VM. And the -- force is saying, hey, I know I'm in a VM. This is not going to run off my graphics card. This is actually going to run off my CPU. It's going to be a lot slower. And we're going to try to force this to run off the CPU. I'm going to hit enter. You may work. Mine will not work. Okay. This is what mine looks like. So because I'm in a VM, it's still not going to work for me. You might get a little bit better luck and it might work for you. So here is the alternative. You should always run your password cracking, regardless of what tool it is, but let's say Hashcat. You should always run it on whatever system you're running your base operating system. For example, I'm running on Windows. So guess what we can do? We can go out to Google. We could say Hashcat download. And we'll be brought right to hashcat.net here. Come to here, and right here is the Hashcat binaries. So we can just download the binaries right here. And I'll just go ahead and open this. This is a 7-zip file. And this is Hashcat 5.1. I'll bring this over. You can see we just extract this, and then we have our 64exe right here, and we can run the same kind of deal. So go ahead and extract this, and I'm going to show you how to run this. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to have your word list. So if you need to, go ahead and go into your files. You should be able to copy and move over. So copy your rockyou.txt onto your desktop or wherever you're going to be putting this. I put this right into a folder on my desktop, and I'll show you my actual cracking one. So mine looks like this, where I've got it 4.2.1. I'm a little outdated, but I just have my Hashcat in here, and then I put my different hashes in here that I try to crack, and I have RockYou sitting right here as well. So you could put it right in the same folder. It'll make it easier. And then we'll go ahead and just attempt to crack these passwords, right? So I'm going to make a new text file here. And I'm just going to call it hashes.txt or hashes4.txt is what this one will be. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this hashes over here, put it in a file, and I'll show you what it's going to look like. So should be exactly the same. So I have a text file, hashes4.txt, and let's go ahead and see. I might have to minimize this for us. Okay, hashes.txt looks just like this. I'll go ahead and save this, or hashes4.txt. And then I'm going to need to bring up a command prompt for you. Run it as administrator. And I'll bring this over. And I'm just going to go right into the folder I have it stored. So C, users, Heath, desktop, Hashcat. And from here, the syntax is really the same. The only thing I'm going to change is just a little bit of the file format for the executable. So it's just hashcat64.exe. The M of 5600 is still the same. and then we're going to say hashes4.text and then rockyou.text. And then I'm just going to do a -O. This stands for optimize. So I just want to optimize the output here, and it's going to make this go a little bit faster, but just best practice to use -O here. Okay, and let's go ahead and just hit enter on this. And this will take just a second to spin up, and then you're going to notice as soon as it spins up, see, I can't even finish my sentence, that's how fast it is. As soon as it spins up, it finds the password hash and it cracks it. So you can see password 1 here, and this is exactly what we set the password to. So again, this is a weak password, very easy to figure out. And when you run into organizations like this, you're going to see this all over the place. And I still estimate like 70% of the clients that I'm going up against are using LLM&R, MBTNS, and they're using weak passwords. So these are just really easy wins when it comes to, movement in the network and getting that initial foothold. This is why LLM&R poisoning is such a big one, such a common, popular one to be used. So again, this comes down to password policy and having a good password policy. We're going to crack these small passwords. We're going to crack passwords that have common characters. And we'll talk about this in defenses, but we really just want to let the client know, this is a good indicator to let them know, we capture these hashes and we cracked them, or capture these hashes and we didn't. And that's a good indicator of their policy. And other things to check too, if your RockYou or whatever word list that you're using doesn't work, then you could still go and use other things like their name. For example, the company name with a 1 or 1 exclamation or 1, 2, 3. You just got to get creative with it and think outside the box. And things again like fall 2019 or whatever year it is, winter, whatever season it is as well, putting those in there and just trying to use the easy way out. You got to think like a user who's wanting to use the easy way out, and you're going to be very successful with this. So that is it for this lesson. From here, we're going to go on and talk about the mitigation strategies, and then we'll move on into some more attacks. So I'll catch you over in the next video. All right, let's talk LLM&R mitigation. So the best defense here is to actually disable LLM&R. You have to disable not only LLM&R, but also MBTNS, because remember, if DNS fails, it goes to LLM&R. If LLM&R fails, it goes to MBTNS. Just cutting out LLM&R isn't enough. So to fully disable this, you have to disable both. Here is how you kind of do it. This is just a copy and paste of what I would actually send to a client or put on a report for a client as to how to disable this. If they are not able to disable LLM&R, or they just refuse to, then the second option is to tell them to enable network access control, which if you're not familiar with what that means, network access control means that, hey, I can't just go and plug into any port on your network and gain access. It's going to look for a MAC address and say, does this MAC address belong? And should we allow it? And a lot of the times, if it doesn't belong or it's not allowed, you're actually going to shut that port down, or otherwise it's just not going to let you on the network. So there are bypasses to network access control, but think again that this is an internal, and you just want to make it as hard as possible for somebody to get into your network, and that would prevent this attack from even happening, or at least, stall the attack from happening. The other thing here is to require the strong user passwords. So 14 characters or longer, 40 character passwords, probably the best, a long sentence, however long you want to make it, but it should be longer than 14 characters. And that's really what you want to harp on your policies to your clients is you want to tell them, like, yeah, you can have your minimum, but you should stress how easy it is to crack these passwords. The longer the password, the harder it is to crack. And it goes from like 7 or 8 characters being, a couple hours to, or even seconds to hours, from 14 characters, 15 characters being years to crack in a brute force attempt. So just that difference in a few extra characters and just making it a little bit longer really does make a difference, and it makes it really hard on us as an attacker to be successful. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. And when you're in an interview, you can talk through LLM&R, talk about disabling it for best case scenarios, and talk about other mitigations to prevent these sorts of attacks as well. So from here, we're going to move on and talk about how we can utilize LLM&R poisoning to our advantage in other ways, and not just capture a hash and crack it, but actually use that hash to our advantage and gain access to a machine. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. All right, so now let's talk about SMB relay. Well, what is SMB relay? So think about your responder and think about how you were capturing these hashes. Well, instead of taking the hashes that you capture offline and trying to crack them with Hashcat, well, we can take those hashes and we can actually just relay those to another machine. Well, how is this possible? So let's talk about the requirements. Big requirement, number one requirement, is that SMB signing has to be disabled on the target. Now, SMB signing is a packet level protocol, so let's think about this. If SMB signing is enabled, when we try to relay credentials, it's going to say, hey, you're not really that person. This packet's not signed by you, and I'm not going to let you in. But if SMB signing is disabled, it never checks for that. It never checks for authenticity of where this is coming from. It just says, hey, there's a user, there's their hash. I'm going to let them on this machine if they have the permission to do so. So we're going to take this first requirement and add in a second requirement, which is that the user being relayed has to have admin credentials on that machine. So we cannot relay a credential that we captured from one machine back to the same machine. Say we're at like .6, we can't relay that credential to .6 as well. This has to be on two separate machines, and that user has to be an admin on that machine with SMB signing disabled. So we're going to take, say, Frank Castle. He's going to be an admin on two machines like we set up. We're going to take the captured hash, relay it over to another machine where he's also an admin, and we're going to do some malicious things to that machine. So let's take a look at this from a more actual perspective. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to go into the responder configuration file, and we're going to turn off SMB and HTTP. So we're going to be listening, but we're not going to be responding on these servers, okay? So what that means is we're going to use responder to capture, and then we're going to use another tool to relay, but we're not actually going to respond back. So once this configuration is set, what we're going to do is we're going to boot up responder. So with responder booted up, same way as before, you're going to notice here the only difference is there's red on the HTTP and red on the SMB server. The auth proxy was off by default and still remains off. So this is how your configuration should look. Once this is configured, we also need to configure a tool called NTLM Relay X. So NTLM Relay X takes the relay, it passes it to a target file that you specify, and we'll talk about how we identify those targets in the next video. And then we're going to say SMB2 support as a switch as well, so that we can incorporate anything with SMB2. So what we're going to do here is all we're doing is identifying where we want to target and where we want to relay to. So we have our responder listening, we have our relay ready to go, and then we just wait for an event to happen. Same event as before, we pointed at this machine with responder listening. It can't access this machine, DNS fails. Okay, responder kicks in, responds to that message, or doesn't respond to that message, I should say. And instead, it relays these credentials that it captures to this other machine. You could see it here. It says, hey, we received a connection from 10.0.3.7, and we're going to attack the target of 10.0.3.6 using Frank Castle's credentials. If Frank Castle is an admin on that machine, this is going to work. So it authenticates against it. It succeeds. Guess what? Now we're coming in here and we're dumping out sensitive information. Most importantly, we are dumping out what is called a SAM file, or the SAM hashes here, right? Now, remember back to our lesson on Linux when we talked about shadow files? Think of the SAM as the shadow of the Windows world. These are all of our usernames and hashes for the local users on this computer. Again, this is the local users on this computer. This is not the domain users, but that's okay. We can take down an entire network, and I've done it before, utilizing only local users. We're going to talk about that in a later video on how that can happen. But from here, we have usernames and hashes. Okay, we could take these hashes offline again and try to crack them. or we can pass this hash around and try to get access to other machines as well. So we'll take a look at both of those and see why this is really, really interesting here later on. So for now, take away that we grab a hash, we relay it to another machine. If SMB signing is disabled, we can get on that machine as long as we're an admin. We can not only dump the SAM hashes like this, but we can also take it further and get a full shell if we want to. So we're going to do that in both scenarios. We're going to play this scenario out first, then we're going to play another scenario out where we actually get a shell. You can see how you can do both of those. So let's go ahead and move on to the next video. We're actually going to demonstrate an SMB relay. So there's one small modification we need to make before this attack can begin and be successful. So on both of your Windows 10 machines, this is something I forgot to tell you during the lab setup, is we need to go to this network tab over here and make sure that our computer is visible to other devices. So we're going to turn on network discovery, and let's go ahead and just hit OK. We're going to click up here and just say turn on network discovery and file sharing. And now it's on. Okay, and you can see that other machines are starting to show up. That's great. Other machine, same thing. Let's go in here. Let's go to network, turn this guy on, and then we should be able to proceed with this attack moving forward. So let's go to the next video. We start discovering how we can actually find machines that are disabled or have SMB signing disabled in our network. All right, so first things first, we need to be able to identify what has SMB signing enabled and what has SMB signing disabled. Now, there are a few different ways that we can do this. One way would be to run a Nessus scan, and when you run Nessus, it'll tell you nice and neatly, hey, look, this has SMB signing disabled on these servers, and you can copy that list down if you want to. Another method which I'm going to show you is Nmap. We can run a specific script on Nmap that is built in, and it'll check for SMB signing. And then lastly, you can go out to GitHub and search for something like SMB signing check, and you will find a bunch of different scripts that will do this for you, or you can write your own if you really want to. So what we're going to do is we're going to just use Nmap here and just do a quick check, and then we can kind of understand what we're looking for. So we're going to type in Nmap, and then we'll do a -- script like this. And the script is called smb2-security-mode.nse. This is an Nmap scripting engine. And we're going to be looking just on port 445. And then we're going to sweep across the entire network that we're on. So it should look something like this, and it should go by pretty quick for us. So let's go ahead and just enter. And what's going to come back is whether or not the port is open. As you can see here, like this has filtered on this port. It's going to come back whether or not the port is open and whether or not SMB signing is enabled or disabled. Let's ignore .1 and .2. Okay, so .140, this is where we start, at least for me. .140 is our server. So this is our domain controller. And you can see in the domain controller, message signing is enabled and required. So remember, when we talked about message signing, we said that it is disabled by default on any workstation and enabled and required on every single server by default. Okay, so we expect to see this. We will not be able to relay to this machine. However, if we look at 141, which is the Punisher, and 142, which is Spider-Man, we can see here that 141 and 142 will both say the same thing. Message signing enabled, but not required. So it's enabled, but it's not required, meaning that we can still do a relay attack because of the non-requirement here. So what we can do is we can take the list of IP addresses that we have here, given 141 and 142, and put those into a list. And we can go ahead and do that now. So let's just go ahead and say gedit, and you'll see my targets are already here, but we're going to say gedit targets.txt, hit enter. And I actually only want you to put one target in there. So I'm using Peter Parker's machine. So let's go ahead and just use Peter Parker's machine, whichever one you have your secondary machine on. You should have a 141, 142, whatever the IP address actually is. go ahead and just pick one of those machines here. In a perfect world, you would put all your machines in here, but we're just going to simplify this for the attack. Go ahead and save that out. And then I'm going to pause here. We're going to meet in the next video where we configure everything and we'll set up the relay and see how the attack looks. So I'll catch you over in the next video. All right, picking up right where we left off. So we now have our targets.txt, we can cat targets.txt, and we've got the Spider-Man computer sitting here at 142. And remember, our other computer is sitting at 141, and we're going to relay our credentials from responder from 141 to 142 and hopefully get something good back. So we need to set up a responder. So let's go ahead and go to gedit, and we're going to go edit the etc responder and responder.conf file. This is the config file. And remember, we need to turn off SMB and we need to turn off HTTP here. So your settings should look like this. Go ahead and save that. And then we're going to run responder just like we did before. So we're going to say responder, capital I like this, Ethernet 0, and then RDWV just like that. Should hit enter once you're ready. And if we scroll up just a tad, it should look just like the picture did before, where we have a few more reds mixed in with these greens here. SMB server is off. HTTP server is off. So now we're listening for events. Now we got to set up the relay. So let's go ahead and open up a new tab. I'll make this a little bit bigger. And we're going to use NTLM relay x.py. We're going to set that target file with the -tf, and that is targets.txt. And then we're just going to say SMB2 support. Let's go look just like that. Hit enter. And now the server has been started. We are waiting for a connection to happen. So let's go ahead and trigger that connection. So I'm going to open up my Punisher machine. And I've already got it signed in. So Punisher's online here. Make sure your Punisher's online and your Spider-Man machine's online. And I'm going to just go ahead and point this right at my attacker machine again. So 92.168.57.139. This is the same thing we've been doing with responder, just this time it's going to relay instead of capture hash. So go ahead and hit enter here. It's going to say there's an error, but look at what's happening here. Beautiful, okay? So we come in here and you can see it's connected a couple times. Let me make this bigger. You see, okay, it comes in, it says, hey, I'm receiving this connection from 141. Let's go ahead and attack our target of 142. And it's going to authenticate. It's going to succeed. Why? Remember, SMB signing is disabled. Here it is enabled but not required. That is considered the same exact thing. Okay, so it succeeds, and most importantly, Frank Castle, F Castle here, is an administrator on this computer. Because this user is an administrator on this computer, guess what? We dumped the SAM. So we've dumped the SAM hashes, and now we have these hashes, these wonderful hashes, okay? And we can copy these hashes, we could take them offline, we could try to crack them. And we can try to move laterally with these hashes. What I want you to do is copy these hashes and we'll save them for later. We'll talk about this again. We'll revisit Hashcat, work on cracking these. We'll also work on passing these around in a later section. So for now, just know that we have dumped the SAM hashes, which is just like the shadow file on a Linux machine. And there are things that we can do with these hashes. So we're all building up into gaining shells, getting access, doing more cool stuff. But here we've got some access to this machine, and now we can start trying to move laterally with the access that we have, or even move vertically. So from here, that's it. I just wanted to show you this quick demonstration of how this could be potentially vulnerable. And this is an easy attack to pull off, and it's by design. Again, no settings really changed, right? This is just how default Windows environments are. So this is a very common occurrence, especially if the environment has a lot of local admins and you have a lot of local admins on the same machine, or the same user or local admin on a lot of different machines. So from here, we're going to make another video, and the next video is going to cover improving upon this. Just one example of how we can improve upon this. we can actually take this and get a shell out of this. So I'm going to show you how to do that, and we'll improve upon it. Then we'll talk about how we can prevent this or talk some defenses, and then we'll move on to the next attack. So I'll catch you over in the next video. All right, let's take a look at making this shell interactive for us. So we're going to run the same situation here. I'm just going to tab up because I already have it saved. So let's boot up Responder. Again, if you're just catching up, we have HTTP off, we have SMB off, and we've got Responder listening. Let's go ahead and load up NTLM Relay. And the only thing that I'm going to do here a little bit differently is at the end, I'm putting in a -I. Now -I stands for interactive, and we're going to try to get an interactive shell here. Let's take a look at what this looks like. So go ahead and hit enter. This is just going to sit around and wait, and we're going to trigger that event again. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to log in. Trigger this event one more time. Let's see what happens over here. Okay, so you can see it says receive the connection, it succeeded, and then it says it created an SMB client shell on 127.0.0.1.11,000. So yours should say something very similar to that. Go ahead and open up a new tab and just say something along the lines of netcat 127.0.0.1.11,000. And then it says type help for a list of commands. Let's say help. Now, we are in a SMB shell essentially, and we can do quite a bit of things here. We're in a file share. So what can we do? Well, we can look at the shares. We can use a certain share. We can change the password of our current user, and we can look at making directories, removing files. We can put new files, get new files. We can create a mount point. There's a lot of different things we can do, okay? And so let's take a look at this. So let's just say shares. And we've got the C drive, admin, IPC, and we got that share folder that we created. So let's go ahead and just do something like use C $. Okay, and let's go ahead and just say ls. Now look where we're at. We've got access to the C drive here. If we wanted to use the admin, which we could get to this other ways, we just say use admin, hit enter, ls, and look, now we're in the admin. So we're in System32 here on a Windows machine, and we just have full control of this computer. We can add files, get files. We have a lot of control here. So there are other things that we can do as well that we're not going to cover, but I do encourage you to explore. So I'm going to Control-C this. A couple things to point out is we can say something like -E for execute, and then we could set up a interpreter listener like test.exe. We can generate MSF Venom to create a payload, and then we can set up a interpreter listener and go get a shell in Metasploit with multi-handler. We could do a -C for command so that this executes some specific command when we run the machine. It could be something as simple as who am I to a complex PowerShell reverse shell or something along those lines that we can talk back to us as well and get a shell with that. So the interactive shell is not the only way to do things, but it's another way to do things. So we just want to improve upon everything that we get. So again, we have those hashes. We're going to figure out what we can do with those hashes later. So again, make sure you have those saved. Once we get to the post-compromise attacks section, we're going to abuse those frequently. So for now, that's it. Let's go ahead and talk in the next video about defenses, and then we'll talk a little bit about gaining shells and some other attack vectors before we get into post-compromise enumeration. So I will catch you over in the next video. Let's talk about mitigation strategies. So what can we do here? Well, we can enable SMB signing on all devices, right? And that is the go-to strategy. The pro here is that it completely stops the attack. The con is that there can be performance issues with file copies. It's reported that it's about a 15% or so decrease in speed on file transfers when you're running with SMB. So that SMB signing does cause a little bit longer time period. But the thing I argue is that the longer time period for computer security is worth it. It's worth the trade-off. Other options that you can take is you can disable NTLM authentication on the network. If there is no NTLM authentication, then it completely stops the attack. However, if Kerberos stops working as the authentication method, then Windows is going to default back to NTLM anyway. So it's not a fail-safe completely. More things. Account tiering is super important. So what that means is if you have a domain administrator, that domain administrator is only logging into their domain accounts or their domain servers, their domain controllers, right? They're not logging into a user account, because that would be really bad if we can capture a domain administrator in this sort of attack. The other thing too is that you want local admin restriction here. So if we don't have a local administrator, this can prevent a lot of lateral movement. We can't really get the shell. We can't get the hashes that we saw. None of that would happen if that Frank Castle user was not also a local administrator on another machine. So the con here is that you might see a potential increase in the amount of service desk tickets. Users complain about it. They always want to have admin, but it's not usually in the best interest of the company to give your users administrator rights on a computer. So that's it for SMB Relay. Big thing to talk about again is that SMB signing should be disabled and that local admins should be really restricted here. The other two are just best practice sort of things, but still don't completely eliminate the attack. So from here, we're going to go ahead and talk about gaining shell access and how we can gain shells with some of the information that we've already gathered right now. And then we'll move into some IPv6 attacks, which are really, really fun, and onto enumeration. So I'll see you over in the next video. All right, let's talk about gaining shell access. Now this should be somewhat of a refresher video because we covered a lot of this in the mid-course capstone, but I just want you to think about what you can do now that you have a credential. So far, all we have is a credential, right? And we're gonna see what we can do with that credential. So the first thing I wanna do is I wanna boot up Metasploit. And we'll say MSF console. And if we have SMB open and we have a username and a password, well, then we can use that username and password, and especially if that user has a machine and they're a local administrator, to gain a shell. We can use that with psexec. So we can search for psexec, or if you know the Windows exploit SMB psexec, you can do that as well. So here it's use 10, it's line 10 right here. And we'll just say options. Now what we can do is we could set the rhost. So we know the fcastle machine is at 192.168.57.141. And then we have to say set SMB domain to marvel.local, set SMB pass to password 1, and set SMB user to fcastle. Okay, we could say options here. And we could try to run this, but we need to run this with the appropriate payload. So let's go ahead and just set the payload right off the bat with set payload Windows. We're going to say x64 interpreter and then reverse TCP. And we'll go ahead and say options, make sure everything looks set. Let's go ahead and set an lhost as well. So we'll set the lhost to Ethernet 0 here. And we'll go ahead and give this a run and see what happens. Now this doesn't always authenticate on the first go, and it always doesn't authenticate with the first automatic targeting. So we may have to give this a go with a second attempt, or we may have to give this a go and see it's not working here. We'll give it a go one more time. Looks like it's doing PowerShell. PowerShell might not work here. We might have to try a different target. So it's always good to explore your targets here, and psexec is one of those funky ones where either it's going to work or it's not going to work with that specific one. So let's show targets. And we've got automatic PowerShell, native upload, and MOF upload. So let's go ahead and just set target of 2, and we'll run that. And we've got a virus detected. What happened? Oh no. So if we go to our Windows machine, you may have heard the ding. We've got a virus detection here. So what's happening is that we are blocking this virus with the PSExec, right? And somehow Windows Defender got turned back on. Don't know how that happened, but that's okay. If yours got turned back on, that's fine as well. This is a good learning lesson. So PSExec's getting blocked. So what if we can't PSExec? Okay, let's try something different. Let's go ahead and let's try a new tool. So let's go ahead and let's try psexec.py and see if that works. Let's do a -- help just to see how this looks. This should be familiar to you, right? We're just going to use the domain username and then password at the target name. So all we're going to say is marvel.local, and we're going to say something like fcastle, and then we'll give it the password 1@192.168.57.141. Run that. Apologies, it's a /. Try that. Okay, and look here. So Meterpreter got picked up, psexec.py did not. Okay, we got a shell with psexec.py. Now, this is a little bit more obscure. This is not infinitely more obscure. There are still antiviruses that are going to pick this up, but Windows Defender, which I love Windows Defender. Windows Defender did not pick it up right here. So bad on Windows Defender, but still here we are. We've got a shell in the system. Now we could take this and we can get a little bit more quieter. So we can say Control-C and kill this. And we can go in and we can do SMBexec or WMIexec. We could say SMBexec like that. And that one didn't work. Okay, let's try WMIexec and see if we can get that one to work. And this one doesn't look like it's going to work either, which is okay. So we need other options. And this isn't the first time you're seeing any of this, right? We saw this in the very last video of the mid-course capstone where we can try SMBexec and WMIexec and just be familiar with these tools. So what you have, and what I'm trying to point out here is don't give up on the first tool. You have at least 4 options I just provided you here. And if you saw in Metasploit, we actually have more than that. We have a PowerShell feature as well. If we scroll up just a little bit, there is a PowerShell version of PSExec as well. So don't just give up at the first one, and know that there are multiple options. And if I Alt-tab back into that, you could see too that, you know, we were able to get in with our PSExec, but we weren't able to get in with our WMIexec, or we weren't able to get in with our PSExec on Metasploit either, right? So it's important to know that we have all these different options available to us, and that PSExec is one of the more noisy when it comes to antivirus. So I would avoid starting here. My pro tip, is to start with something like SMBexec or WMIexec. See if they work, see if you can get a shell. If you can, what you can do, they're only like half shells is what they're considered. They're not fully interactive, but they're good enough to navigate around the C drive. You can issue commands with these. There's a lot of things that you can do. So what you need to do is you navigate around and you issue some commands and you say, hey, let me figure out what type of antivirus, if anything, is running. And then once you figure out what's running, try to see if you can't disable that antivirus so then you can run something more robust like Windows Meterpreter or Meterpreter on Windows, because it just does so much more for us. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back and we're going to disable that. In Defender, I'm going to make sure that that's all disabled again. If yours re-enabled, just go ahead and disable it as well. As we move forward, make sure those are disabled so that we can perform some of these other attacks with Metasploit. And again, the tip here is to make sure you get in quietly first, go in, navigate around, try to find the antivirus that's being used, then attempt to use something like PSExec or even another method in Metasploit to get around it. So hopefully that all makes sense and you don't give up at the first failure. So that's it for this video. We're going to move on to IPv6 attacks next. Let's talk about IPv6 attacks. And mainly what we're going to be talking about are DNS takeover attacks via IPv6. And as of right now, this is the go-to attack for me. It used to be Responder, grab the hashes, try to crack them, and then it was SMB relay, and if you can't crack the hashes, well, try to relay them. Well, this is just another form of relaying, but it's so much more reliable because it utilizes IPv6. And I'm going to just use my pen for this one. We're just going to kind of talk through this, and you're going to see how terrible I draw, by the way. And then we're going to go right into it, and you're going to see how cool this really is. I can't even explain how awesome it is. So IPv6 attack. If you think about a machine running on a Windows network, we typically run on IPv4, right? And we have the box, and it's typically running IPv4 in the network. Chances are the network's not even utilizing IPv6. If you go look at your computer now and you go into your network adapter properties, chances are IPv6 is turned on, but you're utilizing IPv4 if you do an IP config, just for a Windows example, right? So if we're utilizing v4, but v6 is turned on, who's doing DNS for v6? And the answer usually is nobody. Nobody's doing that. So what we can do is we can say, hey, I'm going to set up a attacker machine. We'll give them a smiley face and kind of a smiley face. And we'll take him and we'll listen for all these v6 messages that come through. And we'll say, hey, I am your DNS, okay? And I'm going to spoof the DNS server, so send all your IPv6 traffic to me. And then I'll go ahead and just pass that along for you. The issue here is that when this happens, we can get authentication to the domain controller. So say this is the DC. We can get authentication to the domain controller via LDAP, or we can do so via SMB. So what we could do is we could take, for example, and you're going to see in the example that we reboot a machine. That reboot just triggers an event. That event comes through to us. We can use that machine to log into the domain controller, and it doesn't have to be an admin or anything. And we can get information, a lot of information out of just that. We could potentially use that machine to create another machine, as you're going to see from a blog example. And we can wait for somebody to maybe log into the network or use their credentials somewhere. And guess what? That comes to us in the form of NTLM, just like Responder, just like SMB relay. And we relay this. We do what's called LDAP relaying. We LDAP relay over to the domain controller with this NTLM credentials. We log in, if it's a domain administrator, to the domain controller. And guess what? We create an account. It creates an account for us. This tool that we're going to use is called Man in the Middle 6, MITM6. And what we're going to do is we're going to use this tool. It's going to do all this for us. We're going to combine that with NTLM Relay X, and it's going to relay into LDAP from our NTLM credentials. And then this tool is going to create, along with NTLM Relay X, is going to create a new account for us, and it's going to do so many awesome things. So I'm really excited to show it to you. We just have a couple steps that we have to do. We have to download Man in the Middle 6. In the next video, we have to set up LDAP S really quick, which is just a certificate, and then we're going to be rolling. And this is one of the most fun attacks, still very undetected, very hard to detect, and still very, very prominent in networks. So let's go ahead and move on to the next video, get Man in the Middle 6 installed, and then let's go ahead and see a live demonstration of what this attack looks like. In order to pull off our IPv6 Man in the Middle attack, we're going to need to utilize a tool called Man in the Middle 6. So let's go ahead and grab that tool now. So we're just going to say GitHub MITM6 like this. And we are looking for the Fox-IT right here. Go ahead and grab this, clone or download, copy that. And then we'll scroll down, look for any dependencies. Looks like it's just a pip install. So we're going to do this here. CD into our op folder as always. Git clone and paste. Now CD into your new folder, ls here, and we're just going to say pip install, and we should do pip3 actually, pip3 install, and we can usually do period, and that will install the requirements for us. So this will take just a second now to install. I don't believe it's a very long install. And we're already done here. So that is it. So it should just take a second for you. Once you have it installed, go ahead and meet me in the next video when we break it all down and we start the attack. In order for me to fully show you and allow you to appreciate this attack, we have to do one more configuration to our lab. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the server manager here, and we're going to make sure that we add one feature, which is going to be a certificate. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to go ahead and say manage, add roles and features, and then we're going to go ahead and just say next, and next, and next. And the feature that we're going to add is going to be the Active Directory Certificate Services. So we're going to go ahead and just click on this and select Add Features. And then we can go ahead and just next through everything here. Next, next, next. We want the certificate authority or certification authority here. And then we're going to say restart the destination server automatically if required. And then we're going to hit install. And this should just take a quick second here. So give it a second. If you need to pause, go ahead and pause, and then meet me back once you have your installation completely configured. All right, so let's go ahead and close this and open up this right here where the exclamation is. We're going to go ahead and configure. We're going to hit next and click on certification authority here. We're going to hit next. And next, next, and next. And then we're going to just go ahead and click SHA-256 is fine. We'll hit next on this. And then we'll just change this 5 to 99 here. Next, next, and configure. So all we're doing is we're setting up a certificate so that we can run LDAP on a secure side. So we're going to run LDAP secure. Now we could pull off this attack with LDAP, but it's a lot easier with LDAP secure. So now all we're going to need to do is reboot this server. Go ahead and do that. Once you've got that done, you're up and running, go ahead and meet me in the next video and we'll make sure that we can pull off this attack. So to begin this attack, we need a few things here. We need man in the middle 6. So we're going to go ahead and just say MITM6. And we're going to say a domain. Now my domain here is marvel.local. So we'll do a domain of marvel.local. We'll spin that up and we're going to just start getting replies coming in from different devices in our network. Okay, so from here, what we need to do is also set up a relay attack. So now that relay attack is going to look something like this. NTLM relay x.py. This should look familiar. We're going to do a -6 because we're only going to work with IPv6. We're going to do a -T for our target, and our target is going to be via LDAP secure. This is why we set up that certificate. We could have done LDAP. Most environments have that certificate running, so it's important to do LDAP secure. And we're just going to point this right at the domain controller. So whatever your domain controller IP address is, mine's sitting at 140. For this WH, we're just going to use a WPAD. So I'm just going to call this fake WPAD.marvel.local. And then we're going to do a -L, and I'm just going to call this loot me. -L is for loot. So if we set up loot, we can dump out some information that'll be useful to us, and we'll see how that works. So let's go ahead and just hit enter on this. And this is still getting some spoof replies, but we're going to speed this along. So I'm going to go ahead and go over to my Windows 10 machine. I'm just going to reboot this sucker. And this is going to allow us to see this in action. What's happening is IPv6 is sending out a reply, right? And it's saying, hey, who's got my DNS? And it sends that out about every 30 minutes, I believe. So what we're going to do is we're just going to speed that up by shutting a computer down and then restarting it. It's going to actually go ahead and make this go a little bit faster. So we're going to try to authenticate when we restart. It's going to try to authenticate first as the Punisher machine. You could see this by the Punisher $. And you could see that it's enumerating the relayed credentials. It's going to take a while on large domains. That's fine. And it's just succeeding right now. It's trying to see what kind of privileges it has right now. So it might take a minute. And it's dumping any info into the loot dir. So if we open this up, let's see if there's anything in here right now. We can just go ahead and just say ls, and there's this loot me folder. So we can cd into loot me, and this is so exciting. So look at all this here: domain computers, domain computers by operating system, by just domain computers, domain groups, domain policies, domain trusts, domain users by group. Now, I love this because we can come in and we could say something like Firefox, I want to see the domain users by group. And we can just look at the domain users by group, and I'm right after the domain admins. On top of that, you know, when you have a crappy kind of admin going on, what about this SQL service that we set up? And remember when we put in the description that password is mypassword123? Uh-oh, you know, people think that these descriptions aren't visible. And look, it's visible to us, and we barely did anything, right? We just succeeded with an account. We succeeded with a computer. The computer was capable of accessing this domain controller via LDAP-S, logging into it, and dumping out any useful information to us. That's scary, right? We have all this information in our hands now. We can see who the domain administrators are and the enterprise admins, who all the users are. Who do we need to attack in this environment for this to work in our favor? Now, let's do one more thing. Let's go ahead and go into our Windows 10 machine, and we're just going to say password exclamation like this, and you're going to see what's going to happen. So let's go ahead, and my mouse will come back to me. We'll go ahead over here, and here shortly it should attempt to log in as this user, and we'll see if it works. And there it did, and it's so fast. It just blazed through. Let me go ahead and Control C. So what just happened here? An admin logged into a computer. That's what happened. That's it. And you can see the administrator logged in somewhere on this network. It succeeded. It targeted LDAP, okay? And then it comes through and it tries to make a new user for us. First, it sets up an access control list for us, and that's awesome. And then it tries to create a new user, and then it says, hey, adding new user, and here's a username, and here's a password. Okay, now we own this domain, because what it's going to do is it's going to try to go in and it's going to try to grab all this information for us, and it's amazing what we can do. So let's save this information out and just see how it works. Another thing, look at this. Let's go ahead and go to our domain controller. If we go to our domain controller here and we go to our users and groups, let's refresh it. This is before the attack. Let's go ahead and just do a refresh really quick, if I can find the refresh button, or I'll just refresh from here. And now look, the NFSG, whatever, this user is now in here, and they're a domain user, but they set up a policy for us to have exclusive privileges with that access control. And what happens is, if we actually Control C and we just cd ... we ls, it puts this ACL pwn restore here, so we can actually restore the ACL to what it was before. But as of right now, it's allowing this user through in a special ACL that was created with this attack here. So this is a fantastic attack, and this isn't the only thing that it can do. It does so much stuff. I'm going to actually link down below some amazing things that you can do with this, and I want you to read up on this because it's so fantastic. So I'm going to put this in here, paste this real quick, and just scroll down a little bit and show you this blog post. And this is one of the ones I use all the time. So you can run this man-in-the-middle 6 with what is called a delegate access. And say, for example, that you can't get an administrator to work. Maybe this computer succeeds. Look at this iCorp W10 $ succeeds. You could still add a new computer, not just a user, a new computer with the username and password. And you can utilize that to attack the computer that authenticated you. You can impersonate users on that computer that you use to set that up with. It's an awesome attack. It's called delegate impersonation or delegate access, and it is it's amazing. So I do recommend checking this out. Again, I'll put this down in the resources below. Great blog. So that is it for this attack. In the next video, we're going to cover how to actually defend against this attack and what you can do. It's fairly simple, but we'll still cover it. So that's it. I'll catch you over in the next video. Okay, let's talk through these briefly. And in the last video, I said the solution's pretty easy. Well, that's kind of true, kind of false. The solution is easy if we just go willy-nilly and we disable IPv6. This completely prevents this attack, right? If IPv6 isn't enabled in the network, then guess what? We can't be an IPv6 DNS server because there's nothing for us to do. So disabling IPv6 can have unwanted side effects. So the recommended thing to do is actually to prevent some of these. So we just define block rules instead of allow rules when we have our firewall. So I've listed those here. You don't have to worry too much about them. This could be something to just copy a picture of and have for your notes, especially if you're studying up. I don't think you'll ever be asked this in an interview, but if you're ever pulling off this sort of attack, it might be good to know for a client purpose. Another thing to note is that if we're not using WPAD, then we should disable it with group policy. And this tells you just how to do that. And then the relaying. So we did relaying to LDAP and LDAP-S. We only can mitigate this by enabling LDAP signing and channel binding. So that's another mitigation strategy here. So we could have prevented the LDAP attack that you saw, but typically LDAP signing and channel binding are not enabled by most clients. I can't remember a time that I have seen it. So last thing to consider is that we can put users into the protected users group, and that would prevent impersonation or delegation, which we didn't actually cover a delegation attack, but I did show you that blog posting where it had the delegate access. If we're able to do delegate access against a machine, then we can, just abuse that feature even more. And so to fully disable this, there's a few different things that we have to do. We can cut the head off by disabling IPv6, but best practice says, hey, we should actually just do some block rules in the firewall. We should disable a WPAD. We should disable or enable LDAP signing and channel binding. And we should consider moving our admin users to the protected users group. So with this being said, again, don't worry too much about this. I just like to cover the mitigation strategies to talk about it. If you want to practice this in your lab, if you want to go back as we're going through some of these and you want to turn off different things that I'm showing you in defenses and try to mitigate these, I say more power to you. See how this works and how it affects certain attacks. And I think that's a really awesome strategy as well. But otherwise, just take maybe a screenshot of this and don't focus too much on memorizing it. So from here, we got one more video left. We're going to tie everything together, and then we're going to get into post-exploitation enumeration. So I'll catch you in the next video. Let's talk about one of my favorite attacks, and this is a classic that goes back to printers and even IoT devices, and you still see it occasionally in networks. It's really a bug that has to do with a printer or a different kind of device, and when we get into it, you'll be like, whoa, I've seen that before, most likely if you've done any sort of IT work. And this attack is pretty epic, honestly. And I recall a time where I was scheduled to do a pen test, and it was an internal pen test. And the company I was working for some reason, scoped an internal pen test for 4 hours. So literally, I had 4 hours to attack a network and get domain admin. That's all I was allowed. And I was on this network and realized pretty quickly that there was not much going on. The network was like a hybrid Active Directory network. There wasn't any responder, any capturing of hashes in the traditional way. However, there was a printer sitting out there with default credentials on it. And there were two setups going on. There was a SMB share user. Basically, this SMB user will scan files to a folder. And you can think of that like if you go to a printer and you just go scan a file and it ends up in a folder on a share, exactly what's happening.
Now, those are common, and those can be set up with strong credentials. They could be set up to not be a domain admin or any sort of administrator rights whatsoever, except for just writing to that folder. That's a proper setup, and they actually have this set up properly, except for some reason, they also had the CEO's credentials in there. Okay, and the CEO's credentials were sitting in there as a LDAP connection for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway, I was able to grab those through this attack, compromise that because he was a domain admin, of course, send them all kinds of wonderful pictures from their accounting software, their finance, his CEO's email, all kinds of fun stuff, all because of a default printer password and a little bit of fun through an old technique. So let's take a look at the technique now that I've kind of gone through a little bit of story time. So I'm going to scroll down on this webpage and I'll put this in the resources. But basically, we're looking for access to something that connects to LDAP or something that does like an SMB connection or something along those lines that we can utilize. So what's going on here, if you can see this picture, and this is really hard to demo in a lab. So this is kind of a sit back and enjoy because there's not really a good way to say, hey, go buy this specific printer and let's go set this up. Basically, what's going on is we have what is this LDAP sign-in setup. You can see it's trying to sign in here, do a setup. A lot of times on these pages where you have the connection, you may have something where there's an IP address sitting in here, and then there's a username and maybe even a password with a lot of asterisks put in it. I see that a lot where there's just nothing but asterisks in there, and you can't see the password. It's hidden. You can't like try to get in there with viewing the source or doing any sort of weird stuff, although I've seen that before too. Usually it's pretty well protected. However, with this little LDAP here, if you change this from the domain controller, which is likely where it's pointing to, or the LDAP server, and you change it to your IP address, your attacker IP address, and you set up a listener. Now, they show you with Netcat. Netcat is fine. You could totally use Netcat. You can also use Responder. So if you just spin up Responder and you have it listening, this will also capture it. But look what happens. What happens is the password gets sent over in clear text. So you have printer admin service is what the account name is. You can see all the way across, and then you see the password. Doesn't matter how long, how complex the password is, you can utilize that and grab the password in clear text. Amazing, amazing, amazing thing. And wicked bug that's still out there. They're showing another example here with SMTP. You could see the password right here. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger, but you can see right here where it's all asterisks, right? Doesn't matter. You can point that to yourself and capture that as well. They have all kinds of ways to do this. So I'm going to share this article. Think about the passback attack. I've been in situations where I have literally been on engagements and there's nothing else out there except printers that I can somehow log into, and you never know what's going to work out for you. The weirdest little default credential could open up a Pandora's box and get you into all kinds of mischief and fun. So don't forget about the passback attack when you are doing your Active Directory or internal pen test engagements.
So before we wrap up this initial attack vectors section, I want to talk about the attack strategies that you might use when you're just starting out. Now we know all the attacks. How do we piece it together? And my thoughts are that we begin the day with man-in-the-middle 6 or responder. And we sit there, and we've talked about this in the previous videos, but we want traffic to be generated, right? We need those users coming in. So 8 a.m. is a good time when users are starting to come in, or even after lunch when they're starting to log back in. You're going to have to run both of these on an assessment because you're going to have to assess for LMNR in the network, and you're going to have to assess for IPv6 in the network. So either one is fine. If you're looking for like a quick win, man-in-the-middle 6 is probably faster nowadays. But I still like to start out with the responder to see how well the network is responding to us, right? Are they giving us hashes? Are the hashes easy to crack? If so, that's going to tell me that we're probably in for an easy assessment. If I'm not seeing LMNR enabled, that I might be in trouble here. They might have had a pen test before, or they might, know some of the common attacks and have already prevented against that. So when you run those, you're going to go ahead and run your scans to generate your traffic. Now, chances are that you're going to be running a Nessus scan to do this. You might also be running an Nmap scan of some sort to get quick results as well, but most places run Nessus. Now, if your scans are taking too long, if you have a big network, which it can happen, what I like to do is I like to just look for websites that are in scope. And this is another thing that we can do if we're trying to be quiet, as opposed to just like running scans. If your goal is to be quiet in the network, something that you can do is you can sweep the entire network for websites, okay? And I look with a tool called HTTP_version. It's just a module that you can search in Metasploit. And you just say, hey, here's my range. I want to look and see if anything responds to HTTP version. When I send out an HTTP request from my computer, I want to see if anything else responds to that. And that's going to be less likely to get picked up because you're making traffic on 80 and 443, which is very common, right? As opposed to port scanning every single device in the network, which is going to get picked up pretty easily by a good SIM. So from here, what can we do? Well, we take those websites in scope and we can look at those logins and we can check those logins for default credentials. And some of the things that we're looking for are like printers. I have gotten domain admin off a printer more than one time. So if you think about a printer, what does a printer have a feature of? Typically it has a scan feature. And that scan feature is a scan to computer feature, right? Well, a lot of times an admin will make that user that has to be able to scan from the printer to the computer via SMB, they'll make that user domain admin, and that's overly permissive. And what we can do is we can go in and we can dump those credentials into clear text, get what the passwords are for the SMB user, or they might even be using individual user accounts. There's so many different things that they do, and I've seen weird varieties. But printers are a big one, and a lot of people don't secure their printers because they're just like, it's just a printer. Why do I need to change the password on it? But it's a really big one to start thinking outside the box on. Jenkins instances, if you have any developers, Jenkins sometimes is wide open. You can use that to get a shell on their machine as well. And there's just a lot of different things. So you're going to look through the web logins you see. If you see some sort of login, go research that page. Look up what the default credentials are, look up if there's any known vulnerabilities for what's running, and just enumerate that network. Okay, so while we're looking for initial attack vectors, we're looking for hashes with responder. We're looking to get that loot back from Man in the Middle 6, or maybe even strike gold and get an account created on the domain controller right away. And if that happens, if you get domain admin in like 2 hours and you're sitting there for a 40-hour assessment, guess what? Chances are you're probably going to have to go back and try it a different way and find as many paths as possible. So just keep thinking about how you want to do that. But look for responder, look for Man in the Middle 6, look around the network and sweep around with your Nmap and look for any SMB that's open with the SMB signing disabled, and start picking out targets for your SMB relay attacks as well. So maybe that's something you might attempt in the afternoon. You try to capture hashes in the morning, and then you start relaying hashes in the afternoon, and you could spend just one day doing that and then spend another day focusing on Man in the Middle 6. You want to give your client the best comprehensive coverage that you can and try to find all the low-hanging fruit if it's their first assessment, or try to find those unique ways in if it's not their first assessment. So remember, it's a timed assessment. We only have so much time. If it's a really, really bad environment, then we need to get all the critical findings out of the way. If it's a tougher environment, it's been pen tested before, it might take us all 40 hours to find any way in, or we might not even find a way in at all, and that's okay as well. So the last thing I want to say is to start thinking outside the box. So when you have an environment, sometimes you're going to run into weird things. I've run into environments where there was no SMB. I've run into environments where there was no LM&R, and you just have to start looking around at what's available to you. And one story that I can think about is that I was in this very small medical environment, and there was maybe 20 machines, and there was no SMB in this network, no LM&R. I could not get leverage anywhere. And then I found, by listening in the middle, I found some clear text coming through on a password. Okay, the password was going for IMAP, and the IMAP was just running in clear text. And I took that password and I started passing that password around, and I got into a phone system. And in that phone system, I had the ability to change some stuff. I could change, where the phones were redirected and forwarded. And then I started thinking, okay, well, what can I do with a phone system? So I started looking at their Microsoft Outlook, and their Outlook had a password reset functionality. The password reset functionality went to their Office phones. Guess who controlled the Office phones? I did. So what if I said, I want to reset the user, somebody I know that's an admin, I want to reset their password. And with that reset, I want to forward that to my phone instead of the Office phone it's going to. So when it rings up, I say, yeah, I'm the user. Here's my code or token or whatever they send you. And go ahead and let's change that password. And you bypass the multi-factor authentication there. So thinking outside the box is a big one. You're going to run into situations where these initial attack vectors might not work for you, and just enumerating and seeing what's out there is the most important. You might not have a situation where Responder works, or Man in the Middle 6 works, or SMB Relay works. You might have to look at what ports are open on these machines. You might have to look around and really focus the websites first. That's my big one. If you're struggling, focus the websites and just see what's out there and try to get your leverage in, start thinking outside the box, and just enumerate. The more you enumerate, and I've been harping on this the entire course, the more you enumerate, the better attacker you're going to be. Don't just focus on the exploit, focus on as much information as you can gather, and you're going to be super successful. So that's my spiel for this. We're going to go ahead and move into post-compromise enumeration. We're going to talk about using PowerShell, a tool called PowerView, and we're going to talk about Bloodhound as well. We'll do a little bit of enumeration, and then we'll get into some post-compromise attacks, and that's where a lot of the real fun begins, and we can start leveraging some of the stuff we've done in this section and really utilizing that to move upward. So far, we've kind of just moved laterally. We're going to start moving upward now, and really take over that domain admin, learn some cool tools and techniques, and then we'll be well on our way in the course. So I'll catch you over in the next section. So we have compromised a user account. In the initial attack vectors section, we managed to capture Frank Castle's hash, right, with Responder. We took that hash offline and we said, hey, look, it's password 1. And we were able to also get onto machines with SMB Relay without ever having to capture a hash. We were able to dump the SAM file and collect hashes that way. And we also were able to create an account with Man in the Middle 6 and pretty much own the whole domain as it was. So we have a few different compromises that we can play with. And from here, we're going to take a pause. We're going to go ahead and look at what we can do once we have a compromise and how we can enumerate the network using these compromises. So we're going to look at two tools specifically. We're going to look at a tool called PowerView. Now, PowerView is a tool that allows us to look at the network and enumerate basically the domain controller, domain policy, domain users groups, a lot of different things. It goes very, very deep with what it's capable of doing. And again, that's a PowerShell tool. And we're also going to look at a tool called Bloodhound. Bloodhound is going to allow us to actually visualize in a graph form what is going on in the domain, in the network, and where can we find the sensitive user that might be logged in, or where can we find the shortest path to getting domain admin. It's a fantastic tool. It should be used on every internal assessment that you do. And I think these two tools will really set you apart when it comes interview time, being able to talk about them and know how to use them in an assessment. So from here, we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to start talking about how to install PowerView, use PowerView, and then we'll move into Bloodhound. And then eventually we're going to move into these post-compromise attacks once we have all this information in front of us. So let's go ahead and move into the next video when we install PowerView. So the first tool up that we're going to use is PowerView. And in order to use PowerView, we're going to have to install it. So what I want you to do is go ahead and just go to Google and go ahead and search for PowerView GitHub. And you can be brought here to PowerView at master, this Power Tools one. And it's going to say it's deprecated. That's fine. You could also go to the PowerSploit directory that they have here, a repository. and you can download PowerView right here. So your best bet is either to just download all of these if you want, or you can just click on PowerView by itself and download just this file. I'm going to just download just this file. You can go into RAW and copy it or copy the path. And either way, what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and take this file and then go bring it over to one of your Windows 10 machines. It doesn't matter which one. The situation that we are having here is that we're going to run PowerView, which is a PowerShell type script, and we're going to run it and do enumeration with it. We're going to see what it can do for us. However, we're going to run it directly from the machine. Now, in an attacker situation, say we have access to a shell, then we'll use that shell and we're going to load PowerShell and we'll upload this file, for example, and then we'll still run PowerView. The nice thing about running it on our machine here is just that it allows us to kind of auto tab complete, which we won't have, and it'll just make things a little bit smoother. So in a realistic scenario, you're not going to be on the machine on like an RDP session. You might be. Chances are you're not going to RDP into most machines, but if you can get RDP access and you know it's a machine that a user is not using, like a server or something that's just sitting there and you have RDP access to it, then feel free to log in and do it this way. But for now, this is just a best way to demonstrate. So go ahead. I have it sitting in my downloads folder. You can put it wherever you want. And then we'll go ahead and just kind of go from there. So meet me in the next video once you've got PowerView put onto your machine, and we'll go ahead and start enumerating the domain using PowerView. All right, so the first thing I want to do is I want to just load up a command prompt, and we'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to change directory to my downloads folder because that's where I have PowerView. And then the first command we're going to run is we're going to run PowerShell, and then we'll do EP. That stands for execution policy. You can also write it out like this, execution policy, but I just like doing EP because it's shorthand and it still works. So we're just going to say execution policy bypass. And this bypasses the execution policy. Now, something to note about execution policy is it's not for security purposes, right? The reason that execution policy exists is that it's just there to stop us from executing scripts that we don't want to do, like accidentally executing a script. So we're specifically saying, hey, just go ahead and shut that off. So we're going to bypass it here with PowerShell EP bypass. And this is pretty common. You're going to see this a lot if you utilize PowerShell. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and call our program. So we're going to do that by doing this. We're going to say dot and then dot backslash like that. And you could just start typing in PowerView.ps1, auto tab, hit enter. And now that's going to happen. Nothing's going to show or tell you, okay, it's just, hey, you've loaded it. So PowerView is an incredibly powerful tool. We can do so many things, and what we're going to do with it in this course is only going to scratch the surface. So my recommendation to you is to go and read up on it. I will put a reference down in the description below where you can find a cheat sheet, and then the rest is going to be up to you for Googling and finding out what more it can do. At the end of this course, or the AD portion of the course, I'm going to provide some additional references in terms of Active Directory security and blogs and certifications and courses that you can take. And all of those will cover PowerView in much deeper level. But these are just some of the high level things that you should know when it comes to enumerating a domain and how PowerView is powerful. So let's go ahead and look at our first command. Our first command is going to just be get net domain. And what is this going to do? This is going to get information for us about the domain. So go ahead and hit enter on that. And you can see that we have a forest and it's marvel.local. We have a domain controller here of Hydra DC marvel.local. And that's all it tells us. We have a very simple domain, but if we were in a complex domain, this would be a little bit more interesting to us just to kind of know, what's going on, where are the domain controllers? And if we want to see specifically what domain controllers are there, we can say get net domain controllers like this, or a controller, I should say, and hit enter. And then it'll tell you, hey, the domain controller is right here at 192.168.57.140. And the domain controller's name is hydra-dc.marvel.local. So it gives you information specifically about the domain controller, and some networks have multiple domain controllers, and this would provide all that information about those domain controllers. But you now know, say before you had no idea where the domain controller was in your network, you done some scanning, but you really weren't able to identify it. You got your exploit in on a machine, you logged in, you dumped PowerView on that machine. Now you know the domain controller, you know where to target next or where your end goal might be. So that's just 2 quick examples. More examples. We could say, hey, let's get the domain policy. And this will show you all the different policies in the domain. For example, we can look at the Kerberos policy, the system access, etc. So let's take a look at the system access. We can do something like this. So in parentheses, go ahead and just type in get domain policy like that, and you should be able to auto tab it. And then put a dot and just say system access like this. And then hit enter. And what is this telling us? Well, this tells us a little bit about the policy here. So we can see that the minimum password age is 1 day. The maximum password age is 42. We have lockout counts of 0, meaning it's not set, password complexity of 1. So you can look through here and just see, like, what's the minimum password length? 7? Okay, so now I know that the minimum password length is 7. I'm going to go ahead and just spray 7-character passwords, or, it should be pretty easy to crack a lot of passwords in a network where it's 7, but you should be able to spray passwords across that network that are pretty weak and probably gain access to some user accounts. So this is a very good indicator of what you're up against. And, it's super nice just to have access to these different policies and what to look at. Same thing with Kerberos. You can look at the ticketing age and, just see how long a Kerberos ticket lasts. And you will get more into that when we get into golden tickets, but just something to keep in mind on the Kerberos side as well. So from here, we could also look at users. One command that you can run just for the sake of showing it to you is get net user. Now this one's going to be a little dirty. Okay, so now we're here and we just dumped this big long list of all the users, and it looks dirty. Like, we can pull down all the users here, and it's interesting. If we want to take our time and kind of read through this, you could see, okay, well, here's Frank Castle, and it's Frank Castle at marvel.local. Here's his name. Here's the Sam account name right here, which is F Castle. And you can kind of read through these, and maybe if you look through these, you might be able to look at the descriptions and find, an interesting description here with a password in it, which we do have, like this one here, description, password is my password 123#. So this is another way to compromise an account by, just viewing the descriptions here. We did that with the man in the middle 6, but this is just another way to do it. Now, we could do something like this. We could say, because you see how dirty this output is with just like 7 or 8 users. Imagine a enterprise network where there's hundreds of users. That would take forever. So we could say something like select CN, and that'll just pull down all the usernames or all the users. Or we could do Sam account name instead, like Sam account name, and just pull down the account names here. If you wanted to try to get the descriptions, we could do description. And you could see the passwords of my password 123. We'd be like, where did that belong? So quick, dirty way just to kind of sort through these users and find out a little bit of information about them. And we could look at certain things on here too, like when was their last user login? How many bad password counts do they have? What is their user account control or their RID number, which 500 would be the admin, right? And we just can go through all this information and kind of look through it and pick apart anything that might be of interest to us. And we'll talk about some of these features here in just a second and why they might be interesting. So let's talk about and shift actually on this to user properties. So we could say get user property, and this is going to show you all the properties that a user might have. And we just covered all of these. These are exactly what's through and through on these user accounts, right? But let's say, for example, go ahead and just tab up. But let's just say we want to get the properties of the password last set. okay, we can look at the different users and when their password was last set. And that might be useful. We can know, okay, there's an old stale password out in the network, or these password accounts are new. Like you see the administrator password was the last one changed on 11/30, and then the newer users from the man-in-the-middle attack was on 12/9. And you can kind of just look through this. Same thing, like you could look at, for example, logon count. And this is a good way to actually identify honeypot accounts. So you want to be able to see how many times this user has logged in. And if you see an account that has never logged in before, that might be a honeypot account. You might not want to try to attack that account. You might want to avoid that completely because they might just be letting that sit there for you to capture. And then once you capture it, it's going to alert their system. So think about that as well. These properties can be incredibly useful. You could also look at like the bad password count and just see who's been entering in bad passwords. And if there's one there that has like hundreds of them, you know, you could see that if it's maybe been under attack, if you're an administrator, for example. So there's all kinds of useful information. I recommend that you just kind of play through this as well and see, you know, go back and look at some of these in here and just say, okay, how can I sort through this and what might be interesting to me? Again, reading the reference guides that I put in the references are going to be super important as well. So from here, let's talk about computers. Just like getting the users, we can also get the computers in the domain. So we can just say get net computer like this. You can be able to auto tab, I screwed up, computer, and hit enter. And okay, it'll list out here all the computers in the domain. We only have 3, which is useful. If this were a bigger domain, be much more. Now, that's not a lot of information there. So if we want more information, we could say full data like this. Hit enter. And then we get probably too much information. But we can come through here and look at it like, here's Spider-Man's machine. You could see the last bad password time. You could see a logon count. You could see a lot of information here, like what's the operating system? And you can start to identify operating systems if you want, or you could just sort these out. Like, for example, if you tab up, you could just say select operating system and sort. So select is just like grep, right? You're just pulling down specific information. So select operating system, and then you could see, okay, well, I've got 1 Server 2019 and 2 Windows 10 machines in here. So that way you could start picking and pulling apart what are the servers in the domain and what are the Windows 10 machines or what are the user machines, and kind of start separating them out and getting that information. So from here, we can also look at groups. So for example, we could say get net group, which is going to output quite a bit. And these are all built-in groups. We haven't made anything new. But we could look through here and see if there's any interesting groups for us. Because we haven't done anything new, it's really not going to be interesting. But we can sort through this and say, what about get net group by group name? And we just say domain admins. Okay, and then we'll pull down any of the domain admins this way. Or we can actually sort too by just a wildcard. Instead of specifying all the admins here, what if we just say, or just domain admins, what if we say we want to know specifically what admins are out there? So there's administrators, Hyper-V administrators, enterprise, domain, key admins. So you can look for all the admin group names as well. And we can get the members of these groups if we want. So we can say get net group member. And then we're just going to go ahead and say group name, and we can pick one of these groups. We could just say domain admins again. So this will list out all of our domain admins. So we know that SQL Service, T-Stark, and Administrator are all domain admins in our network. So useful information to have here as well. So a couple more things I want to point out. There is a tool in here called Invoke Share Finder. This is a nice one because you can look and find all the SMB shares in the network. You can see what files are being shared and where they're being shared. So we know about admin C, IPC on every machine, but what about this share here that we have? And then HackMe came up, right? So it's good to look through these shares and see if there's anything of interest and identify potential interesting shares for us. And then 2 more I want to show you. We're really one more in 2 different ways. So let's look at this. We're going to type in get net GPO. So this is going to show us all the group policies. Now I added a special one in here just to show you that we can pull down a bunch of them. But so look, it's going to look interesting. It's going to pull down that heavy data again. And sometimes it's overwhelming, but we can see like disable Windows Defender. That's one we added in there, right? And then I added in disable SMB signing, even though we didn't have to do that. I just added that one in to show you a few more in here. So let's say we want to select something on here. I like to do this. I like to select display name. And I also like to select when changed. And that'll show us, okay, here's the display name. So it gives us an idea of what's going on. So we know that there's default domain policies, and then we got to disable Windows Defender, disable SMB signing. So we know that that's going on in the network. And we can learn about their policies that are going on and just collect more information. And then we can learn when these were changed in the network, right? So it's important to just dig in and get as much information as possible. Now, this may have been overwhelming. This may have been a lot, and it may have went really quick. My advice is probably to go back and watch this one more time, play around with this, or just look at your notes, play around in here, and take good notes on what you did. And you can go to the references and pull down more information and see how you can utilize that in the future. I think this is one of the greatest tools you can use for enumeration. So once we're on a machine, we want to enumerate the network. This is a great way to do so. And you can see how quick we can get information about the domain policies, users, user properties, computers, groups, group policy. And it can do so much more than what I showed you, but this is a really good baseline for you to understand and know about. So that is it for PowerView. From here, we're going to go ahead and move on to a tool called Bloodhound, which is incredibly fun to use, and you're going to see how beneficial it can be. So we'll have a high-level overview of Bloodhound, and then we'll move on into our next section. Welcome to this video on installing Bloodhound. So Bloodhound is a tool that's going to download the data, essentially, of Active Directory. Once we're on a machine or on a network, it's going to be able to download the data for us. And what it's going to do is visualize that data in a graph. So we're going to be able to identify a lot of information about a network very, very quickly. So it could take us a long time otherwise to, attempt this and try to figure out, all these complex paths that you might be able to have in a network to get to a domain admin, where Bloodhound figures that out really quick for you. So this was developed by the team over at Spectre Ops, and that's Waldo, Harmjoy, and Captain Jesus. They're a great team. Actually, one of the references you're going to have, blog references, is going to be for Harmjoy here at the end. So I recommend reading their material because they are the Active Directory gurus among other people in this field. So installing Bloodhound is fairly straightforward here. We're going to go ahead and just say apt install Bloodhound on our Kali machine. And it's going to be 353 megabytes of additional disk space. What does that mean? That means this is going to take a while. So go ahead and pause the video. Let this do its install, let it do its thing, and then meet me back once you're all set up and ready to go, and we'll continue on with the instructions. Whew, that took forever for some reason. I don't know what's going on with my internet today. I guess it's slow. Hopefully yours is a lot faster. So Bloodhound runs on a tool called Neo4j. It actually, you can see it setting up here, Neo4j. We're going to have to set that up really quick. So let's go ahead and say Neo4j console. And what we're going to do is we're going to change our default password here, just so we're not using default credentials, and we're going to be a little bit better on security. So you can see it boots up at this local host. Let's go ahead and just open this up if we can. And we should gain access to this site. So, okay, your username and password are going to be Neo4j. That's going to allow us to connect. So Neo4j, just like the username, go ahead and say connect. And now it's going to ask you for a new password. So go ahead and put whatever password you want in there. I'm going to use the very weak password of password. Okay, so you are all set up. You're connected. You are good to go. So now go ahead and close your browser window. And now we can go ahead and let's open up a new tab. and we'll say Bloodhound. Should just start typing it, auto tab. I'll make this bigger so you can see it. And you can see the green check mark here means we are connected to the database. So go ahead and just put in Neo4j, put in your password. I'm gonna go ahead and save my password, log in, success, and now you should be brought to this. It says no data returned from the query because we haven't provided it any data yet. So we've got Bloodhound set up. Now we're gonna go use what's called an ingester, get some data back from our Active Directory, and then we'll see what we can do with that data. So let's go ahead and pull data with an ingester. So now we need to download and set up an ingester. There's a few ways that we can do this. There is invoke Bloodhound from PowerShell. There is a tool called SharpHound, which is written in C#. And there's actually even a Python one as well. We're just going to use the invoke Bloodhound PowerShell method and grab some data back from the domain, and then we're going to go ahead and analyze it in the next video. So what I want you to do is go ahead and search for invoke Bloodhound, and it should pull up a GitHub here. You see data collector. We can do sharphound.ps1, or we can do, let's open both of these and take a look. So data collector will bring you to this. It's just going to give you some information about how you can use invoke Bloodhound and what the different collection methods are. We'll cover what we're going to do with this here once we actually pull the data. And we're going to go ahead and just open up this sharphound.ps1 and call the invoke Bloodhound function when we actually run this. So go ahead and grab this file, take this file and put this onto your Windows 10 machine. Okay, so you should have both the Windows 10 machines running and your Windows Server 2016 running, because we're going to start pulling data as well. So go ahead and log in. And then if I could type my password, go ahead and log in. And then what we're going to do is I'm just going to copy this file over real quick. So go ahead and pause your video and meet me over once you've got your file moved over. Okay, so now I've got my file moved over. We're going to go ahead and run this. So I'm going to run PowerShell execution policy bypass, just like this. And we're going to bring in SharpHound. All right, so now we're going to run this ingester, and it's going to look just like this. You can start actually auto-completing a lot of these. So we're going to invoke Bloodhound, and we're going to use a collection method of all, like this. We're going to specify the domain, which is marvel.local. And we're going to put a zip file here. We're going to take a zip file and we're just going to call it file.zip. And this should be it. I'll give you a second to catch up. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit enter on this. And now it's collecting all the data. We've got all the data. Now what we need to do is go copy this data. So go to your downloads folder. You should be able to copy this data. You might have to move it from one desktop to another and then on to the next. So I'm going to copy this and take this over to my Windows machine, paste it there, and then I'm going to take that and paste it onto my machine in Kali. So go ahead and get this file moved over to your machine. And then I'll meet you over in the next video when we learn how to actually import this file and review the details. Okay, so now we have our Bloodhound opened. It's a blank screen. We've got our file transferred over, and we're ready to do some Bloodhound reviewing. So let's go ahead and do upload data over here on the right. It's a little up arrow. And then I have my file.zip in my home folder. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go file.zip. We're just going to upload this. You're going to see it's processing all of the JSON files that are coming through. And in just a second, it will have us some nodes available. So now let's go ahead and click over here on the little hamburger. And you can see that we've got 9 users, 3 computers, 52 groups, 3 sessions, 512 access control lists, and 592 relationships. That's a lot of numbers. So what we're looking at, and yours might be a little different because it's looking at sessions. So based on who you had logged in at the time, and mine have, I've been just logging in kind of willy-nilly on either Frank Castle or administrator or wherever. So the different sessions could be different versus how you've been logging in. But the group should be relatively the same, computer should be the same, user should be pretty much the same. So we can go over to queries, and they have some pre-built queries for us. So let's find all domain admins. And we can look here and it says, hey, administrator's a domain admin, T-Stark's a domain admin, and if we drag this over just a bit, SQL Service is a domain admin. So right away, we know all the domain admins. Let's find the shortest path to the domain admin. And it says domain admins at marvel.local. Go ahead and select that. And it says, okay, well, if we look at the punisher.marvel.local, well, administrator at marvel.local has a session here. Well, I was logged in as administrator, so the session's here. What does that make you think of? Well, okay, token impersonation, which we haven't covered yet, but token impersonation is going to be a big one. We can leverage attacks against this to try to compromise the administrator accounts of Mimikatz, which you're going to see as well. So you want to target boxes where there is a domain admin logged in, and we can leverage this here. We could say, okay, well, I don't want to target Spider-Man. Spider-Man's got nothing going on, but the Punisher. Now, if I can get onto that machine, I can get that administrator account, and then I'm a domain admin. That's the shortest path for me, right? So we can look through here. Now, domain trust, there's nothing for us here. There's no domain trust for us to do. We could look through unconstrained delegation and try to find information on that. And there's just a bunch of pre-built queries here. So we haven't talked about Kerberoasting yet, but we will. Shortest path to Kerberoasting users or Kerberoastable users. So there's the KRB TGT account, which is a ticket granting ticket account, and SQL Service that we set up. Let's just look at SQL Service. So we can look through that, and it's telling us, hey, you know, the SQL Service is part of domain admins. That's not good, right? And the Punisher has access, Spider-Man has access, and we'll talk about what Kerberoasting is here in just a few videos. So high value targets, we can look at that as well. And this is insane, right? But obviously the administrator is a high level target. So if we can capture the administrators here, or the actual administrator, that lights up all the different paths here where it's red. And you can see Frank Castle is an admin to the Punisher, which has a session with administrator who is part of the administrators group, who's part of the domain admins group, who's part of the enterprise admins group. And you can kind of just look through here and see all the different memberships and all these unique graphs. Look at this. Look at the complexity that's going on here, right? And this is just 9 users, 3 computers. Imagine a network and how complex this is, and imagine having to try to figure this out for yourself, where we can just click a button and we know all the domain admins. Or we can just click a button and see where the domain admin has a session. This is amazing stuff here. So when you're doing an assessment and you've got compromise and you're on a machine, you might as well run Bloodhound and gather as much data that you can out of that machine, out of that network, and see where your next movement is, and really start to target your paths. Especially if you're in a timed assessment or you don't know your next step or your next move, this is a great tool, really great tool to use. And again, just like PowerView, this just scratches the surface. There are pre-built queries and custom queries that you can write and define here and kind of make your own. I'm going to leave that up to you as well to do research on those. Honestly, I use pretty much what's in here as the pre-built, and that's enough for me. But if you want to go more deep here and go into custom queries, you're welcome to do that as well. But this is a nice overview of what Bloodhound is capable of and how you can enumerate with it. So that's it. Hopefully this was informative for you. I just wanted to provide a quick overview of a couple tools that we can use. The enumeration process never changes, right? Once we have an account on a network, we're going to enumerate. We're going to enumerate before we get an account. We're going to try to find access. Once we get access, we're going to re-enumerate. We're going to see what information we can learn once we've gathered that account. And then again, every time we have access to a new machine, we don't know what stones that's going to uncover. As you're going to see in the next section, one machine to the next can be a huge difference based on who's logged in and what information that has on it. You don't know if that information on there, has maybe a text file with documents or passwords in it. You don't know if there's a administrator logged into that computer, and then we can impersonate that administrator. There's so many different things that change from machine to machine. Enumeration is important. And the tools and techniques all the way through this course that you've learned already, Nmap, digging around, just looking around for information is important. And then just adding these two tools here to your arsenal, going to make you significantly better as a pen tester. And it'll give you something to talk about in an interview as well. You can say, look, I use PowerView and I use that to look through for, users, groups. I look through policies, group policies, computer policies, and you could be able to talk to those, and you could say, look, I use Bloodhound, and I look at that to look at the administrators in the network. What administrators are on what machine? What's my shortest path to the domain admin? What are my high-value targets? And you could talk through that as well in an interview, and you're going to sound like you know what you're talking about, and it's going to set you apart from other people. Honestly, it's going to set you apart. So take these two tools that I'm showing you and play around with them, get better, and you're going to see a big difference. So from here, we're going to talk about post-exploitation attacks. So once we've compromised one account, what can we do with that account, and how can we leverage that into other compromises and eventually own this whole network here? So I'm excited to move forward and cover these next sections. So I'll see you over in the next section when we start talking about these attacks. Welcome to this section on attacking Active Directory post-compromise attacks. So all the attacks that I'm about to introduce you to in this section involve having some sort of credential first. So we have to have a username, password, or a shell on a machine, or something along those lines in order for these attacks to be effective. So we're going to be covering attacks like pass the hash, pass the password. We'll talk about token impersonation and Kerberoasting, GPP/C password attacks, and golden ticket attacks. And you don't have to have any idea what I'm talking about right now. I'm just kind of giving you a quick overview. So just keep in mind that these attacks require compromise already, and they're some of the best attacks that we can leverage in a network once we do have compromise. So I'm really excited to go over this and really excited to take you down this learning path of these attacks. So let's go ahead and jump into the first one, where we start covering pass the hash and pass the password. So the first thing that I like to do when I compromise a user account or a machine is I like to do what is called pass the password or possibly pass the hash. So when we talk about what this is just passing this around the network. So remember, we captured the password of password1, or we cracked it when we captured it with Responder. Now we have a username and a credential. And we logged into a machine, we dumped some hashes, and we have credentials there as well, right? So utilizing those, we can either take those credentials offline that we dumped, or we can take those hashes and try to pass them around or pass the password around. So taking a look at what this means on a technical level, there is a tool that we're going to use called CrackMapExec. Now, CrackMapExec just takes the username, domain, and password as you see here. And what it does is it throws that password all around the subnet here. So we'll take it against the subnet, throw it around, and we'll see where it sticks. Now, if you recall, we have our user Frank Castle, who is not only an admin on the Punisher machine, but also an admin on Spider-Man machine as well. So playing off the different example of pass the hash, let's say that we have a PSExec here, which is what I've set up. We have PSExec with Meterpreter. We get onto this machine and we run a hash dump. Well, we can take the hash dump of that local user here, and you can see we just captured the last bit of this hash, and we'll just try to pass that around. So what that looks like is something like this, where we do the same thing against the network here with the user fcastle, which is a local user, and then the capital H for a hash, and then -- local, signifying that we're going to go ahead and pass this around locally. And you could see that we didn't have any luck on this one, and that's okay, but that's still what we're after, is we're after trying to pass this local hash around to see if we can get on any machines. This one is a big one. These two are big ones. Now, you do not have to crack this password to be able to pass this hash around. That's huge. The other thing is, if you do have a password, you could pass that around and see where you can get on any machine as well. These local accounts are very dangerous. The issue is a lot of administrators will reuse the same account and password to set up machines. So if you're able to dump an administrator password or a hash, then guess what? You can pass that hash along the network. And I have seen it where the entire network uses the same local administrator password or hash, and you own the whole network without really having to compromise anything. So looking into these local hashes and these local accounts are super important as well. So from here, we're going to install our tool. We're going to take a look at a couple different features and what we can do here. And then we're going to play around with CrackMap Exec and see what it's capable of as well. So let's go ahead and just dive into the next video, and we're going to go ahead and install CrackMap Exec. All right, installing CrackMap Exec is super easy. So from a terminal, all we have to do is say apt install CrackMap Exec, just like this. And it should load up for us. Might take a second to download the files. And tonight it's running a little slow on the internet for me. So give this just a second here and it will install, and then we should be ready to go. So go ahead and get this installed. This is all you need to do for now. Very short video, possibly the shortest one in the class. And then check it real quick. CrackMap Exec, it's there, it works, we're good to go. So I'll catch you over now in the next video. All right, now let's set up the situation here. We've got our Windows Server running, and we've got every machine running. So I've got my 2 Windows 10 machine, my Windows Server running. And we're going to use this tool that we just installed, CrackMap Exec. And it's going to look something like this. We can say CrackMap Exec. We could do -- help and take a look at what it's got to offer us. And I can make this a little bit bigger. We can scroll up to the top, and really what it does is we need to provide it with a target. Typically, we either provide target IP addresses, a range, or a CIDR notation. We can do a bunch of different things. My favorite is just give it a CIDR notation, and you're going to see what that looks like. Then we're going to have to provide a username, a domain, and a password. Or we could provide a username and password and do a -- local if it's a local account. But from here, we're going to provide a username, domain, password, because as of right now, we have just captured the user account of fcastle password 1. And there's so many different things that we can do here. There's actually a lot of modules that we can run. Now the modules are kind of finicky, but I'm going to show you some cool little tricks that we can attempt to do here. So first of all, let's just check our status. How about we do that? So we're going to just do something like this. We're going to say CrackMap Exec.
Okay, in a small pause and course update, CrackMap Exec actually changed the way the syntax is run. So we need to make a minor change. What I'm about to show you is how to do this, and I just want you to follow along with this change. So what you're going to do, instead of writing the IP address as shown in the next part of this video, all you need to do is put SMB in front of it. So whatever your IP address is, like 192.168.0.0/24, whatever that might be right here, ensure that you have SMB in front of it, and then go ahead and follow along with SMB in front with the rest of the command line, and you should be good to go the rest of the time.
And we're going to say a user, actually let's go ahead and specify the domain or where we're going to be attacking. So 192.168.57.0/24 for me. So it's going to sweep the entire network with this. We're going to say user of fcastle, domain of marvel.local, and password of password1. So go ahead and fire that off. And there we go. So it has gone ahead and it attempted to attack my .1 machine, which is my local machine here. But it also attacked the network that we have, right? So we've got the Hydra DC, we've got Spider-Man, and then the Punisher here. And you could see that it came through, it tried this username and password on Hydra DC, it did not work. What does that tell us? That means that this user does not have SMB access, because this is trying to access SMB here. It doesn't have SMB access to the domain controller. Unfortunately, we don't win that easy all the time. We've also tried Spider-Man, right? We knew about the Punisher, but we didn't know about Spider-Man. So that's nice. So we've got Spider-Man now and the Punisher. So we've owned a second machine. When it says pwned here, that means we now have access to a second machine. So what can we do? We could go psexec.py and we can use these credentials and do it to .142 as we did with .141. We can also do something, which this is kind of cool. We could do something like --sam. And if we get ownage, sometimes this will work for us. It's going to try to dump the SAM file, and here it didn't work. That's okay. So it tries to go in, and this is successful a lot of the time, where it goes in and it'll try to dump the SAM file out of these machines. And if we look up here, there's a few different things that we can do with it. We could try to dump the SAM or LSA, NTDS, which we talked about way in the beginning, and we're going to talk about it again here in a little bit. We could enumerate shares. There's all kinds of things that we can add on. Again, there's all these modules, which we're not going to even cover. I do recommend reading the documentation on this because it can go really deep, and it's surprising how deep this can actually go. But from here, let's just talk about what we can do. So we weren't able to dump the SAM here, but we can utilize a tool called secrets dump, which we're going to cover in the next video on how to get the SAM file. And we can just do that psexec, right? So we had psexec.py, and we could say marvel, and we could say fcastle password 1, and we could put that at 192.168.57.142 and try to get a shell there. And wouldn't you know it, who am I? Host name. We're authority system on Spider-Man. So this is a quick win here. We can take advantage of this, as we're going to see in the next video, dumping some hashes out, getting some more information, extracting this. We could also go try to get a shell on this machine via the Meterpreter psexec as well, and utilize those. So that's just a quick overview of how useful passing the password is. This is, if I get a credential, the very first thing I'm doing is I'm passing it around the network because I know it's valid. You can also utilize this to password spray, but I would recommend against doing that on domain accounts, because what happens is, say we have 50 machines here. You take this username, you could put any password you want here and try to spray it across the network. And what's going to happen is you're going to get failed login attempts. And if you get so many in a row, you might lock out your user account. However, if you have a local account, which you're going to see here in a couple videos, you can actually try password spraying against it. And you could just throw anything you want at it to see if it sticks. And you might get lucky. And the local accounts don't have that same lockout policy like domain accounts do. So I always like to do some password spraying on local accounts as another strategy if you're kind of stuck and not getting anywhere, or if you've come across some different passwords or different password phrases or patterns that you might have noticed in the network. It's another good thought to have, to just try it against some different accounts, or even just admin or administrator. So that's it for this lesson. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next lesson, which is how to dump hashes now that we have this here. So we've got a user account. Let's dump hashes with this user account, especially on the 2 machines that we found. And we'll store those hashes. We'll even try to crack those hashes. And we'll move on to passing the hash as well, just as an example. So I will catch you over in the next video. So now we've used a password to pass it around the network. We discovered that 142 and 141 have the same local admin of Frank Castle. So we are able to get a shell on both machines. Now we could try psexec with Metasploit, go in there, run hash dump, see if we can get lucky. But again, that's a little bit on the noisy side. You saw it get picked up by antivirus, by Windows Defender, but you're seeing that psexec still isn't. I still haven't turned off my antivirus quite yet. So you can see that psexec on psexec.py is not getting picked up. So that's nice. What we can do to dump hashes in this situation is we can run a tool called secrets dump. And guess what? secretsdump.py, also part of the Impacket toolkit. So we can do something along these lines. We can say marvel fcastle and then password 1. This should look very familiar. It's the same syntax as before. And then just 192.168.57. And we'll start with Frank Castle's machine at 141. Try that. See what happens. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Okay, we know we have access to 142 as well. So let's go ahead and just do that. And it's going to come in here and it's going to dump all this information for us. So this is wonderful information, okay? It's coming in here and it's dumping not only the SAM hashes, but it's dumping what are known as LSA secrets and this DP API key. you don't have to worry too much about these right here. More so, we're going to focus on the hashes that we get back if we get any local hashes. We'll talk more about what the LSA secrets are and the rest of this is when we get into Mimikatz here in just a few videos. So I'll save that for this, or I'll save that for later. But just know that you can dump these hashes, and look, we can grab these. We can also just kind of examine and see, like, I can copy this and we can just go into a new tab and just say gedit. I'll just call this test, and we'll just paste this into here. And then I'll grab these other ones and I'll paste them. And you could do the quick eye test and see here if I can copy, if the same hash shows up more than once. So look here and just see, and we can separate these out just to make it a little easier. If there's password reuse, the last hash here will be the same. So you can see here that the administrator account is utilizing the same password. So if we're going to try to pass this hash around, guess what we are? We can try to pass this around and see if it'll get us around the network. And we'll see what this does. And then we'll try to crack some of these hashes and see if these hashes crack, what it's going to look like, and go from there. So in the next video, we're going to focus on trying to crack these hashes. And then I'll show you the passing the hash method, which is incredibly useful and why we don't even have to attempt to crack these if we don't want to. So let's go ahead and jump over to the next video where we just quickly try to crack these passwords, and then we'll move on into passing the hash. Picking up right where we left off. So I'm going to clean this up just a little bit. We know the administrator here, they're the same hash. We can identify that here. So I'm going to actually just delete all of these accounts. And we're not going to worry about this WDA utility here, WDAG. We're not going to worry about default account or guest account. We can go ahead and delete all those. I'm just interested in the user accounts and the administrator accounts. So let's copy this, and I'm going to move this to my Hashcat folder, and I'm going to just put it in a new text document. I'm actually going to reuse the one that we used before, which was that hashes4.txt. So we'll use that, and then we're going to go ahead and try to crack it. So bringing this over, you can see that these hashes here, these hashes are what are called NTLM. Previously, we've cracked NTLM v2 hashes. Now, NTLM are the local hashes. When you dump a SAM, that's what type of hash it is. Now, these are stored under module 1000. Again, you could do hashcat -help and then grep NTLM and find that. But we're going to try to crack these. If we can't crack these, then we'll try to pass them around. Special note, one thing to remember, you can pass around NTLM hashes. You cannot pass around NTLM v2 hashes. Big difference. NTLM hashes can be passed, NTLM v2 cannot. So remember that from the next video. But from here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do same thing as before, hashcat64.exe, and I'm going to give this a module of 1000 because that's NTLM. And then I'm going to just provide this hashes, if I could spell it, hashes4.txt and then rocku.txt. We'll just use a simple word list, -O for optimization here. And it's going to try to crack these passwords. It should go through it pretty quick. And I think at least one of them will fall. Oh, we made the admin password 2. I actually had forgotten. And then the Peter Parker, or one of them, 31D came back as a admin that is blank. So it's possible that our admin actually is disabled. When we see a blank account like this, that means that the password is likely disabled. So we might not be able to actually pass this around because that account has been disabled. We could try to pass around password 1 and password 2, but we've now cracked both of these too, and these are weak accounts. So now we also have a good idea of what kind of passwords they're using in their environment. And we could just take note of this, and this is something that we can write in a report as a finding and just build off of this. It's always about passwords, right? It really comes down to passwords, and weak passwords are going to get your network taken down so quick because there's so many different ways that we can capture hashes in a network that it's just a matter of time before we do and then start trying to crack them or pass them around. So let's go ahead and meet up in the next video when we try to pass around a hash, and then we'll talk mitigations after that. So we've got these 3 hashes here, and all we need to copy is this second half right here. So we're just going to copy this second half, and we can copy this. And we're going to use crackmap.exec to try to break it. So, or at least try to pass it. So what we can do is we could say something like crackmap.exec.
Same situation here. Make sure that crackmap.exec has SMB after it before you run the command as shown in the video. This is just a small update to the command line and a change that crackmap.exec has made.
Give the range that we're going to test against, so 57024, and then we're going to say username, and this one is Frank Castle, like this. So because we have the space in there, I'm going to go ahead and just put that in quotations, and then we're going to do a capital H for hash, paste that in there, and the last thing we want to note is that this is local, so -- local is important to put in here.
Okay, one more small change that has come from crackmap.exec here. This is what your syntax should look like right this second, with your hash being here instead of the place of this hash. -- local -auth is the new syntax. In the video, I show you -- local. Make sure you add the -auth just to make sure this runs smoothly. So again, one small change from crackmap.exec. Make sure you have local auth in, make sure you have SMB in the front. The rest should stay the same in this situation.
Go ahead and hit enter and see it's going to try to pass this around the network and gain access. Now, it doesn't say that it's pwned here, which is interesting. But we do have the user light up green, which is an indicator that this might have actually worked in the attack. So if we see pwned or we see a green one here, like a green plus sign, that's a good indicator that this has worked. Pwn is a guarantee. The green arrow or the green plus sign here is a good chance, but this has resulted in false positives in the past. We do know that it worked, and it attempted to pass it along the rest of the way here. It was unsuccessful as expected, which is okay. But again, passing this hash around the network, you never know what you're going to find. You never know. This could light up green for all of these with pwned all the way down the list. And then guess what? We have every single machine. And I've had this happen in countless assessments. And if you want a story time, quick story time, there was a assessment that I was up against that was using something called privileged access management, which we're going to talk about really quick in the next video. But that's a great mitigation to these sorts of attacks, because what happens is a user goes in and they have to check out their domain account. So there are tools called like CyberArk or Thycotic that can be used where you go in, you type a password, you check out your domain account, and your domain account password is really long. It's some crazy complex 15 to 30 character password. You utilize that for 8 hours or so. And then guess what? When you check it back in, that password rotates to a new password. So you only know this crazy complex password for 8 hours. It's impossible to capture LMNR or any kind of hash that's NTLM v2 and try to crack it. But guess what? I was able to use SMB relay on an assessment, dump out the SAM hashes just like this. I saw administrator on there. I just went and copied this, put it into crackmap.exec just like I did here, flew it around the network, and it owned everything. In CyberArk, privileged access management, that's not cheap. We're talking $1 million software that they had focused on security, and their domain controller went down in seconds because they weren't thinking about their local admin accounts. Local admin accounts are so important, especially if you're reusing these passwords. It's gonna hurt you so bad. So keep this in mind as another form of an attack, utilizing these local hashes. And another thing to do as well is you can put this into psexec and get a shell out of it if you want. You can use psexec.py to do this. So for example, if we go to psexec and we just say -- help, you'll see in here that there is a place for hashes. So you can utilize the whole hash to authenticate instead of utilizing a password. So we can do something along the lines of this. psexec.py, and we'll just say something like, we'll say Frank Castle, like this, and we won't give it a password, and we'll just say @ and this will be 192.168.57.141, and then we'll say hashes, and then we need the whole hash for this one. So we need the LM hash and the NT hash. And if we look here, this is the LM hash, and the second part is the NT hash. you need the entire hash for psexec to work here. So let's go ahead and paste that, and we'll hit enter. And we can see while this user was able to authenticate here, we were able to request the share. We weren't able to get any admin access via this one. So even though this user has access to this machine, we're still not able to get a writable share where we can upload and get a shell. And to prove concept here, we can try it on another computer, say 42, where we know we don't have privileges, and you can see there's a login failure. So there's a difference here. But this is just another thing that you can do. You can attempt to get a shell with this local user without ever having to use psexec or know the password or anything. So just building upon this, if you pass this password around the network and this password works all over the place, then your next move would be to do this setup here, put your hash in, and then try to fire it and get a shell. This is a quick way to own a domain controller, for example, if the domain controller is allowing something like this or that user is valid on that domain controller. So from here, we're going to go ahead and talk mitigation strategies, and then we'll move on to some more fun attacks in Active Directory. Let's talk mitigation for pass the hash, pass the password. Now, mitigating this completely is difficult, but as an administrator, you can make my life very difficult as an attacker. So one thing to note is if you limit your account reuse, for example, Frank Castle being a local admin on multiple computers when we passed the password, that got us into multiple machines. We only had access to one machine. Now we've laterally moved across the network to another machine, and who knows what we're going to find, because it's a whole different set of hash dump. When you saw we dumped the hash, we can also start looking through files on computers, looking for anything interesting. You're going to see some more attacks that we're going to find here, and there's different attacks that we can pull off as a user. So there's things that one machine might not have for us, but once we move laterally to another machine, then guess what? It's a whole new ball game, and then that might open up something we didn't see before that allows us to escalate into domain admin. So if we do not have local admins on machines or reusing them, then guess what? It's going to be really hard for us to do that. Again, you should also limit who is that local administrator, right? Least privilege. We've talked about this time and time again. Here, the strong passwords come into play as well. Not so much for the passing of the hash, but passing of the password. If we're never able to crack the NTLM v2 hash in the first place and get a shell on these machines, then we're never going to be able to actually perform these attacks and get here in the first place. So utilizing strong passwords in your network is big, big, big. Lastly, we talked about in the last video, privilege access management. You can make my life very difficult in a situation where you're using privilege access management. In that story that I talked about where I took down that network that had that $1 million privilege access management, right? They were using CyberArk and they had that tool. I took them down because they were using bad local admin passwords and they were reusing them. Had they been using good local admin passwords and they weren't reusing them, I would have failed on that assessment. Hands down, no doubt about it. But because of that, they had a big weakness there and it can just bypass these $1 million systems. However, these systems are important, very, very important. So if you can utilize it, if you have the funds to utilize privilege access management in your system, in your environment, please do it. It's really worth it. So that's it for this. So now we're going to move on to what are called token impersonation attacks. And these are really fun. You're going to see why in the next video. Our next attack type is called token impersonation. So what are tokens? Well, you could think of tokens basically as cookies for your computer. There are these temporary keys that allow you access to a system or network without actually having to provide your credentials, so like a cookie. Now, there are two types. There's what is called a delegate or an impersonate token. So, for the delegate token, that is used when you log into a machine or you have a remote desktop, for example. Or if you have an impersonate token, if you're having like a network drive attached or some sort of domain logon script, that's where you would see an impersonate token. In this course, it's much easier to just demonstrate a delegate token because all we have to do is log into a machine and then that token exists. So we're going to do that. So let's take a quick overview before we go into the live demonstration of why this is bad and what this really is. So here, we have our user, and we've gotten a shell, and we're in a shell in Meterpreter. We've loaded a tool here called Incognito, which is built into Metasploit, and we're just going to list our tokens of our user. Here, Marvel F Castle appears. We're on the Frank Castle machine. Now, we're going to go ahead and try to impersonate that user. So what we're going to say is impersonate token Marvel F Castle, kind of like this. We'll go into a shell, and guess what? We're Marvel Frank Castle. Cool. So let's go ahead and try to run something. Do not worry about what this is right now, but we're going to use invoke Mimikatz. And this is a PowerShell script that is trying to dump hashes. Okay, we're trying to do an LSA dump here and dump all the hashes off the domain controller. And what's going to happen is it's going to say, hey, access denied. You do not have this kind of access. Okay, but what if for some reason the user was a domain admin and that token was available? Now you can see the domain admin has logged into this machine. The token's now available, and we're going to impersonate this token. So we're going to say impersonate token Marvel administrator. We go into a shell, and you can see that Marvel administrator is now available to us. We try running this command again, and guess what? It succeeds this time, allowing us to dump all the hashes in the network, including the Kerberos ticket granting ticket hash, which we haven't covered yet. We'll get there, but this is a big win. So the difference is that if you can navigate to a machine and you find a token of a domain administrator that you can impersonate, you have domain admin. There are a lot of things that you can do with that domain admin. So you want to bounce around and look for these token impersonation attacks and really see if you can't find that domain admin on a machine. So this is what I was talking about in the last video when it came down to moving laterally, and there's always potential difference in a new machine. So we might go from machine 1 where we're Frank Castle and there's nothing great. We pass that password, pass that hash round. We get onto machine 2 where we're on Spider-Man's machine, and there is the administrator just sitting there with a token. And then we impersonate that token, and then we are now a domain administrator. We can act on their behalf. So pretty cool feature here. So let's go ahead and do a live demonstration of this so we can get hands-on, and then we'll talk about mitigation strategies. Now, to perform this attack with token impersonation, we're first going to have to use Metasploit. So let's go ahead and just type in MSF console. We're going to load this guy up. And then we're going to go ahead and search for PsExec. We're going to get a shell on the Frank Castle machine or the Punisher machine. So I'm just going to say use exploit Windows SMB PsExec because I have it memorized here. And we're going to say options. And then we're going to set our rhost, which should be the Punisher machine. Mine's at 57.141. We're going to set the SMB domain, which is going to be marvel.local. Set SMB pass as password1. Set SMB user as fcastle. And let's go ahead and show targets once you have that all set up. So I'll say show targets. And I'm going to do a native upload. So we'll set target of 2. I'm going to type options here, and I'll stall verbally just for a second so you can catch up if you need to. But we're just making sure that everything is checked with our boxes. We've got the right rhost, we've got the right domain, password, user, native upload. Last thing, we're going to want to set the payload here because it's going to try to attack with a x86 payload. So we're going to go ahead and just say Windows x64, and we'll say Meterpreter reverse TCP. Options, set the lhost here to eth0. And now if we type options one more time, it should look good. We've got 192.168.57.139 is the lhost. That is us. Whew. Okay, let's try to run this. And boom, Meterpreter session right off the bat. That's what I love to see. Okay, so now we have the Meterpreter session. We could do all the fun stuff that we already know about, right? We can do a hash dump. We could say get UID. We can make sure we're system. We could say sysinfo, get the system info. We're on the right machine, right architecture, right everything. This is great. Now, there are a few things that we can do in here. One is we can go ahead and we can load a tool. And if you load and double tab, there's a few different things that we can use in here. Now, we can load the tool that we're going to use, which is Incognito. We can also use Kiwi, which is a tool similar to Mimikatz, which is made for dumping passwords. And we're going to talk about Mimikatz here very, very soon. We could also load PowerShell. I love this feature because sometimes if we get into a shell and we try to load PowerShell, like if we go into a shell and we just say PowerShell, whatever, execution policy, bypass, and try to run that, it doesn't always run. This one's nice and neat for us. It's not always like that. So we're going to go ahead and cancel this or exit out of this channel. But we can load PowerShell into this and inject PowerShell as well. So these different features here are really nice. But for this one, I'm going to go ahead and load the Incognito feature. And if we type help, the last thing that we loaded is always at the bottom. So if you ever want to see that, down here, Incognito commands. Now, I've had Incognito come up on interviews before, so this is a special one to note and just to understand what token impersonation is and why it's important. So we have the ability here to impersonate a token. Once we have a token impersonated, we can try to add a user, add group, add local groups. We can do all kinds of fun stuff. For this example, we're just going to go ahead and just try to impersonate a user, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and just list the tokens. And I'm going to do a -u. You could do it by -u or -g for groups. I always like to do it for -u. And you can see sitting on this machine here is Marvel Administrator. So if we want to impersonate this person, all we have to say is impersonate token. And then we're going to go ahead and just say Marvel Administrator, just like that. You want 2 backslashes because of character escaping. Now we've impersonated this user. Go ahead and type shell, who am I? And you see now we are Marvel Administrator. So one thing to note, let's Control-C, exit out of this. We can go ahead and say like you want to run hash dump now. It's going to have issues. It's going to say access is denied because we're not actually running as the system of the machine. So if you're ever in this situation, all you have to do is type rev to self. So you're going to revert to your old self, who you came in as. And then now you can run hash dump again and it'll work. So let's do one more proof of concept here. You saw that the administrator was available, and for you, it might have been your other user, right? It's whoever is logged in currently. I didn't instruct you with who to log in as. So on my Windows 10 machine right now, I've got the Marvel Administrator logged in. But let's go ahead and just sign in with fcastle, and let's just put in password 1, get Frank all logged in here, and get your other user logged in, whoever it is. If you had somebody you impersonated, go ahead and impersonate a different user here. So now we can come into this again, and we can say list tokens -u for user. And guess who just showed up? Frank Castle. Why? This is a delegate token. Remember, delegate tokens are on login or RDP sessions. So we had a login on this computer. Now we've got this token. This token exists until the computer is rebooted. We can impersonate this user until the computer is rebooted. So we can go ahead and say impersonate token and say Marvel fcastle like this. Should work. Go ahead and say shell, who am I? Guess what? Now we're Frank Castle. This one is so cool. I love this attack. So that's it. I just want you to get the feel for what you're capable of doing. We just took a user that was just happened to have left a token behind. And this happens a lot. Think of an account or a server that you might log into or get access to, and there is a domain admin who logged into that computer. And servers don't get rebooted that much. So if there's a domain admin on that computer and they don't reboot very often, that token's sitting there until they reboot. So it's just moving laterally, machine to machine, until you find that way to escalate. And this is a potential way to escalate. So that's it. We're going to move on to talk about the mitigation strategies for this. And then we're going to talk about Kerberoasting, which is one of my favorite attacks. So I'll go ahead and catch you in the next video. Quickly, let's talk about the token impersonation mitigation strategies. So with this, we can limit user and group token creation permissions. That one's a little tricky. It will not fully prevent everything, I don't believe, not in my opinion. The better idea here in the beating down, some of the repetition that we're going to have here, account tiering, very important. Your domain administrators should be logging into the machines that they need to access, which should only be domain controllers. If for some reason that domain administrator logs into a user computer or a server, and that user computer or server gets compromised, guess what? We can impersonate that token. If we compromise the domain controller, what do we need to impersonate the token for? We've already compromised that domain controller. So yes, we could still do a token impersonation attack on the domain controller, but there's no point there. But if we, somewhere else in the network on a user or a server, a different server, then we can compromise that, become domain admin, and leverage that. So that's 1. 2, local admin restriction comes into play yet again. If users are not local admins on their computers, we cannot get a shell on that computer with their account. That prevents us from getting onto the computer and utilizing this kind of attack. So we need to have account tiering. We need to have local admin restriction in the network. And when I say account tiering as well, it should be noted that users typically have 2 accounts when we have account tiering. You might have Bob, and then you might have Bob-A. So Bob will have his everyday regular user account. And then when he wants to go access the domain controller, he's going to log in as Bob-A, which stands for admin, and he's only going to log in on the domain controller and isolate his accounts with this tiering. So that way, anywhere else that Bob has access or privilege to, you're not going to be able to get to the domain controller if you compromise Bob's regular user account. And typically the domain admin accounts have longer password policies and are more strict with their permissions. So something to think about in terms of defeating this, and it's just beating a dead horse with a lot of this, right? Like just a lot of repetition on some very simple policies. And if these policies are in place, which in most networks they're not, then you can stop an attacker with a lot of attacks. So that's it for that. We're going to go ahead and move on to Kerberos roasting now. So I will see you over in the next video. Let's talk Kerberos roasting. So in order to talk Kerberos roasting, we have to understand how Kerberos itself works. Now there is this great infographic here that will tell us how these things work. So here we have a domain controller, okay? And this domain controller is also known as a key distribution center, and we can call that a KDC here. We also have our user. Now our user is going to need to authenticate to the domain controller. When they do that, they're going to say, hey, I want to request what is known as a ticket granting ticket. I'm going to provide my NTLM hash, and I'm going to request that ticket from you. Now, the domain controller is going to send back the ticket granting ticket, and it's going to encrypt that ticket with the Kerberos ticket granting ticket hash. Okay, what's important here is this KDC is holding the keys, right? So we have to authenticate with the KDC. That sends it back here, and now we have a ticket granting ticket. How did we get this ticket granting ticket? We supplied an NTLM hash. What does that mean? We have a username and a password. That's it. Any valid user, doesn't have to be admin, doesn't have to be anything. Any valid user gets this ticket. This is how Kerberos works. This is the authentication. So we have Frank Castle, we have password 1. We have a valid ticket granting ticket. So from here, now let's say we have an application server. This could be SQL, this could be antivirus, it could be whatever you want the application to be. We just have a service that we're trying to access. So this service here has what is called an SPN. That is a service principal name, and that's going to come into play here in just a second. But in order to access this service, we have to first request a ticket granting service ticket, or this is a TGS, okay? So we're going to request this TGS. And how do we request this? Well, we present our TGT. So we've already got our TGT, our ticket granting ticket. We're going to request a service ticket from the server. Well, the server knows the server account hash, right? And it's going to encrypt that and send it back. The server does not know if we, the KDC or the server here, does not know if we have access to the server or not. So it's just going to provide back to us the TGS with the server account hash. This is where Kerberoasting stops. However, let's continue. In order to authenticate to that server, in the real world, what we would do is we would present that TGS to the application server, and that would then decrypt it using its own server hash. And it would say, yes, you have authentication. You are the user that is allowed on this, or no. And then it's going to send back and say yes or no. We don't need to ever send that out. This is not important. It's important to understand what's happening and why this happens. But the important part to understand here is we have a valid user account, which gives us a ticket granting ticket, steps 1 and 2. With that ticket granting ticket, then we can request a service ticket for a service. That service ticket is going to be encrypted with the server's account hash. Why does that matter? Well, guess what? It's a hash. We can decrypt the hash. We can try to crack the hash. So we can run a tool. It's called getuserspns.py. Guess where it's from? Impacket. Impacket's awesome. And we just say marvel.local, Frank Castle, password 1. We specify the domain controller IP and we request. So we're going to request this service ticket, right? And guess what's going to happen? We're going to get this ticket granting service ticket here. It has the hash here that's encrypted with. And we're just going to copy this hash and try to crack it. So we're going to put this into Hashcat, this big long hash that we get back, and we're going to crack it pretty easily. So that's what we're going to do. Again, quick refresher, just to go back. We have our ticket granting ticket. We request that from the KDC. We get that because we have a known user account. It does not have to be a domain administrator account. Known user account. So once we get credentials, we can attempt Kerberoasting. From there, we request this ticket granting service ticket, and it's going to send that back to us, and it's going to say, here you go. I'm going to encrypt it with the server's hash, and then we don't ever have to present here. We just take it and we try to crack that. So let's go ahead and do this hands-on, and you'll see this come up again a couple times. So let's go ahead and move on to the next video. Let's pull off this Kerberoasting attack. So we're going to use getuserspns. So getuserspns, you should be able to auto tab complete that. And now again, all we need is that username and password from a domain account. So marvel.local, we're going to say fcastle here, and password 1. We need to know the domain controller IP, so we're going to specify that with dc-ip like this. And we're going to say 192.168.57.140 or whatever your IP address is, and do a dash request. There you go. So already very quick is how this happens. It just comes down and it provides us the hash here. So we requested that TGS again, and we can take a look at this, and you can see that what came down was a SQL service. And remember, we did set that up. And here it's going to give us this KBR5 TGS hash. So go ahead and copy this. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this, I'm going to put this into my hashes 4, same one I've been using, and save it. So we could do a quick hashcat to find the module. We could do -- help, and we can do a grep on Kerberos like this. And we are after Kerberos 5 ticket granting service, TGS, so 13100 here. So what we'll do is we'll come into here and we'll just say, similar to before, hashcat 64.exe, module of 13100, hashes 4.text, and then we'll do a rocku.text. Go ahead and hit enter after putting a capital O to optimize, and this should just take a second here as well. So we're going to let this run, and then I'm going to give you a little spiel on this password. So this password is going to crack, and it's going to crack as my password 1234 or 123 pound, right? And this is a, 2, 6, 10, 14 character password. So remember how I said that even though 14 character is like the minimum I recommend, these passwords that use common wordage and just looks like this, it's not safe. This is a 14 character password and it fell so easily. It's in rockyou.txt. Rockyou is the base crack list, right? A good crack list can still crack a 14 character password. And like I said, I've cracked a 19 character password before because it was a Bible verse. So if it's something well known or easily guessable like this and uses dictionary words, chances are it's going to fall. So I just wanted to harp on that. But the bigger point is we have found the SQL Service password. This is the SQL Service domain password here. And we already knew what it was because we discovered it earlier. But this is a domain admin account because it was set up incorrectly. Your service account should not be domain admin accounts, but that happens all the time. So we look for these accounts with Kerberoasting. We try to crack these passwords, and then we utilize these to access the domain controller, access new areas, even lateral movement. But this is a lot of the times considered vertical movement because it gets us right into a domain controller when these have incorrect permissions set up. So that's it. This is one of the most common attacks that you will see in a network. Once you get a credential at all, you can try Kerberoasting and see if you can't get to password to crack and leverage that. So let's go ahead and talk about mitigations before we move on to some other attacks. All right, mitigation. So just a couple options here. Now, Kerberoasting, this is a feature of Windows, right? We're abusing a feature. So there's nothing that you can really do to defend against this except having strong passwords for your service accounts. Very strong passwords, not 14 characters like we cracked, like 30 characters or more. You know, the longer the better. On top of that, least privilege. Do not make your domain accounts domain administrators, or do not make your service accounts domain administrators, right? Least privilege here. Too often we see service accounts running as domain administrator, and too often we see service accounts running with weak passwords. Combine those two, and you're going to have a bad day as a network administrator. So that's it. Pretty simple on the mitigation strategy. So from here, we're going to talk about an older but yet still relevant attack. And this attack is called cPassword attack or a GPP attack. So we'll go ahead and see you in the next video when we talk about this and revisit Hack the Box. Up next on the list is the GPP or Group Policy Preferences attack, also known as MS14025. So a quick overview. The Group Policy Preferences allowed admins to create policies using embedded credentials. Now these credentials were encrypted and they were placed into an XML document and they were stored in this type called cPassword. Now, the cPassword was encrypted, as I said, and the key to this encryption was accidentally released. And so, therefore, we can decrypt it. Now, this has been patched in MS14025 and prevents issues going forward. However, it does not prevent previous issues. So what that means is if an admin has stored a group policy preference embedded credential before the patch was implemented, then this will still display a credential to us. Now, most of the time, these credentials are domain admin credentials and will allow us access to domain admin accounts. This is not going to come up that often, but it is still something that you should be checking for because there are a lot of Server 2012 machines out there, for example, that this was not patched on or has been patched, but this was running on previously. So what we're going to do is we're going to cover how to do this. And it's actually kind of difficult to set up in a lab environment. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to use Hack the Box to attack this. Before we do that, I am going to reference an article here. Now this article is by Rapid7 and I'm going to paste it down below, but this kind of shows you what GPP is and what the uses were. And you can see here that a password was stored. And if we scroll down quickly, we can see that the password was stored in the sysvol. So as long as we have a user account and we can read that sysvol, and it says here, any domain user, this is why this is a post-exploitation attack. Once we have a domain user, we can attempt to read this sysvol. It's stored here in the C password. You can see it. All we have to do is run a GPP decrypt, which is built into Kali, and it'll decrypt the password. Now there is this SMB enum GPP here. This is a Metasploit module, and I really want you to write this down. This is how you would check for this. So you would say you have a shell in Metasploit. You can background that shell, run the SMB enum GPP, or you can run the post on the GPP and see if you can't enumerate this and gain a username and password similar to this before. I have seen this come up in previous assessments, and this is always something that you should be checking for, even if it's older. So from here, we're going to utilize Hack the Box. There's a machine on there called Active. We're going to use that, and it's got two great examples of what we just learned on here. So I'm going to challenge you once we get to the next video on solving half of the equation. We'll walk through the first half and talk about this GPP and see a live example of it. So I'm going to go ahead and catch you over in the next video when we explore this GPP attack. So we're going to walk through a box called Active. Now Active relates to Active Directory. It's one of my favorite machines on Hack the Box because of this. So Active lives at 10.10.10.100. And I want you to go ahead and boot up your machine, log into Hack the Box if you're going to follow along. So this is going to be kind of a two-part video. The first part, I'm going to show you how we scan and enumerate this machine, what we're looking for when it comes to GPP. And then the second part is just going to be a bonus. We're going to actually have to priv-esc this machine, and we're going to figure out how we're going to priv-esc this machine based on an attack that we've already done in the past in this course. So once you're all loaded up here, go ahead and go into your terminal and get scanning. So this one lives at 10.10.10.100. And I'm just going to make this a quick scan, nmap, and then we'll just do, I'm actually going to do a T5 on 10.10.10.100. And this should pull back pretty fast on the ports, what we're going to be after. And so what we're going to do here is you can see that we are running a domain. So when we scan against a domain controller, we expect to see something like 53 open, and that could be a router as well. But we also expect to see 88 open because 88 is Kerberos, and it's running Kerberos on that port. So that kind of tells us, along with LDAP and LDAP Secure or LDAP SSL. So now we kind of have an idea that this is probably a domain controller based on all the things that we're seeing here. So on top of this, we have 445 open. So we want to enumerate 445 on this machine, and we're going to take a look at 445 for this attack. Why are we looking at 445? Because the attack involves utilizing SMB, and in SMB, when you connect to it, there are sysvol folders, right? Let's take a look. This will be easier. So we'll just say SMB client, and we'll do a -L to list this out. And I'll go ahead and just say 10.10.10.100. We'll take a quick look at this, and we'll try anonymous connection here. And you can see that there are different folders. There's the admin, a C folder, IPC, netlogon, replication, sysvol, and users. Now we can try to connect to each one of these, but it's going to deny us access to all of these. However, there is this replication folder where we do have anonymous access as no user, right? So we're just going to say replication, enter this in, and we have access to this machine. And I'm kind of speeding along here just so that we can get through this and we can actually work on the machine itself with the exploit itself, as opposed to working on methodology and why we're doing this. The exploit is more related to SMB than it is enumerating. So this isn't a walkthrough box more so than showing you the exploit. So the way sysvol works is it's storing this groups.xml file. And in that groups.xml file is where you find that C password. And this is where that GPP, that group policy preferences, came into play. And so let's go ahead and I'm going to turn prompt off, which is just going to, if I could type it, which is just going to tell us not to prompt when we tell it to download all of our files. So what I'm going to say is I want recurse on. So recurse on means it's going to download all the files that I tell it to. So if we ls here, you can see there's a bunch of different folders and files in here. And there's actually, you can see there's a groups.xml, and this is kind of what we're going to be interested in. So what we're going to do is we're just going to say mget star like this, and this is going to get all the files. And as we see these come across, we can know if we're interested in anything. We see this gpe.ini, we see groups.xml, a registry.policy, gpt template.inf. So we're really interested in this groups.xml, and this is something to notate. Groups.xml is the file you're looking for when it comes to GPP. Now, you don't have to do this. Again, there is the GPP enumerate when it comes to Meterpreter, or if you want to use PowerShell, there are PowerShell scripts out there as well. I believe one is called invoke GPP, and that'll search through the sysvol for you as a user and look for this exploit. So in this situation, I should note too that we had anonymous access to this replication folder. That's not a realistic scenario. This is most definitely a post-exploit scenario where we have a user account. Once we have that user account, we'll be able to access that sysvol folder. Okay, so from here, we see that we have this groups.xml. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to Files, and we are here in active.htb. It should download to that. And we can just kind of look where it went. So it went policies, 31B. So we're going to go to 31B folder. And then we're going to go to preferences or machine preferences groups. And there's the groups.xml. So this is why I also did the mget star, is so that we can see what came through, and we don't have to just sit there and CD and navigate around just to see if there's something in a folder or not in a folder. It's much easier just to download everything and look through what comes through. So when we come into here and we open this up, you can see now that we have our C password. On top of this, we have active.htb, which is the domain name, and we have service ticket granting service, TGS. That should ring a bell, right? Ticket granting service. So this is the TGS account. So what are we going to do? We're going to copy this bad boy here, and we can go right into, let's just go ahead and go to a new tab, make this bigger, and we could just say something along the lines of GPP decrypt, paste that in just like that. And look what happens. GPP still standing strong, 2K18. So that's the password. Look how long this password is. It doesn't really matter, right? What matters here is that we are able to reverse or decrypt this GPP because we know the encryption. So here we now have a username and a password. We have active.htb, service TGS, and the password of GPP still standing strong, 2K18. So I'm going to pause the video here, or I'm going to actually cut the video off. This is going to be considered part 1. Part 2 is going to be a challenge to you. We can now go log in with this account. And you're going to find that when you log in with this account, you are actually a lower level user. This account is not a high level user. This is not system, okay? So because this is not a system level user, what is an attack that we can run on this to try to escalate? And you can use anything and everything that has been taught to you so far. Once you think through it, think if you find the answer, go ahead and attempt it. If you're just watching and not following along with the Hack the Box, that's okay as well. Just go ahead and meet me in the next video and we'll cover this. So brief review as well. We are after the GPP, right? The groups.xml. This is an older exploit. We're targeting Windows 2012, Server 2012, usually with these. And you are going to see these in environments. When you come across it, it's going to look pretty much like what I showed you. It's going to be something like this, where you either get the username and the password right off the bat with Meterpreter, or you're going to run something along the lines of invoke GPP, and you're going to try to search for that as well via PowerShell module. But this is what you're after, and this is what you're decrypting here with that password. So now we've got a username and password. How are we going to abuse this? I love this machine, so I'll meet you over in the next video with the solution. Part 2, let's do this. So here we are. We have our user account and our password. Now, what can we do? Well, we can try to get on an account. We can say something like, we can say what? psexec.py, and we can say active.htb, and then it was actually /service tgs like this. And then we can just copy this password, paste it here, and say at 10.10.10.100 and see what happens. Nothing's writable. Okay, so we have valid user credentials, but not writable. Well, what is an attack we talked about very, very recently that we can use with user credentials? And the TGS might have tipped it off. What about Kerberoasting? Remember, the TGS is the service ticket. Well, when we say service ticket, we think, well, maybe that's Kerberoasting. Maybe we need to get a service here. So that's kind of a tip. And so we can do the get users, SPNs, right? And we can say, again, we can say active.htb. And we say service TGS just like this. Paste this one more time. And we'll do DC IP of the same box address. And then we'll just say request. And then look what happens. This comes through. So let's go ahead and just make this a little bit bigger. I'll actually blow this up completely. And now you can see that we have a service ticket here. So I'm going to copy this service ticket, and I'm actually going to open up my Hashcat folder live here, open up hashes 4, and we have our old one. I'm just going to paste that in, save this ticket, and I'm going to open up a command prompt, and we're going to do this together. So I'm opening up my command prompt, and we're going to try to crack this. So I'm going to cd into my desktop /hashcat, and then it's hashcat64.exe, a module of 13100, hashes 4.text, and rocku.text with a capital O, just like that. This should be all familiar. Refresher, so I'm going through just a little bit faster. Hit enter, and let's see what happens. Should only take a second, and look what came through. Ticketmaster 1968 is our password. We have successfully Kerberoasted this account. And you can see here that it is the administrator account. Oh, that's lovely. I love when the administrator is a service account. So now let's just do administrator like this, paste this in here, and try psexec.py one more time. It found the writable share of admin, and now we have who am I, authority system, hostname, active, or DC, and we took down this box. Easy as that. So hopefully this was a fun challenge. Hopefully you actually tried it. If not, just get your wheels spinning. If you have a credential, and it doesn't have to be a credential that can get you onto a machine. We could have a situation where this is a low-level user, or they just don't have local admins on their machine. So psexec, smbexec, wmiexec, none of those are working. But we can try attacks like Kerberoasting on the network, or we can try attacks like the GPP password attack and see if we can't find stored credentials somewhere. So these are great attacks that we can try that are just default Windows kind of stuff. So from here, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about Mimikatz. We'll talk some couple different ways we can utilize it in the network and wrap up this section. So we're almost through Active Directory. I feel sad. It feels like it's coming to a close, but I'm very excited to talk through Mimikatz next. So let's go ahead and move on to that video.
Okay, so I want you to imagine a scenario where you have compromised a user, and this user has any sort of share access. So any sort of file share access. We can utilize that access to capture more hashes via responder, go back and try to crack those hashes, get the passwords, and possibly get a different user or maybe a user with more access. So this does require a compromised user account or potentially
an open file share. So if you happen to find an open file share for some reason, you can access it and put something in there or put a file in there. That works as well. So what we're going to do is a play on what used to be called an SCF attack. The SCF attack still kind of works, but it's not as good as what is called a URL attack. And it's the same premise, same idea. I'm going to put a link in the description below, or the resources. You can go read up on these attacks and see there's all kinds of different authentication attacks out there where you can utilize social engineering. Like you can use Microsoft Word, you can use Outlook in different ways to get people to open files or certain things that will then trigger a hash back to you in Responder. So what we're going to do is we're going to first create the file, and then we're going to come back and run Responder and test it out. So I am in my Windows 10 machine. I'm logged in as Frank Castle. In here, I've got my a notepad open. So if you want to open up a notepad and type this out, you're more than welcome to. If you just want to watch a demonstration, that's fine too. If you want to pause the video, go ahead and type this out. Absolutely fine. So basically what we have here is internet shortcut, URL blah, working directory blah. None of this really matters as long as the syntax is here. The only thing that truly matters, okay, is this IP address. This IP address is going to be your attacker IP. So what we're going to do is we're going to point this at us so that way we can capture the hash. What's going to happen here is we're going to save this file. And we're going to save this file to a share. So remember, we created that hack me share in our Hydra DC. So I went ahead and put this in here. So what you do is you go File, Save As, once you've got it all typed out. And I'll also put this in a code format down below as well. So if you want to just copy and paste it, you can do that. But what you want to do is you can come in here and you can just click on all files. And say you wanted to name it something. We can name it with quotes around it. We'll just call it like at test, and then you could call it .url. Okay, you want to have two things here: the at symbol, or a squiggly will work as well, like a tilde, like that. And you want to also have the .url at the end of it. The tilde or the at symbol puts this at the top. Okay, so what's happening is when the user comes and navigates to this share folder, this will be at the top of the folder. So at the top of the folder, it ensures that it loads. If they have a large file share and they have to scroll through it and it doesn't load, then they might not see the file, doesn't trigger, doesn't automatically send the hash. We want to automatically send the hash. We want to place this at the top. Now, what you can do with this is you can create something in here. Instead of writing something, maybe it's like a finance folder. It could just be something where it's just called like Q4 financials, or something that would be relevant to the folder of where it's at. If it's like a printing share, it could just be like, looks like something else that would be, a PDF or print job or something out there. So you want to kind of social engineer it a little bit, but if you drop this file, nobody's really going to do anything. If we open it up, it's not going to really do much. It's just going to go to whatever. You could make this go to Google if you wanted to, like you could change the directory to whatever you wanted to. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and just cancel this. But what can happen here is we just want to save this in this directory. Okay, so all said and done, we've got it saved. I'm on the Frank Castle machine. I'm going to go to this PC, get out of that folder, and then we're going to open up Responder. And all we're going to do is just do Responder. We can do a -i ETH0 and then a -v for verbose. Hit enter. We're listening. Here's our IP address, attacker machine. We're going to come in. La-di-da-di-da. We're just a user navigating to a folder. No big deal. Oh my gosh. All these hashes just came through. It's the same thing repeated. Don't worry about that. But you should have captured a hash here. And what is this? NTLM-v2. Okay, so you can copy this and you can send this off. And what else can you do with this? You can relay it as well. So if you're in a situation where you want to try relaying, maybe get access somewhere else, that is an opportunity for you as well. So this is a cool little feature where you can just dump a quick file in a file share, literally just a few words or a few lines in a text document, essentially. And this will cause hashes to load like crazy for you. So something to think about when you compromise a machine and go from there. So that is it for this video.
So it's very late here. And one thing you don't know is that I record my videos at night. So I work during the day, I spend some time with my wife, and then I find that anywhere from 10 o'clock to about 3 a.m. is the prime time to record videos because the traffic on my street is insane. Well, I'm telling you all this because I'm a little bit tired, and this is going to be my second time now recording this set of videos on Mimikatz because I forgot to turn my microphone on. So forgive me for this, but we're going to go through it a second time, so it should be more well polished. So here we are. We're talking about Mimikatz. And let's go ahead and just dive right in. What is Mimikatz? Well, Mimikatz is a tool that we can use to view and steal credentials. Now, it steals these credentials that are stored in memory, and it can do a lot of nifty things beyond stealing credentials. It can generate Kerberos tickets, and it can leverage a lot of attacks. Just a few attacks, and that's kind of a joke, but credential dumping, pass the hash, overpass the hash, pass the ticket, golden ticket, silver ticket. Now, we're not going to cover all these in this course. That starts getting very, very deep. And here in a couple of videos, I'm going to give you resources on where you can go find information on this and how you can get better and better on some of these things. But for now, my only recommendation is just to cover what I think is important for an interview. And then the more about this that you can learn about these extra attacks that you're seeing here, then the better off you're going to be in your interview. But I don't want to overwhelm you with advanced techniques that's going to just possibly leave you confused. So we're going to keep it with the basics for now, and then you can feel free to dive deeper once you have more comfortability in this topic. So before we move on, I do want to bring up the GitHub. So go ahead and go to the GitHub page here for Mimikatz, and just go ahead and Google GitHub Mimikatz, and you should be brought here to this. Now, Mimikatz is made by a gentleman named Benjamin Delpy. He's out of France. So Mimikatz, I believe, means cute kittens in French or something like that, cute cats. You might trigger an unsafe website because Windows does not like this. Most antiviruses do not like this. And this is made to dump credentials on Windows, right? So there's a cat and mouse game that's going on right now with Windows. And I'm going to show you how to utilize this tool. We're going to talk about some strategies with it, and we're going to play around with it. The only caveat that I'm going to say is it's going to work here and now for the video. By the time that you watch this and you download it, there's a possibility that a patch on Windows might break it, and then they have to update the patch on Mimikatz side, and it's kind of a back and forth game. But as of right now, it's working, and this is a tool, again, that is going to get caught. You can see already unsafe website. If you just download this and upload it to a machine, chances are it's going to get picked up. There are other tools out there that can utilize this. One is called Invoke-Mimikatz. It's a PowerShell tool. Now, you can either run that on disk, meaning that you can upload that to a computer, or you can run that via what's called IEX, which is a way to just download files via PowerShell, and you can download and execute without ever actually touching the disk. Those are some advanced strategies, or just thinking more to the next steps that you might want to start looking into. Other strategies too are obfuscation and hiding that you're actually running Mimikatz. Now, again, as I said earlier in the course, I can show you how to do that and how we do it nowadays, but it's just going to become outdated. It's this cat and mouse game, and it changes all the time. So I'd rather show you what the tool can do, what it's capable of, and let you do this research a little bit on the outside and learn what more attacks are out there. Last thing to point out, so it says here that it is a well-known tool to extract plaintext passwords. It extracts hashes, PIN codes, Kerberos tickets, and it does all the attacks we talked about, plus a lot more. If you scroll down just a little bit, come here to this, I don't want to build it, or if you don't want to build it, binaries are available, because this is in a SLN file, so you'd actually have to compile this. We're just going to go ahead and click this. If you're on Edge, it will report it. So go ahead and just disregard this. And right here, we are currently on this 2019 November 11th or November 25th. So go ahead and just download that. you may have to download this. You may have to disable Defender if you're downloading it directly to your machine or your antivirus. My suggestion is to download it directly to your domain controller. So go ahead and put this on the domain controller. So from here on out, what we're going to assume is we're going to assume that we have compromised the domain controller, and we're going to talk about what we can do once we compromise it, why we're doing that, and what some attacks are that we can use for persistence, specifically a golden ticket and what a golden ticket is capable of. So let's go ahead and meet in the next video where we actually explore what we can do with this tool, and then we'll kind of take it from there. Okay, so I am now on the domain controller, and I have Mimikatz and the 3 files that were in the x64 folder of the zip just extracted here to the downloads. And I'm just going to go ahead and go into a command prompt. And something I should point out too, let me bring back up Edge, is if you go up top to the wiki is a great place to learn a lot about Mimikatz and what it's capable of and all the different things that it has here. So please look through the different modules that are available to you and exactly what they're doing. So from here, let's go ahead and I'm going to CD to my downloads folder. And then I'm going to go ahead and execute mimikatz.exe. And it should bring up something that looks just like this. So the first thing that we're going to do, and this is the first step that you should always do, is you should run this. Privilege, and privilege is the module. The first part is the module. And then we're going to use 2 colons, and then we're going to say debug. And we're looking for a privilege 20 OK. Now, debug means that it's allowing us to debug a process that we wouldn't otherwise have access to, and this is per the wiki. So we're going to attempt to dump some information out of memory, right? And if we're going to do this, we need to be able to bypass this. So if we don't have the privilege debug on, we're not going to be able to bypass these attacks or the memory protections that are in place, especially for the LSASS, the lsass.exe, which we need to bypass protections on that to be able to dump the LSASS and take the credentials that are stored there. So we're going to run a few attacks against this. So the first attack I'm going to show you is a very common attack. So we're going to type in SEKURLSA, and then we're going to do 2 colons here, and we're going to type in logon passwords. Now for this one, I want you to imagine that not only are we compromising the domain controller here, and I'm going to scroll up just a bit, but imagine that maybe we just compromised a regular computer. Now, the logon passwords, when we dump this for a regular computer, are going to show us the computer. You see the computer username and the NTLM hash for that, as well as any user that has logged in since the last reboot, and that's stored here in memory. All right. So we're taking advantage of this stored in memory. And say, for example, you saw earlier with Man in the Middle 6 where we actually used a computer to pull down information. Well, it's possible that we have misconfiguration in our environment where a computer is capable of logging into the domain controller and running exploits. So it's always good to check this hash, and this hash is NTLM, not NTLM v2. So we can pass this hash around and try to utilize it in attacks. So this would be taking advantage of Mimikatz pass the hash feature. So keep that in mind here. The other thing that we're looking for is accounts that have logged in. So let's scroll down until we find the administrator. So the administrator is the only account I've logged in with on this domain controller. And we also pull down the administrator's hash. So if there was a machine where, say, for example, a domain admin had logged into, and it doesn't have to be the domain controller, but that domain admin had logged into, then we can possibly get their hash and use that to pass around. And potentially, we could take advantage of this wdigest here. So what is the wdigest? Well, it is a feature that on Windows 7 and before was enabled by default. And what it did was it stored your password in clear text. Thank you, Windows. From Windows 10 on, they have patched it, or Windows 8 on, they have patched this. And what that means is they just turned it off. The feature still exists. So what can we do? We could actually turn on wdigest with Mimikatz, and then we can go ahead and wait for somebody to log onto the computer. So it does require somebody to log off or log out and then log into the computer. But if we're patient or we're waiting through something for a couple days, this isn't a bad idea to turn on wdigest because that's a registry feature. So even if they reboot the computer, it's still going to come back on. We go in there, we wait, we find the clear text password, and then we're good to go. So this is a really, really useful tool that we can use here, or a command that we can use. So other commands that we can use, and not all of these are going to work, but one of them is trying to dump the SAM. So we can just say something like LSA dump, and then we could say SAM like this, and try to dump that. And this one doesn't work, and that's okay. Sometimes it doesn't work. We could try a SAM, we could try patch, see if that works. That doesn't work. Okay, let's try something else though. So backing up just briefly, just because we're not able to dump the SAM doesn't mean we're not able to obtain it in other ways. We can get a shell with Metasploit and dump the SAM. We can use secretsdump.py and dump the SAM. We could also just download the SAM and dump it as well. So just because Mimikatz can't do it here in this situation doesn't mean it's not something you shouldn't know. And it's also something that you should know there's alternative options that you've seen already in the course. So the big one that I really want to show you and that I'm excited about is this. It's LSA dump LSA, and then we're going to say patch like this, and watch what happens. And I should note that the patch is important. If you don't put the patch, look what happens here. So the patch allows us to actually get to the information. So here you can see the information was coming out through an error. Now here we're actually able to dump the LSA. So the LSA briefly is the Local Security Authority. So what that is a protected subsystem in Windows authentication. And it authenticates and creates logon sessions to the local computer. Well, we're on a domain controller and we're dumping the LSA here. So this is one option that we can do. Now the other option is, if we want to, we can download or try to download the ntds.dit. Remember this file from a long time ago? What seems like forever ago in the course? The ntds.dit will contain all the credentials as well. But what we're looking at here is we're looking at usernames and NTLM hashes. Guess what? We could take these hashes offline and try to crack them. And we could try to crack these. And this is important. Why do we do this? There's two reasons we're doing this dump here. One is we're going to take these offline, try to crack these passwords. If we're capable of cracking these passwords, we need to know what percentage that we're capable of. Because you got to think, in a real environment, we're going to dump probably hundreds of different hashes. And we're going to take those, we're going to try to crack them. And let's say we crack 10% or 30%. Well, that is a number that we can relay back to the client and say, look, your password policy is either strong or it's weak or somewhere in between, right? If we're cracking 50% of the passwords, we know that that client has a poor password policy. If we're only cracking like 1 or 2 passwords, then their password policy is pretty good, and we can kind of identify what passwords were weak and how they can improve upon it. But it gives a concrete number to the client to say, hey, look, this is how bad your password policy is or how good your password policy is. So this is one of the best practices that you will do as a penetration tester. The other thing, and what we're going to kind of lead into, and why I'm showing you Mimikatz, is we can run an attack called a golden ticket attack. And I'm going to cover that in the next video, but we need this Kerberos ticket granting ticket to be able to pull that off. So we're going to pause here. And this is really the rundown for Mimikatz. What I'm going to do when we're done with the next video is we're going to have one final video in this Active Directory section. And I'm going to provide you a bunch of resources that are very, very good for learning Active Directory. So we'll cover some of the websites, and then I'll put them all down in the description below. So that way you have references for all these websites, and you can go check them out and learn more about Active Directory pen testing at a deeper level. So from here, let's go ahead and talk about golden ticket attacks, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to the last attack for the Active Directory section. This makes me happy and sad because we're going to have to leave it here. So golden ticket is going to be the attack. We're actually going to use a golden ticket attack and, surprise, a pass the ticket attack as well. We'll talk about both of those. So what is a golden ticket and why do we care? Well, in the last video, you saw me dump the KRB TGT account, right? What is that? That's the Kerberos ticketing account, the ticket granting ticket account that allows us to generate tickets. Well, what if we have the hash of that account? Then guess who gets to generate Kerberos ticket granting tickets? We do. So with a Kerberos ticket granting ticket, we can request access to any resource or system on the domain using the ticket granting service. Okay, so what does that mean in layman's terms? That means when we have a golden ticket, we have complete access to the entire domain. All the machines, we can gain shells on them. We can get all the files, all the folders, etc. So this is such a cool attack here. So we're going to go ahead and try to pull this off. So let's go ahead and do mimikatz.exe. And I'm going to show you the technique that I use when I do this. So go ahead and do your privilege debug as always. And from here, instead of doing the LSA dump, LSA patch, we're just going to say inject like this, and we're going to pull down the actual user we want. That way we don't pull down, all the users. We're just going to pull down one user. So I'm pulling down by name and the KRB TGT account. Go ahead and hit enter. And when you do this, go ahead and open up a notepad as well. So open up a notepad, and we're going to go ahead and scroll up. We need a few things. We need the SID of the domain. So go ahead and copy that and paste that in here. And you need the NTLM hash of the Kerberos ticket granting ticket account. So go ahead and copy that, paste that in here as well. The rest, you should be good to go. We're going to be able to generate our ticket based off of this. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something along the lines of this. So we're going to say Kerberos, if it'll type, Kerberos, and golden, like that. The user here is, I always like to put administrator. You don't have to. You could put fake user 123, whatever you want here. It doesn't matter. I can't type. But it doesn't have to be a real user. The domain does have to be real. So domain here is marvel.local. And then we need the SID of the domain. So let's go ahead and grab that and paste it here. We also need the Kerberos ticket granting ticket account. So KRB TGT. Go ahead and grab that hash that we copied. We'll right click there, paste that. And then we're going to supply the ID. So ID of 500 here. If it'll work. Sorry, the copy paste messed up. We'll do ID of 500. And that just stands for your RID. So if you're familiar, the RID is the admin account of 500. So we're going to use ID of 500. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to say PTT, just like that. So what does that stand for? That stands for pass the ticket. So we're going to generate a golden ticket here, and then we're going to use pass the ticket. We're going to pass that ticket along to our next session, right? Or the current session. And we're going to utilize that ticket to open up a command prompt. And that command prompt is going to be able to access any computer we want. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. We're going to pass the ticket, generate this, go ahead and hit enter. And you see it says pass the ticket, okay, and it says golden ticket for administrator at marvel.local successfully submitted for current session. So let's go ahead and do something like this, miscellaneous, and then command. Okay, now we've got this command prompt up and we're utilizing the session and the golden ticket we just created. Now let's try to say something like dir and we can utilize something like, we could try the Punisher. Let's see if it takes with the name resolution here. C $. And look at that. We just did a directory of the Punisher from our machine. We could take this further, okay? If we have psexec downloaded to this machine, psexec.exe, remember this is a tool used for Windows like this, right? We can access computers with psexec. That was the whole intent of psexec being created. So we can download the Windows tool of psexec and gain access to this machine if we want to. So that's going to be my challenge to you. If you want to have some more fun with this, take this a step further and go download psexec. So again, all you're going to look for is psexec.exe, and that is a Windows tool. So you should be able to find it on the Windows site, download it, and then run psexec.exe and run it against this computer. Run it something like this against the Punisher, and then run it against command.exe, just like that. And guess what? You're going to get a shell on this machine. This is an awesome attack. You have complete control. On top of this, you can think of a golden ticket as persistence. Once you own the domain controller, yes, you can go add in a username and you can create your own account, make them a domain admin. A lot of places will pick up on that. Not everybody is picking up on the golden ticket quite yet. And if you want to get stealthier, look into what a silver ticket is. That's starting to be the way to go now that golden tickets are starting to get picked up a little bit. So what we're going to do is end this here. That's my challenge to you. Go out, download psexec, play around with it, make this your own. Go out there and look at more Mimikatz commands. Learn all the different little tools and techniques. You have the lab built for it. Everything is ready to roll. So I'm going to cover in the next video some good resources for you to study. We'll talk about a little bit about certifications and what's out there. And then we're going to go ahead and move on and get out of Active Directory pen testing. It has been a fun ride. So I'll catch you over in the next video.
Congratulations, if you've made it this far, you've made it through 5 hours of hacking material. Hopefully you found it all useful. Again, if you are interested in checking out our academy, please feel free. We do have the All Access Pass membership. We have live training again, just as a reminder. We have the Hacking and Defending class coming up on September 16th, along with the PMPT Accelerated, which does start on August 18th. And we do have those 2 certifications we talked about, the PJPT, or the Practical Junior Penetration Tester, and the PMPT certification. Both come with training. Both are around hacking Active Directory, and they're great certifications. So that is it for this video. Again, if you like it, please do consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel so we can provide you with more awesome content. Thank you so much for joining me. My name has been Heath Adams, aka the Cyber Mentor. Peace out.